Chapter 252. Transfer. Upon hearing the news of Yi Ning's predicament, Zheng Huilan nearly gasped and fainted, only regaining her composure upon hearing the latter part of the statement. How do you know Yi Ning is safe? Zheng Huilan pressed anxiously. Quite simply, Feng Go shrugged, responding, if he were truly dead, why would they seek you out? This only indicates that he is still alive, and their intention in contacting you is merely to wield a card of leverage against him. Therefore, you must hasten your relocation to a safer place. All right. Zheng Huilan nodded hurriedly, finally exhaling in relief, though her face remained clouded with concern that a mother's intuition is indeed infallible. Since Yi Ning departed from Yun City, she had been restless, after attempting to reach him twice yesterday with no success. Coupled with the scene she had just witnessed, her anxiety only intensified. She feared for Yi Tringhai's absence and wondered if Yi Ning had also offended those dangerous individuals and had been taken away. Especially after witnessing Feng Go's remarkable skills, Zheng Huilan felt not a hint of relief, but rather an escalated sense of unease. You really ought to move quickly to a secure location. As long as you are safe, Yi Laodao will have no worries on that front, which would be of the utmost assistance to him, Feng Go remarked, observing Zheng Huilan's troubled expression and offering a comforting smile. Eventually, Zheng Huilan nodded in agreement, her heart heavy, as she departed alongside Li Haizi. Dog brother, what the hell did you just call me? Li Haizi, with a worried countenance, approached but was abruptly interrupted by Feng Go. Ever since the last lesson from Feng Go, Li Haizi had altered his form of address, yet the ingrained habit was difficult to shake off. Noticing Feng Go's grim demeanor, he hurriedly forced a smile and nodded. Master Jiu Yuan, Zun, very well. Speak. What do you wish to inquire? Feng Go finally nodded in satisfaction and began to speak that Master, I merely wanted to ask about Dr. Yi's situation. Is he truly safe? Li Haizi hesitated for a moment before asking. Feng Go narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the sky before nodding slightly. Safe, at least he won't die. Currently, he is certainly not at the pinnacle of this world. But there are very few who possess the capability to kill him, and even I cannot. Feng Go stated languidly. Li Haizi then let out a nervous laugh, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. That evening, Li Haizi escorted Zheng Huilan to the cave heaven on Wulong Mountain and, following Feng Go's orders, sealed off the entrance and exit of the cave heaven. Since Yi Ning's departure, several medicinal gardens here, along with the back mountain of Wulong, had been fully utilized, especially following the mass production of the Huayongdan. However, now, Li Haizi ordered his subordinates to supply medicinal materials only to a few major pharmaceutical merchants to maintain production, as access to the back mountain of Wulong was strictly prohibited, all to ensure Zheng Huilan's safety. The atmosphere within the Black Dragon Society grew tense, yet the daily lives of the citizens of Yun City continued apace. On Old West Street, children still frolicked and played, while Wang Yan'ai, Xiaolan, and Wang Ying adhered to their routines, arriving at the Huichun Hall for work. Wang Hu had nearly taken the Huichun Hall as his home, resting in the upstairs lounge at night and conducting business as usual during the day. As the sun set, Wang Yan'ai pouted, sitting in a recliner at the entrance of Huichun Hall, lost in thought as she gazed at the descending sun. Her face bore a heavy expression of discontent, frequently glancing at her phone for messages or missed calls. However, the news from Yi Ning never arrived, prompting Wang Yan'ai to shake her head in disappointment. At that moment, a young man in a white shirt entered the old street, making his way directly to Huichun Hall. Though not conventionally handsome, his features were well-defined, and he emanated a serious demeanor that suggested he was likely a teacher or perhaps a doctor. Dressed in an ordinary white shirt, jeans, and sneakers, he appeared unremarkable, yet the mischievous children playing with their soccer balls paused in surprise, instinctively clutching their balls and retreating to the street's edge, gazing at him with wide eyes. Noticing this, the young man was momentarily taken aback before he smiled kindly and nodded at the children. The kids, however, continued to scrutinize him with skepticism, remaining motionless. Upon entering Huichun Hall, Wang Yan'ai remained lost in her reverie. offering no acknowledgement. The young man took a seat before Wang Ying. "Sir, are you here for a consultation?" Wang Ying inquired, her large eyes filled with doubt. "Indeed, for a consultation," the young man replied, extending his hand for Wang Ying to take his pulse. But she merely shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't discern what ailment you may have." Wang Ying's eyes were filled with confusion as she gazed at the young man, who shook his head in bewilderment that if my master were here, he would surely identify your condition and provide a remedy. In truth, Wang Ying had already conducted a visual diagnosis. The young man not only appeared healthy, but was in better condition than most. Clearly not someone suffering from any illness. That IT was precisely for this reason that she confidently stated she could not determine what affliction he had. The young man, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of inspiration and suggested, "Then why not call your master and have him come to examine me personally?" "My master is currently not in Yun City, so calling would be futile," Wang Ying replied, shaking her head and displaying a pure smile. "Sir, why not leave your name and contact information? When my master returns, I will ensure he contacts you promptly." The young man's gaze lingered on Wang Ying's face for a moment before he nodded and said, "My name is Yang Jing. Phone number XXXXXX." Wang Ying promptly nodded and diligently noted down the young man's name and number. Yang Jing then nodded slightly and rose to leave. The peculiar encounter was soon forgotten by Wang Ying and her companions. As Yang Jing's voice faded into the distance the moment he stepped out of the Huichun Hall, the Yushin Rinjia Grand Hotel, in the top-floor suite, Yang Jing entered the room where three individuals were already seated, 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 were clad in sleek attire, exuding vitality and clearly exhibiting the demeanor of martial artists. Among them was a familiar face, Zhou Donglai. Upon seeing Yang Jing enter, the trio hastily stood up and respectfully addressed him. "Master." "Yes," Yang Jing acknowledged with a slight nod. "I have visited Huichun Hall. The master is not present. Tonight, we shall venture to Wulong Villa. What have you uncovered?" Chapter 253, Unkindness. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals nodded in unison. "Master, I have discovered that the Black Dragon Society has been engaging in numerous covert activities these past few days. It is highly likely that the Black Dragon Society is entangled with Yi Ning. Our actions have been exceedingly discreet, remaining undetected by the various factions in Yun City. Yet only the Black Dragon Society seems to have taken notice," the woman among them stated with a serious expression. "The only plausible explanation is that they are likely safeguarding Zheng Huilan in secret, thus being aware of our movements and taking measures to protect themselves." Xiaomin is correct. Yang Jing nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward Zhou Donglai, inquiring, "Donglai, if I recall correctly, your hometown is Yun City. You should possess greater insights into IT. Do you have anything to add?" "Indeed," Zhou Donglai replied solemnly, "to my knowledge. There are 2 prominent figures in Yun City. Point 1 is the renowned young master Zheng Ning, recognized as the current overlord of Yun City, while the other is the individual we seek, Yi Ning. I have long harbored suspicions regarding their identities, and I am now more certain of my conjecture. The Black Dragon Society operates under Zheng Ning's command. Our original intention was to pursue Yi Ning, but the Black Dragon Society, under Zheng Ning's influence, is intricately involved. Moreover, the ruthless measures employed resulted in the annihilation of one of our operational teams, along with 3 formidable guardians. I suspect Zheng Ning is behind it." Upon hearing Zhou Donglai's words, Yang Jing remained silent for a moment, merely raising an eyebrow and pondering before breaking into a smile. "Regardless of the truth, we shall ascertain it through observation. Tonight, you will lead the charge. Such a formidable opponent is indeed rare, and it presents an excellent opportunity for training." The 3, eager to comply, nodded without hesitation, though they harbored some internal doubts. All 3 were merely at the master level and had only recently stepped into this realm. Even united, they could scarcely contend with a genuine guardian. Facing an individual capable of eliminating 3 guardians certainly left them feeling apprehensive. However, Yang Jing seemed oblivious to the apprehension reflected on their faces as he proceeded to the balcony to make a phone call. Once he departed, the trio exchanged glances, each uncertain of the other's thoughts. Donglai Xiaomin, do you think our master is reliable? The young man seated at the head inquired, looking at Zhou Donglai with a hint of skepticism. After all, this was a direct order from above, so it should be reliable, right? The girl named Xiaomin wore a rather peculiar expression. Her tone when speaking was noticeably lacking in confidence. Reliable? I find that utterly unconvincing. Zhou Donglai frowned, his displeasure evident as he remarked, our previous captain was a formidable being of innate realm. Do you comprehend what that entails? Now, we have this newly appointed captain from above, who expects us to address him as master upon our first meeting. Just look at him. He probably isn't even older than I am. And yet, we are to call him master while he tries to act all authoritative. At such a young age, I refuse to believe he is also a master of the innate realm. If things escalate tonight, Zhou Donglai's voice trailed off, his face betraying his deep-seated concern. Just then, a sound of the door opening echoed from behind, prompting the three to hastily fall silent. Donglai, come out for a moment. Yang Jing's voice called from the balcony. The two companions cast sympathetic glances at Zhou Donglai, wondering if their recent discussion had been overheard by this overly youthful master. With trepidation, Zhou Donglai approached the balcony, only to find Yang Jing speaking into his phone, stating, in any case, tonight is going to be troublesome. After concluding his call, Yang Jing sighed and turned to Zhou Donglai, who wore an odd expression, his heart fluttering with uncertainty. Yang Jing, however, did not look back but instead gazed skyward, leisurely lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling a sigh. Donglai, Yang Jing's voice floated down, causing Zhou Donglai's heart to leap into his throat. You are being rather unreasonable. Hearing this, Zhou Donglai could no longer contain himself and was about to apologize directly to Yang Jing. Yet, Yang Jing continued, just consider this. You, a native of Cloud City, have brought us here, yet you fail to recommend any local delicacies or attractions. You haven't even invited us out for a meal. I am beginning to seriously doubt your character. How could you be so stingy with your colleagues? Surely your salary in Kunlun is not insignificant. Zhou Donglai was left astounded. Yang Jing finally turned his head, regarding Zhou Donglai with a condescending gaze, and continued, tonight, I simply wish to explore the streets. Do you have any recommendations? Preferably a pedestrian street focused on snacks. The more unique, the better. Master, aren't we supposed to be executing a mission tonight? Against a master who eliminated 3 elders. You, Zhou Donglai stammered, his heart racing. Ah, Yang Jing sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, my role in Kunlun is far too crucial, so our stay here will be brief. Likely only until tomorrow or the day after that if I don't experience Cloud City thoroughly now. I may never get the chance again. This is my first visit. Zhou Donglai stared at him as if he were a creature from another realm, thinking, is this even human speech? We are risking our lives while you are out for food and fun? Why do you speak so earnestly about it? Are you incapable of understanding the gravity of the situation? Noticing Zhou Donglai's silence, Yang Jing's eyes narrowed, and his expression shifted from sunny to overcast. Ah, as for that snack street, Old West Street is quite nice, but it tends to close at night. That if you want to eat and drink, you might consider the night market street in the north of Cloud City, or the newly developed Longquan Street. Zhou Donglai hurriedly relayed the information, his words tumbling out in a rush. Yang Jing finally nodded in satisfaction, patting Zhou Donglai on the shoulder with a look of approval. Then smiled. I truly apologize, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. You needn't worry. Act boldly, and when you finish, give me a call that I'll treat you all to supper. Zhou Donglai stood awkwardly, his demeanor resembling that of a well-behaved schoolboy. For some inexplicable reason, this astonishingly youthful Yang Jing often instilled a sense of pressure in him that exceeded even that of their former captain, leaving Zhou Donglai unable to meet his gaze and devoid of any inclination to argue. Ultimately, Yang Jing leisurely departed for a stroll, while Zhou Donglai and his companions were assigned to the Wulong Villa to confront the mastermind behind the deaths of numerous Kunlun warriors. Chapter 254. The confrontation. Zhou Donglai and his companions exchanged glances, particularly Zhou Donglai, who had just arrived in Cloud City the previous day and was still unfamiliar with many circumstances, that he instinctively suspected that the individual responsible for the slaying of multiple Kunlun warriors was none other than the legendary Lord of Cloud City, Yining. Recently, 3 elders had joined forces, only to meet their end at this person's hand. The trio, mere novices who had just ascended to the rank of masters, were simply outmatched in terms of power. As night fell, the 3 of them, filled with trepidation, lay in wait near Wulong Villa for over an hour. Finally, Zhou Donglai gritted his teeth, deciding that if he were to die, he would do so fighting. "You two stay behind me. I will scout ahead. If I encounter trouble, retreat immediately," Zhou Donglai declared fiercely to his companions, seemingly having made up his mind to take the initiative. The 2 nodded earnestly, offering reassurances. "Don't worry, Donglai. We will never abandon you. When the time comes, we will cover your retreat. I refuse to believe we cannot escape if we cannot defeat him." Zhou Donglai nodded seriously, just as a sound of yawning emanated from above, followed by a languid voice. "A few fledglings have finally decided to make a move. I was beginning to feel drowsy waiting for you." The 3 were taken aback, glancing up to find the mad dog lazily reclining on a tree branch, his eyes half closed with fatigue. Longquan Street had been newly developed in Cloud City over the past couple of years, resembling an incongruous imitation of an ancient street and serving as a tourist attraction. Even at this hour, it was brightly lit and bustling with people at a food stall selling Odin. Yang Jing leisurely popped a fishball into his mouth. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. Just then his phone alarm went off. Sighing, Yang Jing set down the half-eaten fishball, got up, and picked up his recently purchased snacks and local specialties, preparing to leave when he met the disapproving gaze of the stall owner. Yang Jing hesitated, quickly pulling out his wallet, slapping a 100 yuan bill on the counter, and casually saying, "Keep the change," before turning to leave. "Wait!" the stall owner exclaimed, startled, quickly calling after Yang Jing. Confused, Yang Jing watched as the owner produced a miniature bill verifier, meticulously inspecting the 100 yuan note under ultraviolet light before finally accepting the payment. Rolling his eyes, Yang Jing hastened away, disappearing into the throngs of Longquan Street. Zhou Donglai and his companions were tense, their eyes fixed on the man who had appeared above them without their notice. The fact that he could breach their safety distance so effortlessly meant that if he wished to eliminate them, it would be a trivial endeavor. In an instant, their fighting spirit waned, replaced by shock and terror. Finally, they exchanged glances, resolved to take action, though not to confront him, but rather to find an opportunity to escape swiftly. The mad dog regarded them with calm indifference, as if observing fish on a chopping block, showing no urgency. In the end, Zhou Donglai and his companions took the initiative. Zhou Donglai and another companion launched an attack simultaneously, unleashing their full energy towards the mad dog. In tandem, they retreated, seeking to make a hasty exit. "Have you lost even the courage to fight?" However, before their attacks could reach the mad dog, his figure had already blurred and dissipated, reappearing directly in front of the path they intended to take. "What is happening?" The 3 were struck with horror, yet they pressed on with their full force assault against the mad dog. Retreating, however, the mad dog replicated his earlier maneuver, effectively blocking their escape yet again. Zhou Donglai and the mad dog engaged once more, but this time they chose not to retreat. The mad dog raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting their assault, then shook his head with a disappointed sigh. "Ah, have you no skilled fighters left? Why send such fledglings to face me? You've completely diminished my appetite." Zhou Donglai and his companions felt their hair stand on end, their bodies tense with fear. Never mind. I suppose I shall let you go this time. Go back and tell your superiors to send some real experts next time. Otherwise, I may have to pay them a personal visit." The mad dog said, revealing a lackluster expression, as if preparing to depart. Just then, the air behind him suddenly warped, and an invisible, yet searing aura surged towards his back. The mad dog's expression shifted, and he executed his escape move, vanishing from sight. That a mere trick, and you dare to show off in front of me? A chilling voice resonated as a stocky, middle-aged man leisurely emerged, casually unleashing a crimson surge of energy towards the right. The figure of a mad dog flickered, swiftly raising both hands to block the oncoming force, staggering backwards several paces before finally coming to a halt. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed leader of the Flame Dragon. Fang Tianxin. In the western outskirts of Cloud City, several abandoned chemical factories and dilapidated buildings stood amid a winding path overgrown with weeds. Yang Jing, burdened with various packages, appeared atop one of the unfinished structures. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings before he raised his eyes to the moon above and murmured, "It should be soon." Indeed, as soon as Yang Jing's words fell, a figure emerged within his line of sight, seemingly traversing distances in an instant that in the blink of an eye, a blurred silhouette transformed into a distinct figure less than 10 meters away from the unfinished building. This individual was none other than Yi Ning, who was on his way home. Hold on. Just as Yi Ning was about to take a step, he was halted by a voice that he turned to see Yang Jing, packages in hand, waving at him from the rooftop. Before he hurriedly descended the building, jogging over to Yi Ning, he exclaimed, "You must be Yi Ning." Seeing Yi Ning, Yang Jing appeared genuinely delighted and inquired with a smile, "Who are you? Waiting for me here?" Yi Ning furrowed his brow at this moment. He had already changed into a clean outfit, but his phone and wallet had been reduced to charred remnants, rendering him unable to contact his family. "Hello, I am Yang Jing, a special envoy from Kunlun, here specifically to escort you." Yang Jing replied politely, extending his hand for a handshake. However, Yi Ning merely frowned, showing no intention of reciprocating. With a cold chuckle, he retorted, "Kunlun, you say? Are you here to escort me, or to obstruct me, or perhaps to kill me?" "To escort you, of course." Yang Jing maintained his smile, responding amiably, "Not only am I here to escort you, but I also extend a warm invitation for you to join Kunlun. There have been some misunderstandings between us. I have no interest in Kunlun," Yi Ning interjected flatly, interrupting Yang Jing. Chapter 255, An olive branch. "Kunlun holds a keen interest in you," Yang Jing continued cheerfully, his demeanor unshaken as he clutched his packages with a friendly smile. Yi Ning couldn't help but scrutinize this seemingly ordinary, unremarkable, yet notably youthful envoy from Kunlun. "Kunlun is interested in me. I suspect it's more about the blood that runs through my veins that intrigues you," Yi Ning replied with a cold smirk, shaking his head. "That am I destined to be a pawn for others since the day I was born into the Yi family. I, Yi Ning, refuse to be anyone's puppet." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Yang Jing visibly faltered. The jovial smile that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Those words were surely spoken to you by that fool Fang Tianxin?" Yang Jing inquired, his expression darkening. "What? Is that not the case?" Yi Ning scoffed, his body already on high alert. Fang Tianxin was the renowned leader of Kunlun, yet here he was being referred to as a fool. Yi Ning was aware that he would struggle to evade Fang Tianxin. After all, the latter had already reached the Golden Core stage, while Yi Ning remained at the innate level. Thus, if the other party intended to strike, Yi Ning had to be prepared. Yes, but not entirely. Yang Jing shook his head with a smile, stating, "If the blood of the Yi family were truly so potent, you wouldn't be standing here today." Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Yang Jing sighed, assessing Yi Ning from head to toe before saying, "Join Kunlun. You harbor some bias against us that in this vast forest there are all kinds of birds. Kunlun is no different, with its mix of good and bad elements, especially now, with our elder at the helm, and the Dragon Kingdom entering a peaceful era. Internal corruption has proliferated, and factions abound. Nevertheless, I genuinely hope you will join us. Kunlun has always shown ample respect to the strong, And what of the weak? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, shaking his head disdainfully. Tio me, Kunlun is merely a gathering of petty thieves. You stand in my way now, likely hoping to buy time for your subordinates to take action. Am I correct? At Yi Ning's words, Yang Jing appeared momentarily taken aback, yet his expression soon morphed into one of intrigue. And if it is so, they should have already taken action by now. I assume. Before he could finish, Yi Ning transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Cloud City. However, Yang Jing simply stepped aside with nonchalance, positioning himself squarely in front of Yi Ning. With a calm smile, as though he had merely performed a trivial act, he stood there, cheerfully observing Yi Ning. Without hesitation, Yi Ning launched an all-out attack, directing a powerful punch toward Yang Jing's face. Yang Jing tilted his head slightly to the left, intending to dodge Yi Ning's strike with ease. However, as he made the motion, an unseen force seemed to bind him, rendering his body rigid in place. Yang Jing's eyes widened in shock as he took the full brunt of Yi Ning's punch. Yi Ning continued forward, showing no intention of engaging further. Yang Jing staggered back 2 steps from the impact before finally regaining his footing. Astonishment and fear etched across his face. Innate! Yi Ning had actually broken through to the innate level. Stop! Yang Jing shouted, his form instantly transforming into a streak of light as he pursued Yi Ning's departing figure. Upon hearing Yang Jing's call, Yi Ning felt as though an invisible force had seized him, freezing him in place with a soft thud. In that fleeting moment, Yang Jing had reached Yi Ning's side. The packages he had been holding had vanished, and he swiftly launched another attack, moving with remarkable speed toward Yi Ning. Within mere exchanges, Yi Ning found himself retreating in defeat. Indeed, Yang Jing's prowess was evidently superior to that of Fang Tianxin. Not only could he completely counter Yi Ning's full-force assault, but he also forced Yi Ning to retreat step by step. Moreover, Yang Jing had yet to exert his full strength with a flick of his wrist. Yang Jing caused Yi Ning's entire being to tremble, as if the surrounding space had been forcibly compressed, binding him in place and rendering him immobile. Yang Jing gazed in astonishment at the furious Yi Ning before him, his expression growing increasingly grave. To Yi Ning, listen closely. Your only chance of survival lies in complying and ensuring that no one learns of your breakthrough to the innate level. Yang Jing fixed his serious gaze on Yi Ning, speaking in a low voice that if you agree, I can guarantee not only your safety, but also that of your family, that we can return together right now. Why should I trust you? Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Yang Jing as he inquired sternly. Simply because I could easily kill you. Yet here I am, engaging in this conversation. Yang Jing replied earnestly, his expression unwavering. Yi Ning frowned, finally regaining his composure. I understand your concerns. Yang Jing spoke seriously. It is those words from Fang Tianxin that trouble you, isn't it? However, the number of individuals privy to the secrets of the Yi family in the entire Dragon Kingdom is fewer than a handful. Do you truly believe that someone of Fang Tianxin's caliber has the right to know? Yang Jing regarded Yi Ning coldly, his voice firm. What he has said is merely speculation. I can assure you that if news of your breakthrough to the innate level leaks to those with ulterior motives, no one will be able to protect you. Yi Ning, taken aback, finally ceased his struggles. Yang Jing appeared somewhat satisfied with Yi Ning's reaction, scampering back to retrieve his packages, and cheerfully declared, Let us go. We should return and check. I've already issued a withdrawal order, and I believe they have successfully escaped. Yi Ning remained silent, fully aware that Yang Jing was not someone he could contend with. And moreover, the other party bore no intention of killing him. Since Yang Jing had expressed a desire to assist him, Yi Ning decided to bide his time and observe. With this thought, he followed Yang Jing towards the Wulong Villa. As they approached the Wulong Villa, they could see flames leaping high into the sky. Both felt a chill run down their spines. The battle was still ongoing. Moreover, Yi Ning recognized that searing red flame all too well. It was Fang Tianxin. Upon their arrival, They found Fang Tianxin howling towards the heavens, engulfed in roaring flames. Yet the mad dog was nowhere in sight. However, the mad dog had undoubtedly exerted considerable pressure on Fang Tianxin, who now wore a cold smile as he redirected his attacks toward the Wulong Villa. Chapter 256. The death of Fang Tianxin. Fang Tianxin understood that the mad dog's desperate resistance was likely to protect someone within the Wulong Villa. This tactic of attacking the enemy to ensure their own safety, though somewhat despicable, had proven effective time and again as multiple fire dragons erupted from Fang Tianxin's body. They surged toward the Wulong Villa, instantly transforming the entire estate into a sea of flames. However, in the next moment, a shadow materialized behind Fang Tianxin. He had been intently awaiting the mad dog rushing into the villa to rescue someone, only to be met with an unsettling chill down his back. In the instant when the mad dog's paw print appeared on his back, Fang Tianxin's figure trembled violently, and his gaze turned pale, as if he had completely lost his vitality. Enough! Yang Jing frowned and raised his hand. In midair, the mad dog's form wavered, an invisible force attempting to draw him closer. The mad dog flickered and managed to escape. However, the nearly breathless Fang Tianxin was already pulled over by Yang Jing, rolling on the ground like a dead dog. Upon seeing Yang Jing, a glimmer of joy flashed in Fang Tianxin's eyes as he weakly uttered, "My lord, save me." Yet in the next moment, Yang Jing had already stepped on his dantian, and Fang Tianxin instantly lost all vitality. Wai Ning furrowed his brow, observing Yang Jing without speaking. Yang Jing, expressionless, glanced at the lifeless Fang Tianxin, his eyes glinting with cold light. But in the next moment, his gaze suddenly transformed into one of harmlessness, and he swiftly ran towards the corner of the villa. Wai Ning was taken aback. Unable to comprehend the situation, Yang Jing certainly did not appear to be preparing to confront the mad dog. Wai Ning's eyes shifted towards a dark corner nearby, subtly shaking his head in that shadowy corner. The mad dog lay in wait, remaining still upon receiving Yi Ning's glance. The two were currently standing on a small hill, when Yang Jing rushed to the edge, just as three figures were climbing up from below. It was none other than Zhou Donglai and Xiaomin Master. "You've finally arrived." Upon seeing Yang Jing, Zhou Donglai and the others felt a surge of relief akin to that of surviving a disaster. "Run! Quick, run! There are experts in the villa just now." All right, I know. Yang Jing cheerfully interrupted their words, retrieving 3 cups of milk tea from his various belongings and handing them to the trio. He smiled and said, "Everything is fine now. My master is here, and the 100 evils cannot invade. Drink something to calm your nerves." The 3 stood dumbfounded, having just climbed the hill and finding Yi Ning standing at the summit beside Fang Tianxin's corpse. Zhou Donglai's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Yi Ning, stammering, "Dr. Yi, did you kill?" Before Yi Ning could respond, Yang Jing interjected, "Haha, so your name is Yi Ning? Classmates, I haven't introduced you yet. This young man Yi is a good person that I was lost before, and he kindly brought me here. Unfortunately, we were delayed on the way by the time we arrived. Young Fang had already met his fate." As he reached the end of his sentence, Yang Jing's face bore a faint expression of sorrow. The trio finally calmed down slightly, though their faces still reflected undeniable shock. Fang Tianxin was a renowned figure, the Flame Dragon's leader, and now he lay dead. Yang Jing clearly had no intention of lingering, but before leaving, he cast his gaze towards a shadow in the nearby bushes where the mad dog had hidden. "Little Yi, I truly thank you today," Yang Jing said cheerfully to Yi Ning. Yi Ning nodded silently, regarding Yang Jing with a strange expression. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Jing turned and approached Fang Tianxin's corpse. Under Yi Ning's astonished gaze, Yang Jing rummaged through Fang Tianxin's belongings and ultimately retrieved a wooden token. Fang Tianxin's leader's insignia. "Cough, cough, little Yi, I see you have remarkable potential. Whenever you come to terms with it, feel free to join us in Kunlun. Also, you can pass this token to your friend. Our Kunlun welcomes any who wish to join." Yi Ning accepted the token with an odd expression, only to hear Yang Jing continue. Upon joining Kunlun, you'll immediately enjoy generous benefits, complete with insurance and retirement plans. It's guaranteed to be a prosperous future. With that, Yang Jing led his 3 disciples away, and as they departed, he instructed another male member of their group to carry Fang Tianxin's corpse. Throughout, there was no mention of the Mad Dog incident. Once Yang Jing and his group left, the Mad Dog emerged from the shadows that Wai Yining casually tossed the token to the Mad Dog, asking, "Do we stand a chance against him?" The Mad Dog's gaze flickered momentarily, replying, "Not high." Yining pursed his lips, remaining silent, and as expected, Yang Jing kept his word and treated Zhou Donglai and the others to supper. Zhou Donglai sat at a roadside stall, unable to suppress a sense of nostalgia, recalling that he had once been a distinguished young master of the Zhou family, never having eaten at such an establishment before. The trio, filled with confusion, were skillfully distracted by Yang Jing's antics. That night, Zhou Donglai became the temporary leader of their group as they enjoyed a 3-day holiday in Yun City while Yang Jing, alone, took Fang Tianxin's corpse and set off in the darkness that in the capital, Wanfilu. At the Jinding Villa, Yang Jing unceremoniously tossed Fang Tianxin's corpse onto the ground, and an elderly man with white whiskers who had come to greet him looked taken aback, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? How could our Kunlun's esteemed flame dragon leader perish in battle? Who is responsible for this? Leader?" Yang Jing raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Since the celestial battle, our dragon country has been at ease, and Kunlun has bestowed so many so-called titles. Yet, what is a mere golden core warrior? What of it if he dies? Is the leader not supposed to be immortal?" The old man was furious. But Yang Jing paid him no heed as he strode into the villa. "Yang Jing, this is still within the borders of Dragon Country, not the frontier. The Flame Dragon leader is a figure of great renown. How did he meet his end?" In the main hall of the villa sat a frail old man, dressed in loose Han robes, his eyes closed as he spoke slowly. Yang Jing regarded the elder with newfound respect, stating he was killed by an evil cultivator. "And how did you handle it?" The elder inquired further, that I gave him the leader's token, hoping he would take over the position of the Flame Dragon leader. Yang Jing replied without hesitation. The elder's brow furrowed slightly, falling into silence. Yang Jing simply observed the elder in silence, and the atmosphere grew tense. Kunlun is a national treasure. We cannot allow an evil cultivator to remain. Finally, the elder expressed his displeasure, speaking sternly. "What of the evil cultivator, and what of the righteous path?" Yang Jing shook his head slightly. "Is there anyone within Kunlun who is not a master of Dragon Country? Since we are all citizens of Dragon Country, why must there be a distinction between righteousness and evil? As long as one is willing to join Kunlun and fight for Dragon Country, they are all our kind." Chapter 257. The new girlfriend. The elder abruptly opened his eyes, staring intently at Yang Jing. Yang Jing remained composed, meeting the elder's gaze without flinching. Alas. Ultimately, the elder sighed and asked, "Is there anything else to report?" "Yes," Yang Jing nodded, saying, "I have also investigated the family lad, but what?" The elder's expression sharpened. "The intelligence is erroneous." Yang Jing replied calmly that a young master has emerged in Yun City, and Kunlun has lost many warriors because of him, including Fangtan As for that Yining. I observed him. He is merely an ordinary person with a slight understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. A young master? It seems this young master shares an unusual connection with Yining, that I wonder who sent him. The elder murmured, "Very well. You may leave now." He nodded, and Yang Jing did not hesitate to turn and depart. Just as he stepped out of the Jinding Villa, a black curiosity pulled up before him. The door opened to reveal a woman in a white gown, stunningly beautiful, holding a glass of red wine and smiling at Yang Jing. Yang was sure. "Where are you headed? Why not get in the car and chat?" "Miss Chi," Yang Jing replied with a wry smile, shaking his head slightly. "I'm afraid I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must decline." The woman frowned, her long, sinuous legs shifting slightly as she smiled seductively. "Oh," Yang was sure. Having just come from the hall, master, you don't wish to rest at my place? Am I so unappealing to you? As you know, Yang Jing replied, looking directly at her, I am quite aware. The woman's composure finally faltered, her expression turning angry, and Yang Jing took the opportunity to turn and leave Yun City over the next few days. Yi Ning first returned to Wulong Mountain, where Zheng Huilan was overjoyed to see her son safe and sound. After spending 2 days with Zheng Huilan, Yi Ning visited Hongye. Busy as ever, Hongye had begun mass-producing the revitalizing pill, which had garnered widespread acclaim. Even in a small place like Yun City, the sales were considerable. Hongye was now planning to promote the revitalizing pill across the national market. Yi Ning felt quite satisfied with this rapid progress. Subsequently, he made another visit to the Huichun Hall. Ninggu, where have you been these past few days? I've been looking for you everywhere. Upon entering, Wang and I greeted Yi Ning with surprise, her joy akin to that of a chirping sparrow. Yi Ning chuckled, ruffling Wang Ni's hair. I was just out handling some matters, you see. My phone fell in the water, so I had to get a new one. Here's my new number, as he spoke. Yi Ning provided Wang and I with his new contact information. Wang and I was the first to receive Yi Ning's new phone number, and she proudly flaunted it to Xiaolan and Wang Ying. Yi Ning could only shake his head in amusement. Yi Ning, where have you been the past few days? Wang Hu approached Yi Ning and delivered a heavy punch to his chest, inquiring in a deep voice. How about going out for a stroll and experiencing the world? Yi Ning chuckled softly and replied vaguely. Wang Hu shook his head in exasperation, stating, Yi Ning, it's better to be grounded in reality. You're still young, having opened such a large clinic. Even if you're earning quite a bit, you should save some money at your age. It's time you considered finding a wife and settling down. Yi Ning opened his mouth in astonishment. After all, he was only 24. Yet, reflecting on Wang Hu, who was of the same age but had already been divorced once, Yi Ning chose to remain silent, recognizing the insurmountable gap in their perspectives. What is the matter? Am I wrong? Just look at those classmates from back in the day. Some of them have children old enough to run errands. Wang Hu said with a goofy grin that Yi Ning could only respond with silence, saying, Fine, you find someone first, and then come to persuade me. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Wang Hu awkwardly scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. Yi Ning was taken aback. Could it be that Wang Hu had found true love again? His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Xiao Lan and Wang and I. Xiao Lan stifled a laugh, remaining silent, while Wang and I rolled her eyes and said exasperatedly, Ninggu, my brother really has found a girlfriend, and she is on her way here. Yi Ning was dumbfounded, gazing at the blushing, goofy Wang Hu with incredulity. All right, Yi Ning shook his head, knowing Wang Hu well, honest and straightforward. Without grand aspirations, only dreaming of a warm family with a wife and children. Now that he had found a girlfriend, it seemed he had finally gotten his wish. Thus, Yi Ning said, Wang Hu, if this girlfriend of yours works out, I promise to give you a grand gift. Why be so polite among brothers? Wang Hu frowned and grunted in displeasure. Yi Ning smiled lightly and replied, All right, let us close the clinic for the day. I'll treat you all to a day of fun and indulgence. During this period, Yi Ning had been somewhat detached, and the smooth operation of the clinic relied heavily on Wang Hu and the others. He had returned with the intention of treating them well. Wang and I immediately cheered, and both Xiao Lan and Wang Ying displayed expressions of surprise and delight. What joyous occasion warranted such excitement? At that moment, the door of the clinic swung open, and a girl dressed in a polo shirt and jeans walked in. Her makeup was light yet evidently applied with care, and her casual attire exuded a playful charm, complemented by a gentle smile that evoked no ill feelings. However, a conspicuous rose tattoo on her right hand was somewhat jarring. The girl directed her question at Wang and I, who immediately grinned and exclaimed, Li Jie, of course there is good news. A major event. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled and turned her gaze to Wang Hu. Wang Hu grinned and said, Li, my brother is back today, and we plan to close the clinic for the day to have some fun. You should join us. However, Li frowned slightly, expressing her discontent. Wang Hu, how much revenue does the clinic generate in a day? With the business at Hui Chun Tang thriving, how can we just shut down? Upon hearing Li Li's words, Wang Ni and Xiao Lan were taken aback. Just as Wang Hu was about to explain further, Li Li continued, "It's fine that your brother is back and you want to celebrate. But you and Xiao and I go out and have fun. Xiao Lan and I will keep an eye on things, and Xiaoan can continue to oversee the clinic that Li had taken it upon herself to issue commands and make arrangements." Concluding with a serious counsel to Wang Hu, "Wang Hu, life must go on, that if you want to catch up with friends, just go ahead. Leave this to me." Chapter 258. In a state of intoxication, what's wrong? Go ahead without worry. We three can manage just fine. Li cast a puzzled glance at the stunned Wang Ying and the others, sensing an unusual shift in the atmosphere, and her gaze finally landed on Yi Ning, whose expression was inscrutable. Yi Ning smiled faintly. Noticing the anxious look on Wang Hu's face, he nodded slightly and said, it's all right. Come on, Huzi, it's been a while since we've seen each other. Let us go out and have a good time." "All right." Wang Hu's demeanor relaxed, shedding his earlier tension. Meanwhile, Wang and I rolled her eyes at Li Li and offered a fake smile before following Yi Ning and Wang Hu out the door. "Xiao and I, what do you want to eat today? Speak up. I'll treat." As the three stepped outside, Wang Hu was eager to explain, but Yi Ning turned his attention to Wang and I, cheerfully asking, "Seafood? Let us go to Bei Lai Shun." Wang and I exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Yi Ning affectionately tousled her short hair, and then led the two to his Land Rover as they drove straight towards Bei Lai Shun. Wang Hu fidgeted, struggling to find the right words, while Yi Ning consistently refrained from giving him the opportunity to speak. It wasn't until they arrived at Bei Lai Shun and entered a private room that Yi Ning finally glanced at Wang Hu. "All right, Wang Hu, now it's your chance to speak." Wang Hu then began to explain that it turned out that he had known Li Li for about a week. She was a nurse at the city hospital, and they had met through a nearby WeChat group. Their relationship had progressed smoothly, and before long, Li Li had joined Hui Chun Tang. Wang Hu felt somewhat guilty towards Yi Ning, as Li Li had mistakenly believed that Wang Hu was the owner of the clinic, thinking that the entire establishment belonged to him. Wang Hu had not clarified this misunderstanding, while Yi Ning listened calmly to Wang Hu's explanation. Despite maintaining a serene expression, the atmosphere at the table felt somewhat oppressive. "Do you like her? Do you truly have feelings for her?" Yi Ning looked intently at Wang Hu and, after a long hesitation, finally asked. Wang Hu nodded vigorously, affirming, "Brother, I genuinely feel like I've found true love this time. I know we've only known each other for a week, and things may be moving a bit quickly, but we really click. She is sincere with me. It feels wonderful, observing his good friend's nervousness." Yi Ning felt a twinge of discomfort that if Li Li truly was a good woman, what was a clinic worth? If it came down to it, he could easily hand over Hui Chun Tang as a wedding gift. However, upon first glance, Yi Ning had already sensed that this woman was not trustworthy. She seemed to be after Wang Hu's status as the clinic's owner and the establishment itself. Firstly, while Yi Ning was indeed a hands-off manager, the last time he had seen Wang Hu was merely half a month ago, at which point he had not noticed any signs of this woman. This meant that Wang Hu had known her for no more than half a month, and within that short time, she had seemingly positioned herself as the mistress of the establishment. Her intentions were glaringly obvious. Furthermore, after hearing Wang Hu's account, Yi Ning couldn't help but scoff internally that a nurse at the city hospital, a nurse with a tattoo on her hand, no less. Such tales could only fool a child of 3. It was likely that upon learning of Wang Hu's identity, she had concocted this profession to further deepen their relationship and leave a favorable impression on him. Though Yi Ning had not had countless romantic encounters, he could easily tell that Li Li possessed ulterior motives. Yet such small schemes were far inferior to Xiaolan's. Only someone as naive as Wang Hu could fall for them. However, sometimes people simply cannot accept the truth. Much like Wang Hu in this moment, Yi Ning, what's wrong with you? My buddy is serious this time. Wang Hu looked at Yi Ning, uncertain. As a good friend, shouldn't you be wishing me well? Meanwhile, Wang and I continued to fiddle with the napkin in her hands, her large eyes darting between Wang Hu and Yi Ning, pouting in silence. "Haha, brother." Yi Ning laughed heartily, playfully punching Wang Hu's shoulder. "What is the matter? Why the lack of confidence? What are we to each other? We're brothers. It's just a small misunderstanding. Even if Li Li is only interested in Hui Chun Tang, I could just hand it over to you as a wedding gift. What is the big deal? This indecisiveness, I tea like you go, bring over a few bottles of good wine. Let us have a drink." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Wang Hu finally shifted from worry to joy and dashed off to fetch the wine. "Ninggu, are you really planning to give Hui Chun Tang to my brother? That's your hard-earned achievement. And look at how smitten he is." Wang and I remarked, her gaze fixed on Wang Hu as he walked away, before she quietly asked Yi Ning, only to be interrupted by a chuckle from Yi Ning. "Oh, come on. Why aren't you getting the food?" Wang and I then stuck out her tongue and hurried off to fetch the food, ata meal. Wang Hu continuously raised his glass and toasts, his face beaming with joy and his words filled with brotherly affection. Yet, Yi Ning understood that his dear friend still harbored unspoken concerns that it was perplexing how a mere misunderstanding could cause such agitation and unease within him. In truth, Wang Hu shared Yi Ning's sentiments but chose to evade confronting them. Observing Wang Hu, who was now thoroughly intoxicated yet still eager to toast, Yi Ning could only sigh internally, since his good friend had made his choice. All he could do was offer support for the future. It could be left to unfold in its own time. With this thought, Yi Ning felt a sense of relief that he had initially intended to enjoy a leisurely outing with a few friends. But due to recent events, he found himself assisting the inebriated Wang Hu out of Bei Lai Shun during lunchtime, thereby canceling their afternoon plans altogether. Outside the Hui Chun Tang, Grandpa's son returned from a stroll, a thermos in one hand and a pipe in the other, cheerfully making his way to the entrance. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find that the person seated at the counter was not Wang Hu. "Grandpa, Sister Li Li is Brother Hu's girlfriend. Today, Brother Hu has some matters to attend to, and she is filling in for him. You must be here for medicine, right? I'll fetch it for you right away," Wang Ying explained, noticing Grandpa's son's momentary confusion. Grandpa's son nodded, casting a few scrutinizing glances at Li Li before waiting patiently. In Chapter 259, Wang Ying personally retrieved the medicine for Grandpa's son and handed it to him. Before he left, he glanced once more at Li Li's side and asked Wang Ying, "Young lady, where is Dr. Yi? I haven't seen him around for quite some time. When is Xiao Yi coming back? Grandpa, are you dissatisfied with my skills?" Wang Ying's face immediately reflected anxiety as she cautiously inquired, "Is there something wrong with the prescription you took?" "Not at all." Grandpa's son shook his head, casting a cold glance at Li Li before turning to leave. Li Li, displeased by this, pouted and then turned to Xiaolan, asking Xiaolan, "Who exactly is this Dr. Yi?" "Dr. Yi?" Xiaolan, eager to respond, quickly interrupted, smiling at Li Li. Dr. Yi was the resident physician at Hui Chun Tang before, and he is also Wang Ying's mentor. As she spoke, she mischievously winked at Wang Ying. Wang Ying nodded earnestly, saying, "Indeed, Ninggu is my mentor. He has taught me a great deal about traditional Chinese medicine." "Ninggu, Dr. Yi. You mean Yi Ning, right? Is he the same man who just went out drinking with Wang Hu?" Li Li furrowed her brows and asked at UM. "Yes," Xiaolan, realizing the secret could no longer be concealed, reluctantly confirmed. "All right, I see that Li feigned indifference, slightly nodding, then scoffed softly, shaking her head. "Even if he once worked for Wang Hu, it doesn't give him the right to act so superior. Today is a work day. And you all seem so excited, going out to play and closing shop. How outrageous." As Li Li's irritation intensified, she had already positioned herself as the proprietress of Hui Chun Tang in her mind. Grandpa's son's attitude earlier had clearly displeased her. She had been there numerous times, but when Wang Hu was present, she merely assisted as a waitress, thus feeling little impact. However, sitting at the counter today was an entirely different experience. Both her mindset and her position had subtly shifted. "Enough. You all can attend to your business. We will discuss this when they return, Lily remarked with a cold laugh at that moment. Yi Ning's Land Rover pulled up at the entrance of Hui Chuntang. Wang and I was driving, and as the door opened, Yi Ning helped the thoroughly intoxicated Wang, who out of the vehicle at this point. Wang, who was completely out of it, although Yi Ning had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol. His training allowed him to remain entirely lucid as he assisted Wang Hu into Hui Chuntang. Lily frowned and spoke with a hint of disdain. How could you let him drink to such a state? Are you neglecting your duties at the clinic? Yi Ning, taken aback by Li's unfriendly demeanor, looked at her quizzically. What are you staring at? Are you upset because I spoke a few words to you? Li, undeterred, glanced at Wang and I, who was nervously standing by, and commanded, Wang and I, help your brother inside to rest. You all can get back to your work. Dr. Yi, I am aware that you were once the resident physician at Hui Chuntang and contributed to it as well. Lily glared at Yi Ning, her irritation palpable as she continued. However, I do not care where you work now. I will not interfere in your relationship with Wang Hu, but I hope you do not disrupt his career and life. The inebriated Wang, who was being assisted into the clinic's rest area by Wang In Li's words rendered the entire Hui Chuntang silent. Xiaolon pulled over a small stool, sat beside Wang Ying, and pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, her wide eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Li, the gold digger, had been transparent to Xiaolon for quite some time. She could see right through her. Wang Hu, in his foolish innocence, fancied he had found true love, but Xiaolon chose not to expose the truth. Yet now this gold digger dared to put on airs in front of Yi Ning? Yi Ning was the true owner of Hui Chuntang. It seemed not only was he affecting Wang Hu's career and life, but perhaps his romantic affairs as well. Why Yi Ning blinked, observing Li, who resembled a feisty rooster, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. How audacious this woman was! However, considering her ability to brazenly strut into Hui Chuntang and command Wang and I and Xiaolon, it was not surprising that she would speak to Yi Ning in such a manner. You should know, Li sneered, I do not wish to meddle in your relationship with Wang Hu, but I hope you will maintain some distance from him. Do you realize the losses that would result if Hui Chuntang were to close today? Can you, a mere doctor, afford such losses? Yi Ning continued to regard Li, his desire to slap her suppressed as he recalled Wang Hu's earlier joyful yet tearful demeanor while drinking. Ultimately, he merely nodded slightly, sighing internally for the sake of brotherhood. I will endure. In the future, I will keep my distance from Wang Hu and ensure I do not disrupt the business of Hui Chuntang. Ha, you'd best be sensible, Li coldly chuckled, looking down at Yi Ning with a disdainful glare. From now on, unless there are work-related matters, I hope you refrain from seeking out our Wang Hu for free meals and brotherly camaraderie. People must know their place. Fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp, and turtles belong with turtles. Our Wang Hu is now the boss. You were merely an employee who worked for him. Most likely, it was due to your relationship that Wang Hu even extended such courtesy to you. What do you think you are? In truth, when Yi Ning decided to endure Li's provocations, he had resolved to leave. However, seeing her continue to prattle on with her petty, materialistic demeanor, he chose to remain, lighting a cigarette and pulling up a chair to sit down. What are you sitting there for? Are you waiting for dinner? Li sneered sarcastically why Yi Ning took a leisurely drag from his cigarette, calmly responding, Has Wang Hu seen your face like this? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to threaten me? Li was taken aback, but her expression quickly shifted to a mocking smile. You are mistaken. Yi Ning gently shook his head, speaking with tranquility that I have no intention of threatening you. I merely wish to convey a fact. You are unworthy of Wang Hu. Did I advise you to be cautious? Be cautious? Li laughed as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke, shaking her head repeatedly. What do you think you are? In Chapter 260, long pain is not as good as short pain. Yi Ning extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray before directly picking up his phone. I'll show you what I am. He took a picture of Li and sent it via WeChat to Hong Yi, followed by a voice call. Why Yi Ning? What can I do for you? What is the meaning of the photo you sent me of that girl? Hong Yi's voice came through as the call connected. It has nothing much. That girl has been getting close to my brother recently. Please dig up all her background information and send me everything you find within half an hour. Dawai Ning concluded and hung up the phone. Li, witnessing this, finally panicked. Her face turned ashen. Dawai Ning, you and Wang Hu are good brothers. Wang Hu has such affection for me. Our love is genuine, that we can discuss anything. Can't we? Li's tone softened. In truth, she was entirely unaware of whom Yi Ning had just called. However, she had her own share of secrets, having deceived Wang Hu in numerous ways, that if Yi Ning had indeed contacted a private investigator to look into her, she would be unable to withstand the scrutiny. Yi Ning chuckled, realizing he had underestimated Li. Initially, he thought her to be merely a bit opportunistic, perhaps seeking a simple life with an honest man. But now it was evident that she was far from innocent. If she had truly been sincere with Wang Hu from the start, she would not be so anxious. Nevertheless, regardless of how Li attempted to soften or harden her approach, Yi Ning showed no intention of engaging further. Merely 10 minutes later, Hong Ye's figure appeared at the Huichun Hall, her hair elegantly styled, clad in a sharp professional outfit, placing a document before Yi Ning. Upon noticing Li, who sat across from Yi Ning with a troubled expression, Hong Ye's demeanor shifted to one of amusement. So this is the young lady who has been courting your brother? How awkward for her. Hong Yi smiled playfully. Dawai Yi Ning nodded, lightly tapping the folder in front of him, casting a detached glance at Li as he remarked, Wang Hu is my brother, and I have no desire to interfere in his romantic affairs. However, I believe he deserves the right to be informed. No one should conceal, deceive, or manipulate him under the guise of love. Once he awakens, let him peruse this document, and I trust he will make the right decision. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ning continued, Additionally, I must inform you that Huichun Hall is mine, not Wang Hu's. I am aware that your interest in him is tied to his role as the owner of this medical establishment. At this point, Li was rendered speechless, staring at Yi Ning in disbelief. Yi Ning dismissed her astonishment and continued, If after reviewing this document he still chooses to be with you, I shall not stand in his way. I would be willing to hand over this clinic to him, allowing him to become the true proprietor of Huichun Hall. Upon finishing his statement, Yi Ning snapped his fingers and, addressing Xiao Lan and Wang Ying with a smile, declared, Let's go. It's time for a break. I'll treat you to dinner. Aren't you inviting Brother Hu? Wang Ying finally mustered the courage to ask, her expression naive. He won't wake until tomorrow morning. Let us skip to the second act. Yi Ning grinned, and Wang Yin and Xiao Lan erupted into cheers, hardly glancing at Li. Xiao Lan immediately tugged Wang Ying towards the changing room to prepare for their outing. Li sat in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning, finally realizing she was the fool in this scenario. Why did you just admit to a mistake? Was it merely to humiliate me? At last, Li, eyeing Yi Ning as he prepared to leave Huichun Hall, coldly inquired, You overestimate yourself. I simply wish to spare my brother from heartbreak, Yi Ning replied calmly. However, I've come to a conclusion. It is better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. What? Are you not leaving? Do you intend to stay for dinner? Li's expression fluctuated, but ultimately, she exited Huichun Hall. Yi Ning promptly locked the door behind them, and along with Wang Yin and the other two women, prepared to depart. Hong Yi followed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she finally spoke. Xiao Yi, you haven't introduced me to these lovely ladies yet. With Li's departure, the atmosphere among the women became tense. Upon hearing Hong Ye's words, Wang Ni's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility as she stepped forward to wrap her arm around Yi Ning's, in a sweetly innocent tone asking, Yes, Ningge. You still haven't introduced us. Who is this Annie? Yi Ning clearly noticed Hong Ye's eyelids twitch slightly. Ahem. Yi Ning quickly cleared his throat, his expression darkening as he turned to Wang Yin and stated sternly, You should call her big sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law? The three women exclaimed in unison, including Wang Ying. Only then did a triumphant smile grace Hong Ye's lips as she raised her chin defiantly toward the trio. Eventually, under Yi Ning's stern gaze, the three women reluctantly acquiesced and called her big sister-in-law. Hong Yi nodded in satisfaction, stepping closer to adjust Yi Ning's collar, smiling sweetly. "Darling, I'll be waiting for you at home tonight. Come back early." "Ahem. All right." Yi Ning chuckled awkwardly, and Hong Yi walked away with a graceful air, clearly pleased that Yi Ning had publicly acknowledged her status to AS for her later display of dominance. It was merely a gesture, allowing Yi Ning to maintain some space with the other three women. Once Hong Yi departed, Yi Ning finally sighed in relief, turning to Wang and the others. "Wang and you drive. Let us head to the eastern suburbs for a look." "The eastern suburbs? What is so interesting there?" Wang and replied with a sulky expression, her gaze towards Yi Ning carrying an edge of discontent, to why Yi Ning was taken aback, instinctively asking, "If not the eastern suburbs, where would you prefer to go?" "Do I even need to ask? Of course, we're channeling our anger into strength." "Shopping. We're going shopping." Wang and I's face lit up with a fierce determination that, despite its intensity, appeared irresistibly charming. Xiao Lan's eyes brightened as she chimed in. "Then let us go to Women's Street." "Ninggu, you promised to accompany us shopping today. You can't go back on your word." "Very well. Let us go." Wang and agreed, flooring the gas pedal as they sped off in the Land Rover. The vehicle raced to Women's Street, surrounded by an array of stores selling shoes, bags, clothing, and beauty products, all catering to women. Half an hour later, Yi Ning found himself laden with bags, trailing behind the three women like a beleaguered pack animal, his expression one of resigned despair, as though he were a walking suitcase. Chapter 261. We are done. The trio shopped until 8 in the evening before finally settling down for a meal. After dining, they planned to catch a movie, remaining busy until the stroke of midnight. Yi Ning had intended to visit the eastern suburbs to check on the progress of the project at Yushui Rinjia and discuss the 4 shops he had promised Rinshumi. The feng shui issues at Yushui Rinjia had been resolved, and it was now considered a prime location. With Yi Ning's keen oversight, the 4 stores would undoubtedly thrive, bringing in prosperous business. Initially, Yi Ning had suggested this to Zheng Huilan as a means to occupy her time. Now, as he prepared to depart, he wished to take the 3 women for a brief tour and meet Rin Shuming to finalize the arrangements for the 4 stores. However, he had not anticipated this unexpected incident. Yet, Yi Ning was not overly concerned. There was no rush that he could inform Hong Yi upon his return, entrusting her with the arrangements just the same. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ning chose not to return to Hong Ye's vintage villa, but instead headed to his family's old residence. A place filled with countless memories. At the stroke of midnight, back at Huichun Hall, Wang Hu stirred from his slumber, rubbing his heavy head and calling out. Only to be met with silence, he winced at the dull ache in his head. Feeling parched and rose to find some water. Entering the main hall, he flipped the light switch and approached the water dispenser, downing a cup of water in one go. His gaze fell upon a manila envelope resting on the coffee table. Wang Hu paused, moving to sit on the sofa, casually picking up the document. Upon reading it, he froze in shock. Half an hour later, he slowly set the document down, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He reached for a cigarette, only to find the pack empty, so he grabbed his phone and stepped outside Huichun Hall. Just as he exited, he spotted a figure waiting at the entrance. Wang Hu exclaimed in surprise, looking at Li, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Come in, come in." A flicker of joy crossed his face as he ushered Li into Huichun Hall. I've been waiting for you all night." Li looked up at Wang Hu with tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling. Wang Hu was taken aback, instinctively asking, "What is wrong? You seem different today." Seeing Wang Hu's reaction, Li finally confessed, "I'm sorry, Wang Hu, I lied to you." Wang Hu fell silent, realizing that Li had already learned about the documents on the coffee table. "In truth, I already knew." After a long silence, Wang Hu sighed, shaking his head slightly, and said with a wry smile, "I'm not naive. I see everything clearly. But since I chose you, I never intended to dwell on your past." "Wang Hu, thank you. Thank you. Li burst into tears, throwing her arms around Wang Hu. Wang Hu sighed, a smile breaking through his expression as they entered Huichun Hall together. The documents on the coffee table seemed glaringly out of place. Noticing Li's discomfort, Wang Hu picked up the documents and tossed them into the nearby trash bin. All right, Li, you needn't worry about these, as long as you say you love me and care for me. I won't hold any of this against you, Wang Hu declared resolutely. MHM. Li nodded shyly, lowering her head in embarrassment. In addition, there is actually one more matter I wish to clarify with you. Wang Hu's face bore a hint of trepidation, as if he were grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. It must be about the Huichun Hall. Li slightly lowered her head, yet a subtle smile graced her lips as she spoke. I'm already aware of everything. You know everything? Wang Hu was taken aback. Yes, Li nodded, saying, Yi Ning has informed me. He is the true owner of Huichun Hall, not you. You are merely his brother, working under him. Wang Hu found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at Li, who, despite knowing of his destitution, still chose to wait for him at the door late into the night. That moment, he felt a flicker of affection. Yet Li suddenly laughed and added, However, Yi Ning mentioned to me that if the two of us were to become a couple, he would not mind transferring ownership of Huichun Hall to you, allowing you to become the proprietor here. Wang Hu was momentarily stunned, looking at Li, who spoke gently and with her head slightly bowed. He queried, Li, if I am not the owner of Huichun Hall, if I am merely a shopkeeper, if I am utterly destitute, would you still hold any affection for me? Silly, of course I would, Li replied with a smile. Only then did Wang Hu feel a sense of relief. However, Li quickly continued, In fact, Yi Ning spoke to me at length today. He said you are his best brother. The documents you just saw were left here by him. He mentioned that you have the right to be informed. If, after reviewing the documents, you still wish to choose me, he will transfer the ownership of Huichun Hall to your name tomorrow. Enough, Wang Hu interrupted Li, speaking earnestly. Xiao Li, Yi Ning is indeed my best brother, and I understand his intentions, but there are certain matters he can discuss that I cannot accept. I do not like to owe too much to others, and besides, I already owe Yi Ning quite a bit. Li finally raised her head, staring in astonishment at the serious expression on Wang Hu's face. She forced a smile and said, Wang Hu, this is also your brother's goodwill. Furthermore, if you continue to work like this, forget about big cities. Even here in Yuncheng, it may take us ages to have our own home and live a good life. So, Wang Hu frowned, scrutinizing Li, as his gaze grew stern. Li sensed the change in his demeanor. Her eyes flickered a few times before she finally lost her patience and directly laid her cards on the table. So, Wang Hu, even if you do not like me, we must pretend to be in a relationship. Let us secure this establishment first. I've calculated it. Although Huichun Hall is not in a prime location, situated in the old street, such a substantial storefront could easily fetch around $1 million if sold. Isn't that far better than working for someone else? I understand. Wang Hu nodded, his expression turning completely cold. We are finished. Wang Hu, are you truly content to remain a mere laborer for the rest of your life? Li could no longer contain herself. She could not comprehend why he would reject such a golden opportunity, especially when she could easily cooperate with him in feigning a relationship, as long as Huichun Hall was in their hands. Dividing the profits later would surely be beneficial. However, Wang Hu's resolute attitude left her utterly bewildered. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she exclaimed, I understand now. Wang Hu, you are merely trying to keep it all for yourself. It must be so. It must be so. Li gazed at Wang Hu in shock, as if seeing a heartless traitor. Her eyes fixed on him, she gritted her teeth and declared, Wang Hu, I see through you now. You are nothing but a treacherous scoundrel. Chapter 262. Departure. Wang Hu remained silent throughout, quietly observing Li's emotional outburst. Once she had vented her frustrations, he finally spoke. Enough. Li, let us leave things as they are. Please exit. As he said this, he stood up, walked to the door, pointed outside, and stared at Li with an expression devoid of emotion, as if she were a stranger. Ultimately, Li left. Just as Yi Ning had suggested, she was not the type of girl to lack intelligence. Though she came from humble beginnings, her years of navigating society had honed her discernment and shrewdness. She was acutely aware that she could not provoke Yi Ning, so she sought a breakthrough through Wang Hu, especially after Yi Ning had made his solemn promise. However, Wang Hu's unwavering stance made it abundantly clear that there was no hope left for her, and she realized she had no choice but to depart in sorrow. Wang Hu, expressionless, watched as the dejected Li exited Huichun Hall, her figure disappearing around the corner. His face remained unchanged as he walked to the nearby convenience store, purchased a pack of cigarettes, and stood by the street, silently smoking one before returning to Huichun Hall, lying on his back and falling into a deep slumber. This matter seemed to conclude without further incident. Wang Hu later never mentioned it again, and there was no trace of sorrow on his face that Yi Ning, too, tacitly refrained from inquiring, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, the following day, Yi Ning called Wang and I aside. This was Wang Ni's first time being summoned alone by Yi Ning, and she initially thought it was a date, feeling quite excited. Instead, Yi Ning took her directly to the property notarization office, transferring the ownership of Huichun Hall to Wang Ni's name, that he even casually purchased the old skating rink from the landlord, thus saving on rent. Rather than feeling elated, Wang Ni's expression darkened. She finally sensed that something was amiss. In an instant, she seemed to have a moment of clarity, realizing everything that it felt as if, from yesterday onward, Yi Ning had begun to change. This sensation was akin to as if he were arranging matters for the future. Ningguo, what is wrong with you? Please speak honestly. Have you contracted some grave illness? Tell me. Wang and I, somewhat panicked, grasped Yi Ning's hand and spoke anxiously. I do not want Huichun Hall. Let us go to the hospital and get you treated properly. You must not give up on your recovery. Yi Ning shot her a disgruntled glance. What could possibly be wrong with me? I merely need to take a trip soon, so I am making some arrangements in advance. Wang Ni's wide eyes remained fixed on Yi Ning, still wearing an expression of disbelief, that Yi Ning chose not to elaborate further. In truth, he had already decided to head to Kunlun and join them. The reason was straightforward. After all, Yang Jing had demonstrated sufficient sincerity, and he wished to traverse the path his father had taken while uncovering more secrets from the past. Previously, Yi Ning had not fully believed Yang Jing's words. However, ever since Yang Jing had personally eliminated Fang Tianxin in front of him, he began to waver. Perhaps individuals of Fang Tianxin's caliber truly lacked the right to know so much. Thus, he yearned for more knowledge. Nevertheless, until the end, Wang Xiao and I remained unconvinced by Yi Ning's claims of being fine, but Yi Ning did not continue to explain. After completing everything, Yi Ning intended to head to Kunlun that he had already instructed Li Haizi to investigate thoroughly. The nearest Kunlun branch to Yuncheng was established in I-City. In truth, Yi Ning regretted not directly accepting Yang Jing's offer earlier, or at least obtaining Yang Jing's contact information. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a passive situation now. However, when he arrived at the airport, coincidentally, he ran into Zhou Donglai and his companions, who were also heading to I-City, apart from Zhou Donglai. The other two were dragging along a large suitcase, while Zhou Donglai walked with an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his head, sauntering leisurely. Yi Ning chuckled and hurried over. Donglai. Zhou Donglai was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. Dr. Yi, what brings you here? The other two wore expressions of evident wariness upon seeing Yi Ning. It was clear that Fang Tianxin had recently died beside Yi Ning, and in their minds, this matter could not possibly have been orchestrated by Yang Jing. The only alternative was that Yi Ning had acted, although Yang Jing had previously explained the situation to them. In their hearts, Yang Jing had always been an unreliable figure, thus his credibility was understandably low. Haha, as they say, listen to advice and feast well, that I was just about to head to Kunlun and try my luck. Yi Ning grinned, not intending to conceal anything, and then casually remarked, "By the way, that Yang Jing I encountered a few days ago seems to hold a prominent position in Kunlun." "Indeed." Zhou Donglai nodded in agreement, stating, "He is still our master, and while I cannot discern what makes him so special, there are rumors that he may be the son of a certain behind-the-scenes bigwig in Kunlun." Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Donglai's response, feeling somewhat surprised. However, Zhou Donglai quickly threw an arm around his shoulders, especially considering they would soon be working together, and he laughed even more heartily. Yi Ning then asked Zhou Donglai for Yang Jing's phone number and promptly dialed it. "Who is this?" A relaxed voice emerged from the phone, accompanied by some background noise, interspersed with the sounds of chirping birds and occasional laughter. As if he were at a park practicing martial arts with elderly gentlemen nearby. "It's me." Yi Ning spoke directly. "Oh?" Upon hearing Yi Ning's voice, Yang Jing immediately became animated. "Ha, little Yi. I knew you would come to your senses. What's up? Planning to turn over a new leaf, are we?" Yi Ning frowned slightly and, after a moment of silence, replied, "I suppose so." Good. Come to Kyoto right away. I am here dealing with something significant. Just waiting for you." Yang Jing chuckled. "Kyoto, number 2 Beta Road. I'll be waiting for you." After finishing his words, Yang Jing abruptly hung up the phone, with an odd expression. Yi Ning shook his head at his phone and promptly changed his flight to Kyoto, catching the same plane as Zhou Donglai and the others. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at Hui Park, after Yang Jing cheerfully ended the call, an irritable voice soon followed. "Young man, to be diligent is virtuous, but why rise at dawn and sleep at dusk? The most unbeneficial is to bask in the sun for 1 day only to freeze for 10. An elderly man, sporting an Adidas label on his forehead, shot Yang Jing a sideways glance and spoke in a deep voice. All right, I'm coming. Yang Jing hurriedly responded with a grin, then rushed to the old man's side and began to practice Tai Chi with him. Mimicking his movements to AT number 2 Beta Road in Kyoto, Yi Ning had inquired at length before finally arriving, with no one knowing what number 2 Beta Road referred to. Fortunately, Beta Road was not difficult to locate. Upon reaching his destination, Yi Ning was taken aback that it was not hard to find at all. In fact, it was exceedingly easy that number 2 Beta Road turned out to be none other than the illustrious Kyoto University. However, while everyone recognized Kyoto University, very few were aware of number 2 Beta Road, leaving Yi Ning to seriously suspect he had been misled by Yang Jing. Moreover, he had come specifically to join Kunlun. What was he doing at Kyoto University? Could it be that Kunlun had some connection with Kyoto University? Yi Ning shook his head in bewilderment and dialed Yang Jing's number again. Yang Jing simply instructed him to wait at the school gate, assuring him that someone would come to fetch him shortly. Before hanging up, the Yi Ning obediently waited at the north gate of Kyoto University. And before long, a melodious voice called out from behind him, "Excuse me, are you Yi Ning?" "Yes." Yi Ning nodded and turned to see a girl around 24 or 25 years old. She had delicate features, wore no makeup, and was dressed in a beige trench coat, her tall figure radiating a cheerful smile as she looked at him. "Let me introduce myself. I am Chun Jingya, here to pick you up," she said with a sweet smile, slightly nodding at Yi Ning. "Please follow me." At her words, Yi Ning followed Chun Jingya into Kyoto University. Eventually, they arrived at an independent experimental building behind a comprehensive building. Chun Jingya walked straight in. Yi Ning took note of the building's design, particularly the black statue of a figure standing in front of the experimental building. The inscription below commemorated a man named Shi Yin, a modern scientist long enshrined in textbooks of the Dragon Kingdom. Known for his significant contributions to academia, that he was also an esteemed alumnus of Kyoto University. The path was tranquil, imbued with the unique serenity of the campus. And there were not many people inside the experimental building, all of whom seemed to be hurrying along. Among them, Yi Ning caught a glimpse of several young men and women who appeared to be students, gathered together, whispering excitedly. Finally, Chun Jingya brought Yi Ning to the top floor of the experimental building, where 2 groups of people stood. In the main hall. Point 1 group was led by Yang Jing, who stood with 5 others, including Zhou Donglai and two unfamiliar faces. A burly man resembling a towering iron statue, and a woman dressed in a black trench coat, both emanating an aura of strength and a cold demeanor. Clearly unimpressed by the students before them. Across from them stood a throng of Kyoto University students, approximately 30 to 50 in number, all whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with excitement and curiosity as they gazed at Yang Jing and his group. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Ning felt a bit bewildered, unsure of the situation. Why Yi Ning? I have brought you back, Qin Jingya said softly to Yang Jing. Yang Jing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. And upon seeing Yi Ning, he immediately beamed. Haha, Yi Ning, I knew you would come, Yang Jing exclaimed as he rushed forward, intending to embrace Yi Ning, who quickly raised a hand to block him, saying to him, perhaps you should explain what exactly is going on here. He, Yang Jing, unfazed, chuckled and began to elucidate the situation. According to Yang Jing, this entire scene was initiated by Yi Ning himself, stemming from a speech he had given at a medical exchange meeting that caught the attention of Kunlun's higher-ups. It was Yi Ning's remark about the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, attributing it to various so-called prominent families valuing their own legacies, that had sparked a revelation in one of Kunlun's senior members. The individuals behind Yang Jing were all warriors from Kunlun's front lines, sent to serve as instructors for the students at Kyoto University or to select a few disciples. Among them, Zhou Donglai and two others were noted for their skills. While the other two, a man proficient in Bajiquan and a woman trained in Bagwazang, had received permission from their respective clans to pass on their family traditions to AS for Zhou Donglai, while not lacking in ability. His skills were primarily imparted by the previous team leader, thus not requiring much caution. After all, this was a directive from Kunlun's higher-ups, and as a Kunlun warrior, the team leader dared not voice any objections. Thus, the group had come to teach and recruit disciples. However, apart from Zhou Donglai, the others seemed rather dissatisfied with the arrangement, their expressions stern as they barely glanced at the group of sheltered students. Meanwhile, as Yang Jing enthusiastically welcomed Yi Ning, he quickly became the center of attention, drawing glances from several young women. The other instructors, though imposing figures, were met with indifference from the students, while Yi Ning, being warmly welcomed by Yang Jing, appeared much more approachable, a few years older, with a scholarly demeanor that captivated the attention of several young ladies, who were already casting flirtatious glances his way. Yi Ning found this amusing. What should have been a serious matter now felt somewhat trivial, especially since for each student taken as a disciple, it could signify the beginning of a new life, an entry into a harsher, more brutal world. Yet the student seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. All right, Yi Ning, since you're here, you may choose first. Select 6 individuals for the team, and ultimately, 3 will remain while 3 will be eliminated, Yang Jing cheerfully stated. The burly man nearby frowned at this, his voice booming with displeasure. Why does he choose first? Is he a favored one? His tone dripped with dissatisfaction as he fixed Yi Ning with an intense glare. To Yi Ning's surprise, Yang Jing, usually unflinching even in the face of formidable opponents, appeared somewhat awkward in light of the man's aggressive demeanor, even turning to Yi Ning with a tone that suggested compromise. Shall we go along with the host's wishes? Dr. Yi, please don't take offense. Yang Jing's expression shifted, regarding Yi Ning with a hint of vulnerability that why Yi Ning was taken aback. The man was merely at the master level. So why was Yang Jing acting so timidly? Fine, you may go ahead and choose first, he conceded. With Yang Jing stepping back, Yi Ning had no intention of asserting himself either, especially since he hadn't anticipated facing such a scenario, recruiting disciples, upon arriving at Kunlun. Although he already had one disciple, Chen Shui, he remained hesitant about taking on more as Yi Ning adopted a passive stance. The few girls who had previously looked his way now diverted their gazes. He, the burly man, scoffed, making no effort to hide his impatience as he stepped forward and immediately pointed out several young individuals with some martial arts background. After selecting his disciples, he wasted no time and led them aside. Subsequently, the remaining individuals began to choose their disciples in turn. Observing a group of exceptionally talented individuals eagerly awaiting selection by a few masters to become their disciples, Yi Ning found himself in a rather bemused state. Dr. Yi, this is merely a trial phase, he remarked, to identify these elite youths, impart skills to them, and equip them with some degree of combat capability that in a few years, once they graduate, we hope they can stand on their own. Yang Jing, standing beside Yi Ning, chuckled as he explained, these masters have previously showcased their skills to the students, which is why they are so enthusiastic. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning nodded thoughtfully and inquired, is it that the warriors from Kunlun are insufficient? Yang Jing laughed lightly and shook his head, saying, these students are at an age where they are just beginning their martial training, that if Kunlun were truly short-staffed, we wouldn't be approaching them. What we are doing now is merely a precautionary measure. With that reassurance, Yi Ning felt a weight lift from his heart, as long as these ordinary individuals were not tasked with dangerous missions. He was content. Young brother, since you weren't here earlier, these novices may have underestimated you. How about I lend you a hand and we exchange a few moves? A burly man nearby overheard Yang Jing and Yi Ning's conversation and couldn't help but scoff. Addressing Yi Ning with a dismissive tone, ahem, that won't be necessary to why Yi Ning chuckled awkwardly. He had no desire to engage in a pointless confrontation with such a person, that it wasn't that he feared him, but rather that it held no significance as everyone completed their selections. 5 masters chose a total of 30 students, resulting in a significant reduction of participants in the venue. The remaining students turned their gazes toward Yi Ning. Some displayed clear signs of disappointment. They had witnessed the extraordinary prowess of several teachers, a level of martial power unimaginable to ordinary folk, which had captivated these young aspirants. Now, however, the only opportunity that remained lay with Yi Ning. Disregarding his abilities, many immediately dismissed him based solely on his lackadaisical demeanor. Yet a majority still regarded him with hopeful anticipation. Yi Ning stepped forward, surveying the remaining students, and suddenly turned to Yang Jing behind him, asking him, is 6 a bit excessive? Would 3 suffice? Yang Jing was momentarily taken aback, but did not refuse. Nodding in agreement, Yi Ning then shifted his focus back to the students, quickly discerning their fates using his ability to perceive their destinies. You stepped forward. He pointed at 3 students, a short, bespectacled boy, a tall and slender, quiet youth, and finally a girl of striking stature, with willow-shaped brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding an undeniable charm with every smile. Yi Ning's selection of the 2 boys served merely as a fade. Their unremarkable appearances suggested they would likely lead inconspicuous lives had they not been chosen. However, the girl was the key. Though she appeared ordinary, she was, in fact, a formidable talent, at the pinnacle of her cultivation, merely a step away from becoming a master. With a subtle display of skill, she had cleverly concealed her true prowess, which Yi Ning easily uncovered. These 3 will do. Yi Ning nodded slightly to Yang Jing, indicating his selections were finalized. The remaining students who had not been selected displayed expressions of dejection. The nature of the selection process was inherently arbitrary, leaving them to lament their fate as they departed. Very well. Now that everyone has chosen their disciples, let us officially commence the apprenticeship. Yang Jing smiled faintly, moving aside to retrieve a stack of declaration forms from the front table and presenting them to the young men and women. The forms contained clauses akin to pledges of loyalty, likely similar to what new recruits in Kunlun would sign. Among them, 2 clauses stood out. One was a confidentiality agreement, prohibiting them from disclosing what they learned or any mission secrets to outsiders. And the other was a grim contract akin to a life-and-death pact, ensuring that casualties during missions would be compensated, and if one were to sacrifice their life, their family would receive a substantial sum. Why is there such a morbid clause? If we sign this, does it mean we will be expected to undertake dangerous missions in the future? One student remarked, his face paling as he reviewed the terms. Naturally. Do you think peace comes without a price? Retorted the burly man, glaring at the student. The stability you enjoy now is the result of sacrifices made by others who strive in silence. The man's statement caused several students to blanch. Those poised to sign hesitated, and one who had already affixed his name grasped the declaration tightly, as if ready to tear it apart. "Wait, I need to call my family first." With that, one student expressed his intent to call home, prompting a wave of excuses among the others, all seeking to exit the room under the pretext of making phone calls. "A few words have frightened you so?" The man grumbled, unimpressed that you're all so hesitant over a simple declaration. "How can I expect you to fight in battle?" Enough that a girl standing beside the burly man finally interjected, frowning as she spoke. "Given the gravity of this matter, it is only right to inform our families." "All right, those who wish to make calls may step outside now," she announced. The students, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, rushed out of the hall to make their calls. In the end, only the 3 students Yi Ning had chosen remained, each approaching the burly man to sign the declaration. These 3 were the very students he had identified as possessing some martial skill, likely from families steeped in martial traditions, and thus they were not as indecisive. The man observed them with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Approximately 5 minutes later, the students returned one by one. Their expressions were resolute as they stepped forward to sign the forms, while several others cautiously declined and left. Yang Jing maintained a serene smile, silently observing the proceedings. Ultimately, of the 3 Yi Ning had selected, 2 returned to personally sign the declaration. A tall, fair-skinned youth and the girl. Yi Ning stifled a yawn and inquired, "Have you made your decision?" "Yes," they responded in unison. Yi Ning glanced at the declaration before looking at them again. "Chun Jian Dongsi, very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciples." The 2 beamed with excitement, nodding vigorously. Eventually, of the originally selected 6 disciples, only the 4 with the highest combat potential remained behind the burly man, while the others had only 2 or 3 disciples left. "All right, this afternoon you may begin packing your belongings," Yang Jing cheerfully informed the students. "Tomorrow, you will relocate to the Kyoto Tiger Guard camp, where you will undergo a 2-week training regimen before officially embarking on your path of cultivation." As Yang Jing concluded, the students dispersed. "Xiaoye, what do you think of our teacher? What skills does he possess? I truly wish I could have trained under Tong Hu. That man is a true powerhouse, capable of shaking a tree that 5 men could barely encircle. And Zhou Dong is impressive too. When he threw that punch, I felt the wind sting my face." Chun Jian expressed his disappointment to Dong Xiaoye, who walked beside him. But in the end, Dong Xiaoye glanced at Chun Jian, renowned as the top scholar of the department. A bookworm with whom she had previously had no connection, now unexpectedly united as peers. "Regardless, from now on, you will address me as senior sister. Understood?" "But I was the one who signed first," Chun Jian protested, his brow furrowing in earnestness. "Yet I am older than you," Dong Xiaoye retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Chun Jian's expression revealed his discontent, yet he relented with an awkward nod, prompting Dong Xiaoye to huff in satisfaction. "Ah, if it isn't Chun Jian. Congratulations, congratulations. I heard you were chosen by a celestial figure from Kunlun and are now a disciple of the immortals." As they exited the experimental building, a group intercepted them. "And what of it?" Before Chun Jian could respond, Dong Xiaoye smirked, her lips curling into a disdainful smile. Among the group was He Zhongnan, who had just forfeited his chance, clearly approaching to mock Chun Jian. Surprised, Chun Jian had intended to confront them, but was taken aback when Dong Xiaoye stepped in front of him. "Humph, it's nothing. That I merely heard our esteemed scholar has taken on a feeble teacher. So I came to extend my congratulations. Birds of a feather flock together. A mere academic like you, even if you were selected by a high-ranking figure from Kunlun, would still be chosen by someone equally mediocre." The young man who had just spoken narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a cold laugh before saying, "Last year, the National Inspirational Scholarship was snatched away by this Chun Jian before me. He has harbored resentment ever since that I intended to mock him with a few words, but unexpectedly, Dong Xiaoye decided to intervene at this moment. complicating matters at least that is preferable to certain individuals who lacked even the qualifications to participate and were outright eliminated. Dong Xiaoye retorted without hesitation, her cold gaze fixed on the group before her as she spoke in a deep voice. We have now taken Kunlun's masters as our mentors, that I warn you. Should you dare to flaunt your power again, be prepared for this young lady to smash your heads. Dong Xiaoye was not one to coddle them. She confronted them with fierce determination. The expressions of the group shifted. And ultimately, they could only snort heavily in frustration before leaving in disgrace. Thank you. Chen Jian finally lifted his gaze to Dong Xiaoye and said earnestly, we are now disciples of the immortals. Can't you be a bit more assertive? Do you still want me to shield you from the storm? Dong Xiaoye snorted coldly, shot him a glare, and turned to leave. Chen Jian stood there, scratching his head and sighing, ultimately remaining silent. All that transpired below was observed by Yi Ning from above, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded slightly. Once only Yang Jing and a few Kunlun warriors remained in the experimental building. The burly man turned his gaze toward Yang Jing and, with a disdainful snort, inquired, Speak, what brings you to summon us back? As the burly man spoke, everyone's eyes shifted toward Yang Jing. Yi Ning withdrew his gaze from the window. He had immediately sensed the formidable aura emanating from the group, indicating they were veterans accustomed to the brutality of the front lines, hands stained with blood. It was inconceivable that they were merely summoned to serve as instructors. There must be another underlying motive. The primary objective is indeed to seek your assistance in nurturing some talent, Yang Jing said with a slight smile, continuing, currently, Kunlun's basic situation is such that each year, several elite talents from within the Dragon Kingdom's branches are dispatched to the front lines, resulting in a depletion of Kunlun's strength domestically. Therefore, directives have come down to initiate a fledgling Eagle program, mobilizing several frontline experts back to the capital to establish a testing ground for training newcomers, with the goal of enabling them to independently manage at least sea-level incidents within 3 years. In this way, after a few years of experience, they can become a significant asset on the front lines. You mean we are to play the role of kindergarten teachers, training these kids from the ground up? The burly man's eyes widened in outrage. Do you have any idea that if this were the front lines, I could have potentially eliminated dozens of infiltrators in a single day? Yang Jing could only shrug helplessly in response. There is nothing I can do. It's the decision from above. The fledgling Eagle program has officially commenced. Moreover, each of you now holds the title of fledgling Eagle instructor. An app has been implanted in your phones on the internal network, and all future tasks that appear will be your responsibility. Chapter 266. The person to meet, how incredibly unfortunate. The man cursed under his breath, clearly dissatisfied, yet he refrained from directing his ire at Yang Jing. Yang Jing placed several black credentials, adorned with golden falcons, before them. Everyone, I hope we can cooperate moving forward, as we are all colleagues. The burly man scoffed, seized his credential, and turned to leave. The others followed suit, taking their credentials, and to their surprise, Yi Ning received one as well. Upon opening it and seeing his own photo and name, Yi Ning could not help but express his astonishment towards Yang Jing, asking, How did you know I would come? Did you prepare this credential in advance? How could I possibly know you would arrive? It was merely a precautionary measure, Yang Jing replied with a playful wink as he stood up and made his way toward the door. Come, I will take you to meet someone. Yi Ning furrowed his brow deeply, having no faith in Yang Jing's words, yet he followed him outside. Upon exiting, Yang Jing entered a white sedan and, with a swift press of the accelerator, drove off with Yi Ning. Under Yi Ning's puzzled gaze, Yang Jing parked in front of the capital's first hospital. In the ICU emergency room, outside the isolated area, a throng of people bustled about that a line of impassive bodyguards clad in black suits stood watch. While inside, a group of similarly dressed individuals exhibited a range of expressions, some pacing anxiously, others silently smoking, and a few whispering on the phone in a corner. The emergency room door loomed ahead, and through the window, one could see the frantic activity within. The person you need to meet is inside, Yang Jing remarked with a smile, gesturing toward the emergency room. Wei Ning's frown deepened further as he turned to Yang Jing, asking, "What do you mean?" "Inside is Yi Chun, your great-grandfather," Yang Jing replied with a playful smirk. "This old fellow has surpassed a century in age. Truly a long-lived individual." Wei Ning's eyes widened in shock at the mention of his great-grandfather. Observing the diverse expressions of the family members gathered at the emergency room, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ning dashed toward the emergency room. "What are you doing?" The bodyguard swiftly noticed Yi Ning's movement and stepped forward to block his path. Yi Ning raised his hand dismissively, and the bodyguard's expression shifted as he felt an invisible force collide with him, sending him tumbling backward. "Do not move." The other bodyguards, alerted by the commotion, immediately sprang into action. However, the moment they reached for their inner suit pockets, their hands froze mid-motion, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A few formally dressed men and women also noticed Yi Ning's sudden approach and were about to intervene. But Yi Ning had already burst into the hospital room. Inside the emergency room, several doctors were frantically administering AID. Wei Ning's gaze immediately landed on Yi Chun, a frail, gaunt old man, barely clinging to life. Wearing a breathing apparatus with numerous tubes attached, the doctors turned in shock at the unexpected intrusion. "Who are you? Get out. If you delay the treatment, all of you leave," Yi Ning interrupted calmly, cutting off the doctor's protests. The doctors remained frozen in place, while shouts from his family echoed from outside, with some attempting to rush into the room. Just then, one doctor within the room let out a piercing scream. Yi Ning had made no visible move. He merely unleashed a gust of force, seemingly materializing from thin air, and the doctor was violently propelled backward. Crash! In an instant, he collided with the family members attempting to enter, resulting in a chaotic scene. "Get out!" Yi Ning commanded again. One of the doctors, in utter panic, screamed before fleeing the room. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Ning promptly shut the door, isolating the room from the outside world. Outside, Yi Ning's family was thrown into disarray. Yet Yang Jing remained standing at the periphery, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes fixed intently on the hospital room. Wei Chen's aged eyes cracked open slightly, his murky gaze locking onto Yi Ning. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to speak. Wei Ning frowned and approached Yi Chun, calmly stating, "I am Yi Ning, son of Yi Qinghai." Upon hearing Yi Ning's identity, Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling slightly. He raised his frail hand as if to caress Yi Ning's cheek. Wei Ning frowned. Not responding to Yi Chen's gesture, he continued, "You must know what I wish to learn. Tell me everything, and perhaps I can ensure your survival." As he spoke, Yi Ning pointed his finger at Yi Chen's dantian, slowly channeling his internal energy into Yi Chen's body. His finger gradually descended, stopping at the Guan Yuan point. He then removed the breathing apparatus from Yi Chen's face, looking at him with an impassive expression as he urged, "Speak." Yi Chen inhaled deeply, savoring the long-lost sensation of unencumbered breath. His withered complexion remained unchanged, yet a look of enjoyment crossed his face. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. "Qinghai is the hero of our Yi family. He died for the clan." "Umph." Yi Ning replied with a bitter smile. "In truth, I have no memories of Yi Qinghai since I can remember. That man is but a stranger to me. Yet he is your grandson, and there is also Yi Futian. Your own son. Do their lives not hold more value than the so-called family you speak of? Tell me, reveal everything you know." Yi Chen's vacant gaze stared at the ceiling. Upon hearing the name Yi Futian, his eyelids twitched, and his murky eyes glistened with moisture. After a lengthy silence, he sighed heavily. Futian. At that moment, the surrounding medical instruments began to beep frantically. Wei Ning's expression tightened, and in a moment of urgency, he placed his palm on Yi Chen's chest, channeling his energy into him, flooding him with a surge of life force. Wei Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he turned his head to gaze incredulously at Yi Ning beside him. He felt a refreshing energy surge into his body, as if youthful vitality flowed through his limbs and bones, rejuvenating him entirely. Moments later, as Yi Ning's palm lifted from Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen slowly moved his arm, astonishingly managing to support himself and rise. A centenarian who had been bedridden for 5 years suddenly sat up. "Tell me, how exactly did Yi Qingtian meet his demise?" Yi Ning's voice resonated from behind, tinged with a hint of weariness but laced with unwavering resolve. Chapter 267. Returning home, Yi Chen turned around to meet Yi Ning's calm gaze. The Yi Ning simply stared at Yi Chen. This great-grandfather he had never encountered before, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Indeed, the only reason he intervened to save him was purely out of a desire to uncover the circumstances surrounding his father's past. Truly worthy of the Yi family's descendants. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yi Ning, nodding repeatedly in admiration. "You have yet to answer my question." Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly, his expression neutral, indifferent as he inquired, "Your father, was it Qinhai?" Yi Chen's gaze became ethereal, as if lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "Alas, all my faults are mine alone. However, Yi Ning, now that you have chosen to return to the family, as your great-grandfather, I shall naturally compensate you for all that I owe your father. Come, let us return home." "Return home?" Yi Ning's expression suddenly turned peculiar, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile as he replied, "The Yi family is not my home. Neither you, nor even Yi Qinhai possess the right to invite me back. I have come solely to learn the truth about my father's past. If you do not divulge it to me immediately, I shall ensure you descend once more as you have risen." Yi Ning's tone was resolute and resounding. In that moment, Yi Chen stood frozen, staring blankly at the indifferent Yi Ning. "Young man, what do you intend to do? Who sent you here to dare threaten the head of the Yi family?" Just then, the emergency room doors swung open, and a throng of Yi family members rushed in, indignantly questioning Yi Ning. Yet in the next moment, as they beheld Yi Chen sitting upright on the hospital bed, all were rendered speechless that Yi Chen had indeed risen. Outside the emergency room, at the corridor's end, Yang Jing stood in the shadows, his expression one of astonishment, slightly raising an eyebrow, shock evident in his eyes as he muttered, "Is this the power of the Yi family? Truly remarkable. No wonder those old men are so envious." Sighing softly, Yang Jing shook his head gently, his hands languidly clasped behind his head, saying, "But rest assured, I shall not allow them to succeed." With that, he quietly departed. "Father, you have actually sat up? What is happening? I must be seeing things." An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, elegantly attired in a suit, advanced with tears streaming down his face, exclaiming in disbelief, "Grandfather, do you feel any discomfort? Shall I call for a doctor to conduct a full examination?" "Indeed, great-grandfather, do have a thorough checkup, that we know not where this young man emerged from, and his intentions remain to be investigated." A multitude of Yi family members crowded around, speaking in a cacophony, yet their gazes towards Yi Ning were distinctly hostile. "Enough! Silence, all of you!" Yi Chen furrowed his brow, his voice a low thunder, commanding everyone to cease their chatter. "This young friend is no outsider. His name is Yi Ning, the son of Qinhai, and he is one of us." Yi Chen spoke with righteous authority to the assembly of Yi family members. "If anyone dares to speak ill again, I shall not let it slide." In that instant, the expressions of the Yi family varied greatly. So, it turns out to be the son of that worthless one. In a corner, a young man snickered quietly, his words barely audible to himself. Most did not catch his comment, but Yi Ning's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a glance in the young man's direction. Yi Chen turned back to face Yi Ning, only to find him still frowning, his demeanor remaining cold. Yi Chen could only manage a forced smile, speaking in a conciliatory tone to him. "Yi Ning, your feelings are understandable, but allow us to return home first. And I promise to share every detail about your father's past." "Very well. Let us proceed." Yi Ning's lips curled into a faint, frigid smile that he had already gleaned from Yu Shunyi's spouse how his father had fared within the Yi family. Even before Yi Qinhai's departure, he had likely never been regarded as kin by these people, let alone family. Yi Qinhai was merely a bastardy son, intentionally begotten by Yi Futian for the sake of the family's secret arts. Now, Yi Qin's words were but a stalling tactic. He undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Yet, Yi Ning simply wished to observe coldly, watching this group of hypocritical Yi family members feign concern. When the time came to reveal their true colors, he would not hesitate to employ the soul-searching technique to forcibly extract their memories, ensuring they lived forever in nightmares. "Ha! Splendid, splendid, splendid! Let us go!" At Yi Ning's nod, Yi Qin was elated, waving his hand at the astonished Yi family members, announcing, "We are leaving. Let us return home and celebrate my recovery and Yi Ning's return, a double delight." With Yi Qin's command, the Yi family members hastily gathered around him, escorting him from the emergency room, while Yi Ning remained at his side. "That you've suffered these years, little Yi.Is there anyone left at home? How is your mother faring? The Yi family still has a villa at Longhu Garden in Kyoto. Perhaps we should bring her over. These years without the Yi family, my mother has fared quite well. There is no need for your concern." Yi Ning interrupted coldly, leaving Yi Qin slightly embarrassed, yet he continued to lead Yi Ning out of the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, a row of black sedans awaited. Yi Qin ushered Yi Ning into the first vehicle. They soon arrived at the Yi family's villa, situated along Xuanwu Road within the first ring of Kyoto. An imposing structure that greeted them with artificial hills and flowing water, reminiscent of a royal residence. "Little Yi, look over there. That is the courtyard where your father resided. Even after all these years since Qinhai's departure, I still send people to maintain it, preserving its original appearance. You may enter and have a look. If you like it, it shall be your residence from now on." Yi Qin smiled at Yi Ning. Speaking warmly to Yi Ning's expression shifted, but he remained silent, instead walking towards the courtyard. Indeed, it was meticulously maintained, and as Yi Ning stepped inside, a marble-carved Eight Immortals table stood prominently at the center, alongside a small medicinal garden. The windows clear and bright, evoking a refreshing sensation. Upon entering the room, Yi Ning's attention was drawn to an ancient book resting within, compelling him to approach and examine it. The cover was severely worn, appearing as though it might disintegrate with the lightest touch. Yi Ning carefully opened the book, and the contents within left him astounded. It contained the medical heritage he had acquired from the Jade Pendant. Chapter 268. Discontent and a shock, Yi Ning hurriedly flipped through the ancient book. After a moment, he shook his head in disappointment. While it indeed contained the medical heritage, it was merely a fragment, detailing some traditional Chinese medical knowledge without the subsequent cultivation methods or principles of geomancy and destiny. Yi Ning lingered in the courtyard. Yi Qin had already returned with the Yi family members to the main hall. "Father, what was that about earlier? Even if that boy is the illegitimate son of Yi Qinhai, you need not have treated him with such respect." A white-haired Yi Fuhai at the lower seat frowned, displeased as he addressed Yi Qin, but was abruptly interrupted. Silence. Yi Qin's brow furrowed deeply, casting a cold glance at Yi Fuhai, displeased as he retorted, "Can't you think for a moment? Why am I suddenly able to rise and walk freely after 5 years of being bedridden?" Yi Qin's voice was icy as he posed the question. "You mean?" Yi Fuhai's expression turned bewildered as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I see. Could it be that Yi Qinhai passed our family's medical techniques to that little bastard?" Yi Qin nodded slightly, unable to suppress the greed glimmering in his eyes as he spoke, clenching his fist slowly. "This boy's medical skills surpass even those of Yi Qinhai. I seem to understand why our Yi family is regarded as a coveted prize in the eyes of those individuals." Feeling the sudden surge of vitality and youthfulness within his aging body, Yi Qin's eyes sparkled with avarice. "Father, if we were to offer that boy up, do you think?" Before Yi Fuhai could finish, he met Yi Qin's icy gaze, instantly silenced. "Back then, I was solely focused on maintaining the Yi family's standing in this competitive Kyoto, but it is only now that I realize how foolish I was." Yi Chen shook his head with a sigh and continued, "Such a wonderful thing. Why let it go?" As he spoke, a cold smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips as he bluntly declared, "You all should prepare for tonight's banquet. Matters that do not concern you should not be meddled with." With that, Yi Chen rose and returned to his room, his steps steady, completely devoid of the frail demeanor he had previously exhibited. It was only after Yi Chen had departed that Yi Fuhai allowed a faint, cold smile to surface. The old rascal. Yi Fuhai scoffed, his expression darkening. That evening, the Yi family villa was ablaze with lights. Filled with esteemed guests, Wai Yining also emerged from the side courtyard and entered the main hall, his expression impassive as he observed the clinking of glasses and the cheerful faces of those around him, engaged in lively conversation as though they were old friends. Yet amidst the revelry, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude that in the vast Yi family, there seemed to be no place for a Yi Qinghai. And the bustling capital of Kyoto seemed equally unwelcoming to him. Yi Ning got a bitter smile tugged at the corners of Yi Ning's lips as he settled into a corner. "Teacher Yi." Just as Yi Ning took a drag from his cigarette, a girl's voice chimed beside him. He turned to appraise the girl, who appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a sophisticated yet vibrant pink dress, her arm adorned with a new LV bag. Her large eyes shining with delight as she gazed at him, Wai Yining furrowed his brow, struggling to place her, ultimately concluding he did not recognize her. Moreover, she referred to him as teacher, a title he could not recall ever having earned. Prompting him to respond, "I don't believe we've met. You may not know me, but I certainly know you." The girl giggled, taking a seat beside Yi Ning with a bright smile, "that I was also at the experimental building today. But unfortunately, I wasn't chosen by you all, so..." As she spoke, Yi Ning recalled that she was indeed one of the students selected earlier in the day, and no wonder she called him teacher. After all, she was still a student, and the title felt less jarring when uttered from her lips, almost harmonizing with the atmosphere. "Teacher Yi, you seem to dislike this atmosphere rather much, to be honest. I'm not particularly fond of it either. If it weren't for my family's insistence, I wouldn't have come at all," the girl observed, noting Yi Ning's lack of enthusiasm. "The other teachers have showcased their abilities. But you're the most mysterious, dropping in without us knowing anything about you. Are you also a warrior from Kunlun, like Teacher Tong and Teacher Zhou, hailing from the front lines?" As she prattled on, her inquisitiveness quickly turned into gossip. For her, the allure of the banquet paled in comparison to her interest in Yi Ning. "I'm sorry. I prefer to be alone," Yi Ning interrupted her chatter, his irritation evident as he frowned. The girl's smile faltered, awkwardness creeping in as she mumbled, "I apologize, Teacher Yi. I was merely curious." Despite her words, her gaze lingered on Yi Ning's face, but when she saw he was engrossed in his cigarette, seemingly uninterested in her company, she could only awkwardly press her lips together, preparing to leave that moment. A rotund man in a suit, his steps slightly unsteady, approached with a drink in hand. "Miss Chung, you've come. Why didn't you inform me?" This man was a member of the Yi family, specifically Yi Quan, the impudent younger relative who had shown disrespect to Yi Qinghai in the emergency room. The girl, named Chung Lily, was the eldest daughter of the Chung family, a third-rate family in Kyoto. Yi Quan had long harbored a crush on her and was now animatedly questioning her while sitting beside Yi Ning, who remained indifferent. This scene irked Yi Quan, and as he approached, he placed a heavy hand on Chung Lily's shoulder, forcing her back down as she attempted to stand. He then confronted Yi Ning directly. "You, Yi Ning, if you want to smoke, do it elsewhere. You're just a nuisance here." Yi Quan looked down at Yi Ning with a sneering expression in his eyes. Yi Ning was merely a distant relative trying to ingratiate himself with the wealthy Yi family. After all, why else would he suddenly emerge from obscurity to seek refuge in Kyoto, rushing to attend to the elder's ailments? "Young Master Yi, let us move over there and not disturb Teacher Yi," Chung Lily said anxiously to Yi Quan, worried he might cause trouble for Yi Ning due to her presence at this moment. Yi Ning, already feeling irritated, turned his gaze to Yi Quan and suddenly spoke. "Are you addressing me?" Yi Quan's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting to one of amusement. That, of course, I'm speaking to you, he exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of those around them. Da Wai Ning. Just think about it. Where did you even come from? You've traveled a long way to join our Yi family, and upon arrival, you encounter the elder in critical condition, rushing to treat him. You truly must think you're something special now. Without warning, Yi Quan splashes wine directly onto Yi Ning's face. However, Yi Ning's reaction was swifter. In an instant, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yi Quan's face. The sound echoed through the hall as Yi Quan's head snapped back, his expression frozen in shock as his body fell backward. That a soft thud was heard as Yi Quan hit the ground. Rendered silent. Chung Lily gasped, and the entire venue fell in a stunned silence. Everyone staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Rendered speechless, Da Wai Ning placed the half-burned cigarette back in his mouth and calmly took a tissue from the table. Wiping the wine splatters from his hand, at the entrance, hurried footsteps approached, and Yi Chen, along with Yi Fuhai and a group of bodyguards clad in black suits and armed to the teeth, burst in, causing the guests to panic and flee. The once lively hall was now eerily quiet. Da Wai Ning? What on earth happened? Did you kill Yi Quan? Yi Qingnan, Yi Quan's father, stood among the Yi family members, his face ashen and his lips trembling with rage. Yes, Yi Ning replied, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray before him, his tone indifferent to Well, you truly are bold. Yi Qingnan seethed, nodding furiously, his teeth clenched as he grabbed a bodyguard nearby, attempting to seize the weapon to shoot Yi Ning. Stop it, Yi Chen shouted, frowning as he tried to intervene. However, Yi Qingnan was already in a frenzy, unable to be restrained. Fortunately, a bodyguard swiftly moved in, preventing him from carrying out his intentions. Grandfather, what more is there to discuss? This scoundrel has killed your great-grandson, Yi Quan. Blood for blood. Yi Qingnan roared in fury that I believe there are reasons behind everything. Yi Chen replied, his face grim. Da Wai Ning, why did you kill your cousin? Yi Ning paused, taken aback, his mouth opening slightly before a playful smirk appeared. After all this time of maintaining a rigid expression since entering the Yi family, he finally revealed a hint of amusement. That I simply found him displeasing. Da Wai Chen inhaled sharply, as if he were about to explode, staring at Yi Ning in disbelief, momentarily speechless. While murder is undeniably wrong, we must call the police immediately and let the authorities handle this matter. After a long silence, Yi Chen finally spoke, followed by a deep sigh. It is my fault entirely. I have neglected your branch for so long, allowing you to act so recklessly, lacking any sense of belonging to the Yi family. You shall reflect on your actions while you are inside. Reflect on your behavior today. A chuckle escaped Yi Ning's lips. For if he had been uncertain about Yi Chen's true feelings towards him before, now he was entirely convinced of ulterior motives. That why Yi Chen's actions were clearly to shield him, having personally killed a member of the Yi family, yet still receiving such protection. Sometimes being overly indulgent can backfire. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the enraged Yi family members, Yi Ning was taken away by the Kyoto police. That night, at the entrance of the Longhu camp, Dong Xiaoye and Chen Jian stood in the wind, frowning. Dong Xiaoye held her phone, dialing repeatedly, but to no avail. No one answered. That evening, the students had packed their belongings and arrived at the Longhu camp. They had intended to give Yi Ning a call, considering he would be their nominal teacher from now on. Yet, despite their attempts, Yi Ning's phone remained unreachable, having been confiscated by the police, making it impossible for him to receive their calls. The Kyoto police station is destined for unrest tonight, as footage of Yi Ning's violent actions plays in the conference room. Murder, brazen and unapologetic murder. There are no lingering doubts about this case. A conviction is all but certain. A middle-aged officer with a stern demeanor, after watching the surveillance video with an impassive expression, stated flatly. However, as his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the conference room, with not a soul daring to respond. Moments later, the highest authority of the Kyoto police station, Su Changjing extinguished his cigarette and remarked, "Old Li, don't you have a few ongoing cases to attend to? Leave this one to Old Shun. It's not worth investigating further that a direct conviction will suffice." Old Li frowned, voicing his displeasure. Old Shun sighed, lighting another cigarette, his brows furrowed in silence. This is undoubtedly a hot potato. The audacity of killing a member of the Yi family within their own home, yet allowing it to be brought to the police station, is laden with intriguing implications. Since Yi Ning was detained at the police station, he had been confined in a dark, windowless room, with no one to inquire about his well-being aside from daily meal deliveries. 3 days passed in this manner that on this particular day, the door swung open, and an elderly officer casually glanced at Yi Ning, stating, "Kid, someone is here to see you." With that, he turned and left the door ajar. Yi Ning rose and followed the old officer, surprised to find that his visitor was none other than Yang Jing. "What do you mean by this? I brought you here to work, yet you have been sulking here, ignoring the outside world. What are you planning?" Yang Jing frowned at Yi Ning, inquiring. "Now that I'm here, I certainly want to break my word. I just found some matters amusing and wanted to play with them first," Yi Ning replied with a smile. "Playing?" Yang Jing shook his head, casting Yi Ning a disapproving look. "There are already restless elements within the Yi family. You are playing a dangerous game, and I can't guarantee your safety." "Then let it be," Yi Ning replied nonchalantly, rising with a faint smile and turning to leave the visitation room. Yang Jing frowned and sighed repeatedly. Yi Ning spent another 3 days in the dark little room before finally receiving a visit from someone from the Yi family. The visitor was a young man clad in a sharp suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses. "That I am Mr. Ye's lawyer. Here is Mr. Ye's medical history. You may take a look. That my client is now applying for medical bail." All the evidence was meticulously aligned, and all the paperwork was in order. They had no grounds to continue detaining Yi Ning. Seated opposite Yi Ning and the young lawyer, Old Shin smoked a cigarette, nodding slightly without sparing them a glance. The young lawyer escorted Yi Ning out of the police station, and as they reached the entrance, a black Passat pulled up in front of them. "How the hell did you get out?" Old Li exclaimed, astonished, as he glared at Yi Ning, anger etched on his face. Yi Ning shrugged, remaining silent. The young lawyer swiftly positioned himself in front of Yi Ning. "You can inquire about how he got out yourself. For now, I am taking my client away, you bastard." Old Li barely managed to spit out the words through gritted teeth, his eyes seething with fury as he glared at Yi Ning. After a moment, he stepped closer and quietly warned, "Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on you. We will meet again, sooner or later. Good luck," Yi Ning replied with a smile as he climbed into the car with the young lawyer. The vehicle drove directly back to the Yi family villa, where the young lawyer escorted Yi Ning inside. "Well done. You handled it excellently. Rest assured, you shall receive every cent owed," Yi Chen remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he observed the lawyer bringing Yi Ning back. He then turned to Yi Ning with a concerned expression. "Yi Ning, are you all right? These past few days must have been difficult for you." Actually, it was rather pleasant in there. Quite tranquil," Yi Ning replied with a smile. "Non-committal. Do you have any cigarettes?" "Yes, of course." Yi Chen quickly retrieved a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Ning. Yi Ning opened the pack, lit one, and took a leisurely puff, raising an eyebrow at Yi Chen, who was watching him intently. Yi Ning, during this time, let us keep a low profile and remain at home, avoiding unnecessary outings," Yi Chen said with a congenial smile. Yi Ning nodded, his gaze drifting to a closed door not far away as he took another drag from a cigarette, collapsing onto the sofa. Yet, at that moment, as he lowered his head, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. "Yi Ning! Oh, Yi Ning!" Yi Chen tentatively called out, pushing against the now unconscious Yi Ning, but receiving no response. That a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes, and he finally felt at ease. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in black robes. The man had a thin build and a mustache, and his smile exuded a cunning demeanor. "Master, who it's done?" Yi Chen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he addressed Master Hu. Can we begin? Ha, of course. Master Hu nodded slightly, moving closer to check Yi Ning's breathing, chuckling with delight that Hu. Yi Chen's expression grew anxious, and just as he opened his mouth to speak again, he felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. Struggling to breathe, he raised a trembling hand, incredulous, pointing at Master Hu, his face awash with shock. Old Yi, I apologize, but the other party offered me a greater incentive. I had no choice, Master Hu said with a sly grin, his fox-like eyes fixed on Yi Chen. Who is... Yi Chen gasped, collapsing onto the sofa, unable to articulate a single word due to the suffocating sensation. It is I. Just then, two figures entered from outside, the father-son duo. Yi Fuhai and Yi Qin and Yu Beast. Witnessing the murderers were none other than his own son and grandson. Yi Chen felt a surge of rage, as if revitalized, and lunged toward Yi Fuhai. He could not fathom that the once loyal Master who had provided him with invaluable support, would betray him, nor could he have imagined that the ones plotting against him were his own flesh and blood. Yi Chen reached Yi Fuhai, raising his hand to strike him. But the blow fell weakly, almost like a gentle caress. Huff, huff. Yi Chen gasped desperately, feeling as though a heavy weight pressed against his chest, rendering him breathless, while Yi Fuhai remained unmoving, standing tall, his disgust evident as he pushed Yi Chen to the ground. His mocking gaze fixed on the fallen man. Old man, what were you thinking when your great-grandson was killed right before your eyes by that little bastard? This is all you're doing. After speaking, seeing Yi Chen still glaring at him, his face flushed and struggling to catch his breath, Yi Fuhai swiftly drew a handgun from his pocket and shoved it into Yi Chen's mouth. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets were fired, and Yi Fuhai's expression contorted with rage. Old man, you can't even stand, and yet you refuse to relinquish power. If I allow you to live another 10 years, I might as well be the one to enter the grave first. Do you understand? He tossed the gun aside, leaving a crimson stain on the carpet. Master Hu frowned slightly, his displeasure evident, yet he remained silent, while Yi Fuhai gasped heavily, his once meticulously arranged white hair now disheveled. While Yi Qinan, standing behind him with a solemn expression, averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of unease at witnessing his father murder his grandfather, that a crisp sound echoed in the living room, the flick of a lighter. Both Yi Fuhai and Yi Qinan looked up in shock toward the source of the sound, only to see Yi Ning once more lighting a Huazi cigarette, leisurely inhaling as he regarded them with a bemused expression. Not bad. You've made me wait, but a short while. Yi Ning exhaled a cloud of smoke, smiling as he spoke. How is this possible? I infused the smoke with rosemary. How could you possibly be unharmed? Master Hu, wide-eyed, stared at the nonchalantly smoking Yi Ning in shock. Rosemary? I forgot to mention, I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Before lighting it, I already sensed the trickery in the smoke. Unfortunately, ordinary poisons are utterly ineffective against me. Yi Ning replied with a smile. You little brat, you're quite impressive. Master Hu scoffed coldly, his hand flashing with a glint of metal as two hidden weapons shot towards Yi Ning in an instant. Yet Yi Ning remained seated on the sofa, motionless, as a surge of energy enveloped him, deflecting the black projectiles effortlessly. Clatter. The weapons clattered to the ground, revealing themselves to be two blackened nails. Master Hu, terrified, stumbled backward, nearly collapsing. A master. You're actually a master-level practitioner. Master Hu exclaimed, his eyes filled with fear as he scurried backward on all fours. Answer me one question honestly, and perhaps I might spare your life. Yi Ning remarked, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the now panicked Master Hu. All right, I will tell you everything. Master Hu hurriedly dropped to all fours, repeatedly bowing his head. Chapter 271. Who gave you the courage? I am quite curious. What benefits did Yi Fuhai provide you that led you to betray Yi Chen? Yi Ning inquired, casting a disdainful glance at the kneeling Master Hu. This. Master Hu's eyes darted about as he heard the words, beads of sweat the size of mung beans appearing on his forehead, his anxiety palpable. The benefits I gave him are quite simple. It's you. You little bastard, Yi Fuhai sneered, speaking directly to me. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, directing his gaze at Yi Fuhai. Of course, it is you. Yi Fuhai chuckled coldly, even advancing to sit directly opposite Yi Ning, casually pulling out a tissue to wipe the blood-stained palm of his hand. He coldly remarked, "This fellow was once your father Yi Qinghai's master. He personally sent Yi Qinghai away, and back then he was so envious that he could hardly wait to make Yi Qinghai bleed to taste the flavor himself. So, little bastard, do you still wish to spare him a life? No, it's not me. Don't frame me. I don't know you, and I certainly don't know anyone named Yi Qinghai." Master Hu exclaimed in a panic, abruptly standing up and attempting to flee toward the door. With a casual motion, Yi Ning summoned a force that pulled Master Hu back with an unyielding grip. Yi Ning pressed his palm atop Master Hu's head, instantly casting a mind-searching technique. Master Hu shuddered violently, struggling desperately, yet it was utterly futile. As the mind-searching technique took effect, his expression became blank, his hands drooping helplessly while Yi Ning accessed all of Master Hu's memories. His fury rising uncontrollably to the Yi family. It was evident that Yi Qinghai had endured Master Hu's abuse from a young age, subjected to humiliation by the Yi family. Not to mention family. Yi Qinghai's existence within the Yi household was akin to that of a beast. As a child born out of wedlock, his status was already lowly. The Yi family had always regarded him as merely an object, a tool to exchange for wealth and status. Upon concluding the mind search, Master Hu, now devoid of spirit, slumped to the ground, his eyes completely lacking vitality. He had not died, but had lost all essence and vigor, becoming a mere shell. Yi Ning suddenly raised his head, a flash of cold light in his eyes, his voice hoarse with rage. "Who gave you the audacity to sit before me so brazenly? Ha! Little bastard, your fate will mirror that of your father." Yi Fuhai chuckled darkly, stating calmly, "I did indeed promise him that you would serve as his reward, but how could I possibly part with you?" As he spoke, Yi Fuhai leisurely raised his hand and clapped a few times that a figure stepped through the door, revealing none other than Yang Jing. "What? Do you intend to take me back?" Yi Ning's gaze sharpened. It was Yang Jing that if Yi Fuhai had truly summoned a master, even Yi Ning would have remained oblivious, making today's events quite troublesome. However, Yi Ning had not anticipated that the visitor would be Yang Jing. Of course not. Yang Jing calmly sat opposite Yi Ning, shaking his head slightly, and remarked, "I merely came to observe. After all, the Yi family's reports have reached me. It's quite a predicament for me as well." What does that mean? Do you know each other? Yi Ning, you've joined Kunlun? When did you join Kunlun? Yi Fuhai exclaimed in shock, his heart sinking as he listened to the conversation between Yang Jing and Yi Ning. Yi Ning merely chuckled coldly, offering no response to Yi Fuhai. In an instant, Yi Fuhai's eyes widened, seemingly piecing together everything. Yi Ning was already a master-level expert, yet he willingly allowed himself to be imprisoned, quietly watching their performance, all to witness today's scene, to see the Yi family turn against one another. Yet, Yi Ning was not merely a transcendent expert. He was also a member of Kunlun. Ha ha ha! Yi Fuhai suddenly erupted into manic laughter, pointing at Yi Ning and shouting, "Back when your father Yi Qinghai was taken by Kunlun as a sacrifice, now you've joined Kunlun, recognizing thieves as your father. When do you plan to strike? Do you need my assistance?" Upon hearing Yi Fuhai's words, Yang Jing's expression turned icy, his voice low as he spoke, Yi Ning ceased his idle chatter, directly employing the mind-searching technique on Yi Fuhai. Half an hour later, Yi Ning and Yang Jing walked out of the Yi family villa one after the other. Inside the villa, the elderly patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Chun, had met a tragic end at home, having taken his own life in a gruesome manner. Yi Fuhai and Yi Qingnan sat dazed on the ground, their expressions vacant and utterly foolish. "Tomorrow, I hope you won't skip work again. There's just one more day until the first batch of talents in the Young Eagle program completes their military training to at the entrance of the Yi family villa. Yang Jing addressed Yi Ning. Yi Ning halted, gazing calmly at Yang Jing, and asked, "Don't you have anything you wish to say to me? When I wish to say something, I will," Yang Jing replied, shaking his head slightly, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Or if you believe you can pry my mouth open, you may do so directly." Yi Ning stared at Yang Jing for a long time, ultimately remaining silent as he turned to leave. Within the memories of the Yi family, he found no trace of a clue, although there were many memories concerning Yi Qinghai and even Yi Futian from years past. There was no connection to their deaths or the secrets of the Yi bloodline. Yi Ning felt a twinge of regret for not using the mind-searching technique on Yi Chen, the elder of the Yi family. He would undoubtedly possess some secrets. However, his hatred for Yi Chun was profound, desiring only to witness him perish at the hands of his own son. The dead cannot be subjected to the mind-searching technique. Kunlun. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, uttering those two words. His reason for joining Kunlun was to infiltrate its ranks for investigation. Now that Yang Jing had provided him with this opportunity, he would certainly take full advantage. During these recent days of the Yi family, aside from seeking revenge, he had also grown increasingly wary and resistant to Kunlun. The Yi family, as a first-class lineage in the capital, though at the bottom of the first-class families, had not a single master within, not even a formidable practitioner of qi. That so-called master who relied merely on some petty means such as poisoning and hidden weapons. In terms of actual strength, he did not even stand out among those in the body refinement realm. Why was that? It must be due to Kunlun. The Yi family was a testament to this. Those other so-called prominent families likely fared little better, with their experts either having joined Kunlun or holding significant positions within it. This exemplifies Kunlun's control over the families of the capital. These families are like birds trapped in a gilded cage, unable to escape, unable to stir up any waves. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Yi Ning returned to the Longhu camp that he had allowed his two disciples to rest for a full week. Today marked the final day of their military training, and as an unworthy master, it was time for him to make an appearance. Chapter 272, The Master Appears. The Longhu camp serves as the Kunlun headquarters in the capital. Though termed a headquarters, there were not many soldiers present. Yi Ning displayed his credentials and entered the Longhu camp. Warriors engaged in morning runs came and went in a steady stream, moving with remarkable speed, all being masters of the body refinement realm. The instructors were often experts in the Qi refinement realm. The Young Eagle program's special training took place in the back courtyard of the Longhu camp. Although the participants of the Young Eagle program were still novices, some lacking even the most basic foundation, the Longhu camp still assigned a Qi refinement expert to train the students from a distance. Yi Ning spotted Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian practicing their punches in formation. Dong Xiaoye executed a combat technique with impressive skill, while Chun Jian appeared somewhat clumsy, drenched in sweat and struggling. "Oh, I see that instructor Yi. You've finally decided to show up." Upon seeing Yi Ning approach, the burly man, Tong Hu, immediately wore a playful grin, casting a casual glance at Yi Ning before shifting his attention back to the training disciples. Yi Ning furrowed his brow, ignoring Tong Hu. Among the training squad, Tong Hu's disciples performed exceptionally well, their punches vigorous and fierce. As three of them were already skilled practitioners, in contrast, the others' punches were lackluster. Only Yi Ning's disciple, Dong Xiaoye, demonstrated impressive skill, revealing herself to be a master of the body refinement realm. Her demeanor calm and collected, her level subtly above those of Tong Hu's three disciples. "Dear Yi, you're here," Zhou Donglai cheerfully approached, glancing at the training area, and teasingly remarked to Yi Ning, "Did you spot that Dong Xiaoye had some potential when you selected her? Quite impressive. None of us noticed. Not even that fellow Tong Hu." Heh. Yi Ning smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. "However, Dr. Yi, you mentioned you found such a promising talent. You should pay more attention to her." Zhou Donglai's eyes sparkled as he continued, a couple of days ago. Tong, who sought out Dong Xiaoya privately, hoping to recruit her into his group. I was quite nervous for you at the time. Did Dong Xiaoya refuse? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on Dong Xiaoya in the formation, seemingly casually asking. Yes, Zhou Donglai nodded, a look of intrigue on his face. There's a competition among the newcomers today. If you hadn't had Dong Xiaoya on your side, Tong, who would have been assured of victory. But now there's an added variable. Yi Ning's heart was filled with understanding. It was evident that Zhou Donglai was keen to offer him some guidance. It seemed that the reason Tong, who was clandestinely courting Dong Xiaoya, was precisely due to this so-called new student competition today. Unable to resist, Yi Ning cast a fleeting glance, observing Tong, whose cold smirk as he scrutinized the new recruits on the training ground, his brow slightly furrowed. This so-called competition for new students was trivial, to say the least. Not only for these seasoned warriors from the front lines, but even for the soldiers within the Longhu camp, it resembled little more than a child's play. What significance lay in victory or defeat? It was likely a mere pretext devised by Kunlun to spur everyone on to practice martial arts. While Yi Ning had little interest in the outcome, Tong, whose demeanor was irksome to him. As if sensing Yi Ning's thoughts, Zhou Donglai sighed and remarked, Dr. Yi, you must have overlooked the Kunlun app embedded in your phone these past few days. Overlooked? Why? Yi Ning replied, somewhat bemused. Zhou Donglai rolled his eyes and said, I advise you to take a closer look. The victorious team today will be rewarded. In future missions, if conflicts arise, they will possess priority rights. That's why Tong, who is so invested. Is that so? Yi Ning was taken aback, promptly retrieving his phone to access the Kunlun intranet app. The rules for the new student competition were straightforward, an elimination format. The team of the student who secured first place would gain these priority rights. Yi Ning casually opened the task list, including the public information regarding the Eagle Plan that Yang Jing had mentioned earlier, and everything became clear. Students needed to accumulate points to graduate, which were earned through completing various tasks of varying difficulty. However, holding priority rights would grant them absolute leverage, and these rights would remain valid for an entire year. Another competition would be held a year later, at which point the priority would expire. The competition was scheduled for the afternoon, and during the lunch break, the new recruits of the Eagle Plan dispersed to find their respective mentors. Chun Jian and Dong Xiaoya, however, wore expressions of despondency. While others had mentors supporting them, they felt like orphans, which was somewhat disheartening, despite being in their 20s. Yet today, as they turned, Chun Jian spotted Yi Ning's figure. Xiaoya, look, our mentor has arrived. Chun Jian excitedly tugged at Dong Xiaoya's arm, pointing towards Yi Ning. Dong Xiaoya also noticed Yi Ning, who greeted the two with a radiant smile. Chun Jian immediately wanted to rush over with Dong Xiaoya, but she abruptly shook off his hand, displeased, and said, What difference does it make whether he is here or not? Xiaoya, don't be like that. Our mentor has probably been busy with other matters and couldn't pay us any mind. But he is here now. Come on. We should at least go see him. Chun Jian insisted, visibly thrilled, pulling Dong Xiaoya along. Reluctantly, she followed, her face turned slightly away in a haughty manner to Yi Ning, observing her demeanor. Couldn't help but smile as he inquired, What is this? I heard Tong who tried to poach you recently, and you turned him down. Huh. Is that true? Chun Jian, oblivious, asked in astonishment. I simply find Tong who has despicable tactics unappealing. It has nothing to do with you, Dong Xiaoya scoffed, finally turning to face Yi Ning, her large eyes narrowing as she coldly remarked, I advise you not to get ahead of yourself. Whether you are here or not makes no difference. I will join Kunlun and become a formidable warrior, perhaps even a transcendent master. Ha! Ambition is indeed commendable, Yi Ning chuckled, nodding in approval. However, considering my current role as your mentor, wouldn't it be fair for you to grant me a little courtesy so I can manage my duties? Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. Dong Xiaoya retorted with a derisive laugh. Turning her head away, once more Yi Ning rubbed his nose, bemused by her wild spirit, in the Longhu camp cafeteria. Dong Xiaoya strutted ahead with her head held high, while Chen Jian looked anxious, glancing back and forth that Yi Ning followed calmly, taking his time as they entered the cafeteria. "Mentor, please take a seat. I'll fetch your meal." Chen Jian quickly offered upon seeing the crowded space that Yi Ning cheerfully nodded and settled into a corner. Dong Xiaoye and Chen Jian went to get their food. Although the cafeteria fare was simple, it was still quite palatable. The cafeteria was reminiscent of an ordinary university dining hall, perhaps even simpler, with a herbal medicine window in the corner where the line extended out the door. With the competition looming in the afternoon, Chen Jian and Dong Xiaoye opted for 2 servings of plain meals. "Teacher," Chen Jian beamed as he placed the food before Yi Ning, who nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaoye was engrossed in her meal. Ignoring the two, Yi Ning, feeling a spark of curiosity, initiated the conversation. "How confident are you about the competition this afternoon?" "I will win," Dong Xiaoye replied succinctly. Chen Jian smiled awkwardly, displaying a hint of helplessness. Among the new students, Dong Xiaoye was undoubtedly a standout, while he was a complete novice. "Well, confidence is a good thing," Yi Ning remarked with a slight smile, glancing at the anxious Chen Jian. "Chen Jian, you don't seem very confident. How about this? Come with me later, and I'll give you a crash course." Even a last-minute effort can yield results. Upon hearing this, Chen Jian's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly nodded in thanks. Dong Xiaoye pouted slightly, displeased with Yi Ning's preferential treatment, but she held her tongue, merely rolling her eyes in silence. In truth, while Dong Xiaoye shone brightly, Chen Jian was no slouch either, though lacking foundational skills. He had managed to master military boxing impressively within a week. Accurately grasping the techniques involved, his memory and comprehension were commendable, which was precisely why Yi Ning had such intentions that last-minute efforts. I look forward to witnessing this." Instructor Yi, Tong, who happened to pass by and overheard Yi Ning's words, unable to suppress a derisive snort, his eyes filled with disdain. His disciples were already top-tier among their peers, and with Tong who's covert training, they were even more formidable. Hearing Yi Ning's statement felt akin to listening to a joke, something he dismissed entirely. "Haha, Chen Jian, I'm so scared. I hope I get to face you soon, so I can see the results of your last-minute efforts." Tong, who mocked, his disciple beside him sporting a sneer, looking down at Chen Jian. With his head bowed, Chen Jian remained silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Ning frowned slightly. Tong, who was indeed an eyesore, but he had no desire to stoop to Tong, whose level. Yet even his disciples dared to flaunt their prowess before him, before Yi Ning could respond. Dong Xiaoye interjected with a scoff. "You cowardly trash, if you have the guts, come and face me in a match. I'll make you unrecognizable." Laughter erupted among the onlookers as they were drawn to the commotion. They had been observing the scene, and now found Dong Xiaoye's bold retort amusing. The faces of Tong, whose disciples reddened, rendered speechless. However, the disciple who had initially spoken maintained a cold smile, unfazed by the insult. "Xiaoye, I'm not one shy away from challenge, so how about a wager? If I win, you become my girlfriend and join our team as Tong, whose disciple. Do you dare?" Dong Xiaoye raised her head, casting a sideways glance at the speaker. "What are the stakes? If I win, you must not only become my girlfriend, but also join us and become Tong who's disciple." "Do you dare?" the disciple reiterated with a smirk. Tong, who had been frowning, perked up with interest, finally grasping his disciple's intentions. The matter of girlfriend or not was secondary. Dong Xiaoye was indeed a talent he had coveted for days. If she were to join his ranks, it would be a tremendous gain for him. "All right," Dong Xiaoye replied without hesitation, "that if you can defeat me, I shall accept your conditions. But what if you lose?" "I have no need for a disciple like you," Yi Ning interjected before the disciple could respond. The disciple, taken aback, stammered as the words he had prepared were abruptly stifled. "If I lose, you may do with me as you wish," he finally declared, albeit with a cold snort. "Very well, I shall await the outcome," Dong Xiaoye replied, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. Tong, who slightly narrowed his eyes, casting a deep gaze at Dong Xiaoya before nodding meaningfully at Yi Ning and turning to leave. Yi Ning pursed her lips, lowering her head to eat, completely ignoring the intentions of Tong Hu and his companions. Tong Hu, however, felt no anger, sauntering away with measured steps. After the meal, Yi Ning exited the cafeteria accompanied by her two disciples. "I need to take a nap. I'm leaving first." As soon as she stepped out of the cafeteria, Dong Xiaoya coldly tossed out this remark before turning and walking away. Chun Jian's face was anxious. He intended to step forward to stop her, but was held back by Yi Ning. "Master, actually, Xiaoya, enough. Mind your own business. Follow me." Yi Ning retorted and promptly made her way to the training ground in the backyard. Chun Jian could only lower his head in resignation, aware that Yi Ning had promised to impart skills to them after the meal. Yet Dong Xiaoya's haughty nature showed no inclination to observe. Thus, Chun Jian reluctantly followed Yi Ning to the training ground in the backyard. Half an hour later, a sweat-drenched Chun Jian sat beside Yi Ning while Yi Ning fiddled with his phone, nodding in satisfaction, saying, "That's about right, that if you've grasped what I've taught you, at least you'll have some means of self-defense, so you won't be completely humiliated." "Thank you, Master." A smile broke on Chun Jian's face as he picked up his phone to check messages. Yi Ning sighed inwardly. Chun Jian had indeed not let him down, mastering the essentials of what he had been taught in a mere half hour. However, it was clear that Chun Jian's fundamentals were lacking. Should he encounter a true martial artist, especially one of Tong Hu's capable disciples, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. After all, martial arts cannot be mastered overnight. This is precisely why Tong Hu held Dong Xiaoya in such high regard. The difference between a few weeks of flashy techniques and decades of solid training is simply incomparable. Chapter 274. Stubbornness, what's wrong? Yi Ning inquired curiously as he noticed Chun Jian frowning at his phone. "Master, there is something fishy about the competition roster," Chun Jian said with a furrowed brow and a somber expression. "There are a total of 16 of us, with 4 rounds of written tests. But if Xiaoya wants to come in first, she will have to face Tong Hu's disciples in every round." Yi Ning was taken aback and asked, "That can't be right," having just glanced at the competition list himself. He had noticed no irregularities. Chun Jian quickly held up the list on his phone and began to explain it to Yi Ning in detail, that in truth, it was not entirely Yi Ning's fault for being oblivious. He had hardly paid attention to these disciples that in reality, today as freshman competition, though involving 16 newcomers, held little suspense. After only a week of collective military training, the current competition was primarily a test of inherent strength. Thus, Tong Hu's 4 disciples, already at the physical refinement level, would undoubtedly emerge victorious without any uncertainty. Other competitors, like Chun Jian, were merely there to fill numbers. After some deliberation, it became evident that throughout the preliminary rounds, the quarterfinals and the semifinals, if Dong Xiaoya managed to progress, she would repeatedly face Tong Hu's 4 disciples. Well, not necessarily. Yi Ning chuckled, shaking his head, that if you can make it into the top 4, then Dong Xiaoya will face you. Chun Jian was momentarily stunned by this statement. If he could win 2 consecutive matches, he would face a formidable opponent in the second round and could help Dong Xiaoya eliminate someone. Yi Ning had merely said this offhandedly, yet Chun Jian's demeanor grew unusually serious. After standing still for a moment, he nodded resolutely and hurried to catch up with Yi Ning in the preliminary rounds. 8 battle circles took place simultaneously. 4 of these concluded with remarkable swiftness, as the overwhelming strength of the competitors left little room for doubt. Indeed, as Chun Jian had predicted, students with some martial arts background utterly dominated those who had only undergone a week of specialized training. The remaining 4 matches were closely contested, with one match drawing the most spectators. However, those observing displayed peculiar expressions that it was the bout between Dong Xiaoya and one of Tong Hu's disciples, who was at the physical refinement level. The opponent was a master of Xingyi Quan, who charged forward with a distinct military boxing style, but would immediately change tactics upon closing in a sudden surge. He struck like a tiger descending a mountain, then transformed fluidly like a monkey gazing at the moon. employing every technique to target Dong Xiaoya's vulnerabilities and causing her considerable trouble. Dong Xiaoya struggled to keep pace with the military boxing she had learned over the past week. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. As the Xingyi disciple approached to change tactics, she seized the initiative. With a swift motion, she transformed her punches into palms, intercepting the incoming attack at the opponent's arm joint, skillfully deflecting his strike and disrupting his force. Her other palm shot towards his neck. With a resounding thud, the student was sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground that a wave of applause erupted around them. In a true battlefield scenario, this move could have cost the opponent his life. It was a genuine application of Bagua Zhang, akin to wielding dual blades, striking at the throat, leaving no chance for survival. Yet, Dong Xiaoya chose to avoid the fatal blow, merely a fraction off target. The student, battered but resolute, climbed back to his feet, gazing at Dong Xiaoya with admiration, clasping his hands in acknowledgement of his defeat. Though beads of sweat dotted Dong Xiaoya's forehead, she nodded slightly and returned the gesture before exiting the arena. Upon her exit, only 2 matches remained in progress. Aside from Chun Jian's bout, another was unfolding. Though it was hardly a clash of titans. Rather, it resembled a scuffle between novices, with both opponents grappling and attempting to throw each other to the ground. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay. And even the instructors overseeing the new students bore expressions of embarrassment, seemingly avoiding eye contact. Meanwhile, Chun Jian was deeply engaged in his own match. Both fighters were employing the most fundamental military boxing techniques, exchanging blows in a manner that had devolved into a test of endurance and physicality. That weren't you the one who took him for special training? Dong Xiaoya queried, her expression flat. Is this the result of last-minute preparations? Unbeknownst to her, Yi Ning had approached her side, his expression calm, in no rush. He replied with a faint smile. Bah! In the battle circle, Chun Jian, covered in dust, rose to his feet, spitting out grit and squinting at his youthful opponent. A cold smile crossing his face as he charged forward once more. The opponent, taller and heavier than Chun Jian, was equally caked in dust, yet determination shone in his eyes as he met Chun Jian head-on. They exchanged blows like 2 brawlers, each landing punches and slaps to the face in a matter of moments. Both were left bruised and battered, with Chun Jian visibly struggling to keep up, while his opponent still had energy to spare. Witnessing this, Dong Xiaoya could not help but furrow her brow and let out a sigh, shaking her head slightly. He is going to lose. Yet, Yi Ning maintained a confident smile, remarking, he has won. Dong Xiaoya turned her head, frowning at Yi Ning, but saw him still focused on the battle circle, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his gaze filled with admiration, and his voice calm yet assured. She could not fathom the source of his confidence. Yet, Yi Ning had begun to regard Chun Jian with newfound respect. While Chun Jian's physical attributes did not match those of his opponent, his willpower was undeniably remarkable. Throughout the match, Chun Jian had refrained from employing the techniques he had just been taught, choosing instead to engage his opponent directly. The opponent clearly had energy left, but his techniques had become clumsy, while Chun Jian remained composed, dodging expertly and enduring. Thus, Chun Jian's victory was merely a matter of time. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Chun Jian emerged triumphant. Thunderous applause erupted, and the soldiers cast admiring glances at him. Following Dong Xiaoya's victory, nearly everyone turned their attention to Chun Jian's match, lacking any spectacular displays. It was a straightforward contest of physicality and willpower, and even the once embarrassed instructors finally lifted their heads at the very least. This match had semblance of a proper competition to dust-covered and bruised. Chun Jian gazed at his fallen opponent, gasping for breath before raising his right fist in victory, shouting with exhilaration. Applause rang out from Yi Ning, who joined in clapping. Chun Jian's immediate glance towards Yi Ning, witnessing his applause, brought him to tears. Chapter 275, Fury Big Men. Why are you crying? Dong Xiaoya pouted, somewhat displeased. After a brief 15-minute intermission, the quarterfinals were set to commence. Dong Xiaoye and Chen Jian were about to take the stage once more. Chen Jian, before he stepped on stage, Yi Ning called out to him, furrowing his brow. Chen Jian quickly turned around, blinking his panda eyes, and asked with a smile, "Master, what is it? You have only one chance." Yi Ning's expression turned serious. "Understood." Chen Jian nodded earnestly. "Did I mean, if it's beyond your capabilities, don't force it. Just concede to." Yi Ning continued, his brow furrowed. Chen Jian was momentarily taken aback by the words, while Dong Xiaoye rolled her eyes and remarked, "Losing is nothing to fret over. That my victories are not solely attributed to this so-called training over the past week. Chen Jian, the road ahead is long. There's no need to quarrel over momentary wins and losses." That it was rare for Dong Xiaoye to say so much to Chen Jian. Chen Jian nodded once more, yet the determination in his gaze only intensified. In the quarterfinals, 4 matches unfolded simultaneously, 2 of which were devoid of any suspense. One featured a new disciple under Tong Hu, who effortlessly dominated with his physical prowess, while the other showcased Zhou Donglai's disciple, who had easily overwhelmed his opponent in the previous round. Utilizing a clever strategy, he faced a freshman who was already on the brink of exhaustion, securing victory without a hint of doubt. The remaining 2 matches were between Chen Jian and Dong Xiaoye, each pitted against 2 of Tong Hu's disciples who had also reached the physical refinement stage. Within the arena, Dong Xiaoye frowned as she assessed her opponent, who wore a faint smile and showed no immediate intent to strike. Instead, observing her leisurely, he chuckled and said, "Sister Dong Xiaoye, it seems you exerted quite a bit of energy in the last match. We can take our time. Do you need a moment to rest?" "No need," Dong Xiaoye replied, her expression devoid of emotion. I believe the other match will be even more thrilling," the young man sneered. Turning his attention towards Chen Jian's bout, Dong Xiaoye narrowed her eyes. There was no doubt that Chen Jian was up against a formidable opponent. The adversary clearly aimed to disrupt her focus by exploiting Chen Jian's injuries. Yet, despite her resolve, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Chen Jian. There stood Chen Jian, vigilant and poised, eyeing the young man across from him with a fierce expression. "Chen Jian, I'll grant you the opportunity to concede," the young man said, crossing his arms and looking disdainfully at Chen Jian, smirking as he added, "With your current state, you're hardly a match for me. If we engage, don't say I bullied you." "Tisich," Chen Jian scoffed, clenching his fists and maintaining his stance, his panda-like eyes fixed intently on the young man. "That if you have the guts, bring me down first." At these words, the young man narrowed his eyes. "Are you trying to discern my techniques to create an opening for that, Dong Xiaoye? You should be qualified to think that way." With a mocking tone, he mirrored Chen Jian's stance and sneered, "You must earn that right first." Without further ado, the young man lunged towards Chen Jian with remarkable speed. Despite both being practitioners of military boxing, a considerable gap in strength and speed became evident, leaving Chen Jian with little chance of victory. The young man, realizing this, closed in and launched a simple jab aimed squarely at Chen Jian's face. Finally, Chen Jian moved, evading the punch by sidestepping. The young man pressed forward, intent on unleashing a series of close combat military boxing techniques, convinced he could secure victory within 5 moves. However, at that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Chen Jian's eyes. Instead of retreating or employing defensive tactics from his prior training, he bent his right knee and coiled his fist, channeling all his energy into a single, powerful punch. The young man had already committed to his attack, leaving his chest exposed. Thud! Chen Jian took the brunt of the young man's punch, his nose collapsing under the impact, yet he retaliated with all his might, landing a solid blow to the young man's chest. Both received injuries. Outside the arena, Yi Ning furrowed his brow, gripping his fists tightly. Earlier, he had only imparted a few basic techniques to Chen Jian, which he had devised after observing military boxing. These strategies proved ineffective against a true expert, but against an average student lacking solid foundations, Chen Jian could have easily triumphed. However, he never anticipated that Chen Jian would endure a punch just to unleash his full power. With a dull thud, Chen Jian was knocked to the ground, collapsing onto his back while the young man staggered backward, ultimately regaining his balance at the edge of the arena. Bastard. The young man felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, never expecting to be outsmarted by Chen Jian, whom he considered weak, almost facing a disastrous defeat. Chen Jian, in agony, tears streaming down his face, mustered all his strength to rise unsteadily. Upon seeing the young man still standing, disappointment flickered in his eyes. But soon his gaze regained its resolve as he assumed his stance, once more, that you're asking for death. The young man's lips curled into a cruel smile, ready to advance, when a voice from behind interrupted. Stop! Chen Jian has lost why Ning's voice was grave, halting the young man's advance. The young man frowned, hesitating to strike again. The referee sighed, shaking his head, a look of regret upon his face that it had been a commendable strike. Had Chen Jian's power been a touch greater, he might have truly caused an upset. Alas, once his opponent took things seriously, Chen Jian lacked even the strength to retaliate. The referee was about to declare the winner when Tong Hu's voice rang out. Wait, Tong Hu, with a playful smile, interjected, the contestant is still on the field, and he hasn't conceded. On what grounds do you declare him defeated? Because I am his master. Yi Ning replied darkly. Master? Tong Hu raised an eyebrow, his smile growing more playful as he turned his gaze to the unwilling Chen Jian, cheerfully asking, Kid, do you want to concede? If you don't, I can decide for you. No one can aid you in conceding. Hearing Tong Hu's words, the young man, who had just avoided a near disaster, immediately smirked with disdain, saying, Indeed, Chen Jian, what kind of man retreats without a fight? Are you willing to concede just like that? Chen Jian's expression turned complex as his lips trembled, ready to refute, but Yi Ning stepped forward, dragging him out of the arena without a word, placing him behind himself. Did I say he is lost? That is final. Why? Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Tong Hu, and sneered, If you have any objections, we can settle this ourselves. Chapter 276. The skills of the master. That's precisely what I intend. Tong Hu's eyes widened, prepared to enter the arena. He had never anticipated that Yi Ning, who had remained silent until now, would suddenly challenge him. Enough! The referee interjected, frowning as he interrupted Tong Hu. Today is for the new students' competition. The victor has been determined. What more do you wish to prove? You boy, I care not who you are. If you wish to spar, there will be opportunities in the future. Tong Hu, am always ready. Tong Hu's gaze flickered as he slightly shook his head, coldly smiling at Yi Ning. Ha. Yi Ning scoffed, pulling the injured Chen Jian aside. Not far away, Dong Xiaoye observed Yi Ning taking Chen Jian away, her eyes flickering slightly as she pursed her lips. Just then, the young man across from Dong Xiaoye suddenly launched an attack. With blinding speed, he rushed towards Dong Xiaoye. Caught off guard, she hastily countered, but the young man had seized the opportunity, unleashing his full strength. Good! Tong Hu shouted with glee, a smug smile on his face as he turned to Yi Ning, taunting. If she were up against a true adversary, she would be in grave danger now. Despicable. Chen Jian glared furiously at Tong Hu, fists clenched tightly. Yet Yi Ning didn't spare Tong Hu a glance, his focus firmly on the ongoing match between Dong Xiaoye and her opponent. Umph. Tong Hu sneered coldly, feeling as though his taunts were falling on deaf ears, rendering no impact. Despite the opponent's initial advantage, Dong Xiaoye quickly regained her footing and unleashed her Bagua palm techniques without reservation. With a fluid motion, she executed a sweeping attack, swiftly countering the young man's momentary advantage. The young man stumbled back, and Chen Jian's face lit up with excitement. However, both Yi Ning and Dong Xiaoye frowned simultaneously. Something felt amiss. The young man wore a cold smile, disregarding the pain as he charged in once more. Ignoring several strikes from Dong Xiaoye, he aimed 2 punches directly at her chest, showing no mercy. At this point, nearly everyone in the audience recognized the irregularity unfolding in the arena. Dong Xiaoye, cornered, finally seized the moment. executing a technique that allowed her to redirect the young man's force, landing a kick on his calf. The young man stumbled and fell out of the ring. "Damn it," he muttered, his expression twisted with rage. Glaring at Dong Xiaoye, who stood steadfastly in the arena, filled with reluctance. "Humph." Dong Xiaoye snorted coldly, turning on her heel to exit the ring. This victory seemed to come without surprise. "Sir, you truly are remarkable." "Another victory," Chun Jian exclaimed with joy as he approached Dong Xiaoye upon her return. Yet Yi Ning's brows furrowed slightly. Despite his best efforts to remain composed, Dong Xiaoye's arms trembled slightly. "Come here." Yi Ning suddenly called out to Dong Xiaoye, who was about to step aside for a moment of rest. "What? Do you also wish to persuade me to concede?" "I will not give up." Dong Xiaoye frowned, coldly gazing at Yi Ning as she spoke firmly. "That I summoned you here." Yi Ning finally furrowed his brow, his tone imbued with a hint of authority. Dong Xiaoye's body noticeably trembled. As Yi Ning, who usually appeared to be a kind-hearted person, always wore a cheerful and languid demeanor. However, his sudden seriousness instilled in her a sense of unyielding obedience. Dong Xiaoye obediently approached Yi Ning, who grasped her fair right hand and rolled up her sleeve. "Hiss!" Dong Xiaoye instantly gasped in pain, and Chun Jian was momentarily dumbfounded. It was evident that Dong Xiaoye's arm was covered in bruises, with numerous tiny puncture wounds slowly oozing blood. That scoundrel must have worn some sort of inner armor. At that moment, Chun Jian also regained his composure and angrily exclaimed at Yi Ning's brow furrowed deeper, anger flashing in his eyes. The semifinals would resume in 15 minutes. And given Dong Xiaoye's current state, she was utterly incapable of fighting. "You need not concern yourself," Dong Xiaoye interjected, attempting to withdraw her right hand from Yi Ning's grip, only to find she could not escape. Yi Ning shot her a sidelong glance, saying nothing further, as he placed his hand upon Dong Xiaoye's battered arm. A piercing pain surged through her, followed by a wave of coolness. Dong Xiaoye distinctly felt a refreshing energy emanating from Yi Ning's palm. Coursing into her arm, Yi Ning's hand merely floated over her arm a few times, and the once-injured limb astonishingly became smooth and unblemished. Both Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian stared in astonishment at Yi Ning's actions, their eyes brimming with delight. Dong Xiaoye's cheeks flushed crimson. Initially, she only felt the pain from her wounds, but now, with her arm fully healed, Yi Ning's touch made her feel a ticklish sensation, leaving her quite embarrassed. At last, Dong Xiaoye retracted her arm, and Yi Ning merely raised his gaze to fixate on her, eventually with a pink flush adorning her cheeks. Dong Xiaoye obediently extended her other arm. Yi Ning repeated the process, not only healing the injuries on Dong Xiaoye's arm, but also replenishing her energy expended over the 2 previous matches with his own vital essence. "Thank you, Master." Dong Xiaoye, blushing, found herself feeling somewhat bashful standing before Yi Ning, for it was the first time since becoming his disciple that she felt genuine admiration for him. "Master, so you are a doctor. No wonder you haven't been teaching us any skills these past few days." Chun Jian also looked at Yi Ning with a face full of surprise and reverence. "Very well. Go forth. Not only must you win, but you must win handsomely." Yi Ning nodded slightly, addressing Dong Xiaoye. She immediately nodded vigorously, and at the mention of the competition, the stubborn girl's eyes rekindled with fierce fighting spirit. That Tong Hu, who appeared to be straightforward, was in reality employing some underhanded tactics, and Yi Ning's displeasure began to mount. In the semifinals, as expected, Dong Xiaoye faced off against Tong, whose disciple once more. This time, Dong Xiaoye transformed from a passive participant to an aggressive attacker, launching a series of ferocious strikes. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was concluded. Her opponent, despite exerting all their strength, was unable to bridge the gap in their abilities and was thoroughly defeated by Dong Xiaoye. Tong Hu and his few disciples frowned deeply, especially the one clad in blade armor, whose eyes were filled with shock that he had known that Dong Xiaoye was gravely injured and was essentially at her last gasp. Yet she had unleashed such formidable combat prowess in this round, seemingly unaffected. In fact, she appeared even more dominant than in the previous matches. Chapter 277. The Defeat. Tong Hu's dark gaze shifted toward Yi Ning. He observed Dong Xiaoye, who had just completed her match, seated beside Yi Ning, recuperating. Not a fleeting glimmer of ruthless intent crossed Tong Hu's eyes. In the finals, Dong Xiaoye would confront his last disciple, and he absolutely could not afford to lose this match. Chen Xing, come here. With this thought, Tong Hu grimly called Chen Xing aside. Chen Xing was one of the 4 disciples under Tong Hu's tutelage, and he was the most favored among them, although all 4 disciples were in the body refinement stage. Chen Xing's strength surpassed the other 3, being a descendant of the Chen family, and he had mastered Tai Chi to an extraordinary degree. Even against Dong Xiaoye, he stood a fair chance. Previously, Chen Xing had remained taciturn. But now, upon being summoned by Tong Hu, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, a hint of hesitation crossing his face that he longed for a fair contest with Dong Xiaoye, but meeting Tong Hu's grim gaze. He sighed and rose to comply. Moments later, the finals commenced. Dong Xiaoye and the now-returned Chen Xing ascended the stage. Chen Xing possessed a somewhat handsome appearance, fair-skinned and tall, standing calmly opposite Dong Xiaoye, exuding an air of superiority. After all, as a scion of a martial arts family, he had already attained body refinement stage at a young age. In the mundane world, he would certainly be regarded as a master. At the very least, those so-called masters in ordinary martial arts schools would be no match for him. Sister Xiaoye, I apologize for the offense. Chen Xing clasped his hands and spoke earnestly to Dong Xiaoye. Taking a deep breath, Dong Xiaoye exhaled slowly, raising her hands to perform a simple stretching motion, evidently relaxed now that it was the final match. Make your move. Dong Xiaoye smiled at Chen Xing and charged forward. Chen Xing's expression remained impassive, but his movements were quick, executing a beautiful initial maneuver before engaging in a fierce clash with Dong Xiaoye. Nearby, atop a tower, an elderly man with hair as white as snow stood on the terrace, observing the duel from a distance. Just then, the small door to the terrace creaked open, and a middle-aged man with a square face entered, only to be taken aback upon spotting the elderly man standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Elder Chun, you are here as well? The middle-aged man expressed his surprise, saying, a group of children playing at fighting, I never expected you would take an interest in watching. The elder did not turn. Chuckling softly, Jiangua, did you not come as well? Dong Jiangua forced a smile, joining Elder Chen's side, his gaze shifting to the ongoing battle not far away. They appeared somewhat inexperienced, yet he mused. You were not as skilled as this young girl in your youth. She is indeed a gem. Elder Chen's eyes remained fixed on the duel, and he sighed. I thought my boy would have no rivals among the younger generation. But it seems I have underestimated the situation. This is just the beginning. They are all young and have a long road ahead. Dong Jiangua smiled wryly, now that Chen Xing has become Tong Hu's disciple. I believe his future is bound to be bright. Have you uncovered any details about that lad? Elder Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Dong Jiangua as he inquired. Dong Jiangua shook his head with a bitter smile. He hails from Yun City, a doctor. I imagine his entry into Kunlun must be due to some distinctive qualities. I see. Elder Chen nodded slightly, smiling. Just now, your girl was treated by him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it this far. Perhaps becoming this Yi instructor's disciple is not a bad thing after all. Dong Jiangua smiled wryly, refraining from further comment. The Eagle Plan was underway, and Tong Hu and his companions were all elite figures summoned from the front line, their prowess unquestionable. However, among the instructors of the Eagle Plan, there was an unexpected addition. Yi Ning, that is, a Kunlun instructor and a high-ranking official within the Longhu camp, Dong Jiangua had initially not intended to delve into the upper arrangements. Yet his daughter Dong Xiaoye had unwittingly become a disciple of Yi Ning. Thus, he conducted an investigation into Yi Ning. Unfortunately, the outcome left Dong Jiangua greatly disappointed that Yi Ning was merely a doctor. While there had been some young and capable physicians recruited by Kunlun, these individuals typically lacked combat skills. Not to mention Tong Hu and his elite disciples, who had long engaged in high-intensity battles. Even the soldiers stationed at Longhu camp could easily overpower them. If Yi Ning were merely to join Kunlun and serve as a doctor, Dong Jiangguo would have no objections. But now that Yi Ning had become an instructor for the Eagle Plan and his daughter had fallen under his tutelage, it left him feeling quite unsettled. Alas, defeat. At the high platform, Elder Chen shook his head in lament. After several exchanges, it became evident that Dong Xiaoye's offensive had intensified, while Chen Xing had begun to show signs of fatigue. Continuing in this manner, he was bound to lose. Dong Jiangguo silently nodded, a look of determination suddenly appearing on his face as he turned to leave. Jiangguo, as he reached the door. Elder Chen's voice drifted back to him. Dong Jiangguo paused, glancing back at Elder Chen. This time, Elder Chen turned, furrowing his brow at Dong Jiangguo, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke, though Yi Ning is a doctor. He possesses some skills and was personally arranged by that individual. Exercise caution. Understood. Dong Jiangguo nodded solemnly before departing. The battle between Dong Xiaoye and Chen Xing had now reached a fever pitch. Chen Xing was being driven into a corner, on the verge of being knocked out of the ring, that a resolute glimmer flashed across Chen Xing's eyes as he swiftly countered Dong Xiaoye's dual knife hand strikes. In an instant, he retracted his Tai Chi stance, pivoted his feet, and unexpectedly pressed his back forcefully against Dong Xiaoye. Though she managed to block in time, the impact sent her staggering back several steps. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing charged forward, completely altering his technique. The originally gentle Tai Chi transformed into the ferociously powerful Bejiquan. Although both were formidable practitioners of body refinement, Chen Xing, being a man, held a slight advantage in strength. Coupled with the aggressive style, he relentlessly pushed Dong Xiaoye into retreat after retreat, finally revealing a look of panic on her face that in terms of strength, Dong Xiaoye had always held a clear upper hand over Chen Xing. But today, he exhibited significant enhancements in both power and speed, especially with his current use of Bejiquan. He had her struggling to keep up. A dull thud resounded as Chen Xing unleashed a crushing punch. While Dong Xiaoye narrowly evaded, the follow-up strike forced her to retreat once more, pushing her out of the combat arena. Chapter 278. Despicable Dong Xiaoye stood frozen in disbelief. She had actually lost. Chen Xing, stationary, bore a complex expression, lowering his head, unable to meet the shocked gaze of Dong Xiaoye. Chen Xing was the victor. The referee promptly announced the result of the match. What a pity, just a move away from victory, chuckled Tong Hu, delighting in the moment as he mockingly addressed Dong Xiaoye. You are indeed a talent, and now that you have forsaken the shadows for the light, it's a win-win for everyone. I did not lose, Dong Xiaoye retorted angrily, furrowing her brows. Chen Xing, why has your strength suddenly surged so much? There must be something amiss. Chen Xing, at her accusation, buried his head even lower. Chen Xing, are you even a man? Do you dare answer my question? Dong Xiaoye glared at him, her expression one of indignation. Enough of this commotion. Dong Jingwo hurried over, frowning as he reprimanded them. Dong Xiaoye fell silent for a moment, but continued to stubbornly glare at him, her eyes clearly defiant. Dong Jingwo turned to Tong Hu and inquired, what did you mean by forsaking the shadows for the light? Ha. Tong Hu chuckled, clasping his hands together as he replied, Instructor Dong. To be frank, we had a wager before the match that if Dong Xiaoye lost, she would join my ranks, correct, Instructor Yi? He glanced at Yi Ning with a sly grin. Dong Jingwo raised an eyebrow, having just been troubled by his daughter's master situation. Now it seemed the issue was swiftly resolved at Yi Ning, however, merely smiled coldly, fixing his gaze on the silent Chen Xing kid. I'm giving you one last chance to confess and receive leniency. Yi Ning had already discerned that Chen Xing had consumed some sort of stimulant, and his initial reluctance to expose it stemmed from a belief that the boy still possessed a modicum of shame, that he merely wished to grant him an opportunity. Finally, Chen Xing mumbled, still looking down. I did take some medicine before the match. I don't even know what it was. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. There are regulations against using drugs in the new recruits competition. Tong Hu scoffed, utterly unashamed, casting a cold glare at Yining. Now that you've been bested, are you unable to accept defeat? The surrounding soldiers expressed their discontent. How could a fair competition permit drug use? Just as they were about to speak up, Dong Jingwo interjected. Indeed, there are no such regulations that if one loses, they must accept the outcome. Yining stood momentarily stunned, staring at Dong Jingwo, taken aback by his unexpected support for Tong Hu. Though he did not know Dong Jingwo personally, the reactions of those around him indicated that he held a significant position within the Longhu camp. That I refuse to accept this, Dong Xiaoye declared defiantly, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. Enough nonsense. Dong Jingwo glared sternly at her, commanding, now is not the time for such behavior. Quickly bow to Instructor Tong and acknowledge him as your teacher. I won tea. Dong Xiaoye persisted, resolutely tilting her head, showing no intention of submitting, though we don't accept it either. A soldier spoke up, prompting a chorus of agreement from others. Chenxing's victory was hardly commendable. Indeed, there must be a rematch, another exclaimed. How can a new recruits competition allow drug use? This is utterly disgraceful. As the soldiers began to voice their grievances, Tong, whose expression darkened. Dong Jingwo's countenance also soured as he stated, the outcome is irrelevant. In any case, Xiaoye, you will promptly acknowledge Instructor Tong as your teacher. Today's competition is a victory for Tong Hu. I am curious to know who you are to make such a declaration. Yining interjected, stepping forward and fixing Dong Jingwo with a cold stare, that I am her father. Dong Jingwo finally snapped, unable to maintain his composure. Both Dong Xiaoye and Chenxing were, in fact, descendants of the higher echelons of the Longhu camp. Yet, to avoid favoritism and suppression, they had concealed their pride. Dong Jingwo had initially intended to politely arrange for a few doctors from the Kunlun medical department to mentor the students, but now that Yining had dared to oppose him, he felt considerable displeasure at why Yining was taken aback, glancing at Dong Xiaoye, realizing it was a family matter. Meeting Yining's astonished gaze, Dong Xiaoye suddenly burst into laughter. When Yining had stepped in front of her, standing against everything, she felt a flicker of gratitude. Her heart began to accept Yining's role as her mentor. However, now, facing this absurd situation, she couldn't help but laugh. So what if you are her father? I am still her teacher, Yining muttered discontentedly, turning back to Dong Jingwo. Even so, I hope she can make her own choice. You have no right to interfere with her decision. Haha, does futile struggle hold any meaning? Tong Hu sneered, narrowing his eyes at Yining, cheerfully adding, Kid, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Instructor Yi, you are merely a doctor. Know your place. Do you truly believe that a little martial skill qualifies you to be an instructor? You are merely seeking to recruit a few capable disciples to assist you in accomplishing tasks assigned by Kunlun. Isn't that rather selfish, unworthy of respect? Yining raised an eyebrow at Tong Hu, a playful smile gracing his lips. And you? What are you? Since you all love to gamble so much, how about a wager between us? Go on. Tong Hu replied dismissively, his smirk still intact. That if we fight, and I win, Dong Xiaoye will have the right to choose for herself, and none of you shall interfere. Yining stated calmly to this proclamation. Everyone fell silent. Tong Hu was a master-level fighter, a frontline combatant. It could be said that even within the entire Longhu camp, few could withstand his onslaught. And now, Yining had dared to utter such words. Dong Jingwo was also momentarily speechless, astonished that Yining would challenge Tong Hu. Contemplating the prior instructions from Elder Chun, he considered intervening, but Tong Hu spoke up eagerly. All right, I accept your challenge. Tong Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement that he had long wished to teach Yining a lesson and was now ready to seize this opportunity without hesitation. But if you lose, you must bow to me in apology and from now on address me as Master Hu. How about that? Huh? Yining smiled faintly, though his smile was somewhat chilling, and he nodded without hesitation. Very well. In that moment, everyone was astounded, and Dong Jingwo felt a sense of unease. If Yi Ning were to suffer severe injury at the hands of Tong Hu, he would have to answer for it. Chapter 279. Slap in the face. Oh no. Dong Xia grasped Yi Ning's arm, her voice laced with urgency. This wager is inherently unfair, though she voiced her concerns about the inequity of the wager. Her expression betrayed her anxiousness. Since the initiation of the fledgling Eagle Plan, her family had repeatedly urged her to apprentice under Tong Hu, a general from Kunlun's frontline. He was not someone they, as mere capital guards, could rival. If the two were to engage, Yi Ning's fate would surely be dire. Dong Jingwo pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to Tong Hu, his expression fluctuating as he hesitated to speak. Ha! Tong Hu laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, Brother Dong, I will exercise discretion. After all, I wouldn't dream of harming such a promising young talent. Hearing this, Dong Jingwo finally managed a strained smile, though he remained silent. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaoya seethed with frustration, her emotions a tempest. That on one hand, she found Tong Hu utterly detestable, yearning to teach him a lesson, yet she knew she was no match for him. Additionally, even if Yi Ning faced Tong Hu, his chances of victory were slim, which left her deeply worried. Master, go with confidence. Rest assured, do not underestimate the youth. Today, the indignities you have suffered shall be avenged by me in full measure. In the end, Dong Xiaoya gazed solemnly at Yi Ning and spoke earnestly. However, as soon as her words fell, she felt a sudden pain on her forehead, for Yi Ning had playfully flicked her on the head. Dong Xiaoya frowned and looked up, her expression one of discontent, but as she raised her gaze, she found herself met with Yi Ning's condescending stare, standing half a head taller than Dong Xiaoya. He leaned slightly forward to meet her eyes. Little girl, what are you thinking? Yi Ning scoffed. You are my disciple, and now that someone has bullied you, as your master, I cannot simply stand idly by. Pay attention, for this is your first lesson. After delivering his final words, Yi Ning turned and cast a disinterested glance at Tong Hu before striding forward. Such pretense. Tong Hu squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. Unconvinced that this coward, who had not dared to retort during their first encounter, possessed any genuine skill, that he was, after all, the sharp blade of Kunlun, having long navigated the front lines and taught countless so-called prodigies a lesson. Yi Ning was no exception in his eyes. Yi Ning took a couple of steps forward. Arriving at the very spot where Dong Xiaoya had just faced Qinxing, he turned back to Tong Hu, a playful smile gracing his lips. Our duel starts here, does it not? Just now, you employed forbidden substances to ensure your disciple's victory. Now I shall teach you what it means to conduct oneself properly. You seek death, Tong Hu roared in fury, a surge of energy emanating from him, sending his disciples staggering back several paces, their faces pale. The force was overwhelming, imbued with a palpable aura of lethal intent, an intensity forged from years teetering on the brink of life and death. At that moment, Tong Hu's already formidable physique seemed to swell further, his muscles rippling with explosive power, transforming him into a veritable colossus. I shall annihilate you, he bellowed, charging at Yi Ning with unbridled ferocity. The very ground trembled beneath his feet, as though an earthquake had struck, and the faces of all present in the Longhu camp turned ashen. Dong Jingwo's expression darkened significantly as he unleashed his own aura. Yet even he could not halt the rampaging Tong Hu. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon the foolhardy Yi Ning. Tong Hu surged forward like a locomotive unleashed, roaring towards Yi Ning. Yet, Yi Ning remained rooted in place, unmoving. Just as Tong Hu closed the distance and turned to collide with his back against Yi Ning, the latter finally made his move. With a seemingly effortless gesture, Yi Ning raised his hand. In that instant, all eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the audacious Yi Ning, who appeared to be challenging the very heavens. Chun Jian clenched his fists, his expression one of desperation, while Dong Xiaoya, unable to bear the sight, shielded her eyes. Yet in the next moment, the astonishment etched upon everyone's faces froze in place. For Yi Ning's simple, almost mundane motion effortlessly intercepted Tong Hu's formidable assault. Tong Hu's massive frame became rigid, as Yi Ning's body remained still, a single hand pressing against Tong Hu's back, rendering him utterly immobile. Tong Hu's mind was aflame with shock. In that moment, he felt as if he had collided with an insurmountable mountain, his strength dissipating as if a bull had plunged into the sea, effortlessly countered by Yi Ning. Nonetheless, a seasoned warrior like Tong Hu knew the importance of seizing the moment. Failing to land his first blow, he retreated a half-step, pivoted, and without hesitation, raised his fist to strike at Yi Ning's abdomen. A straightforward yet practical punch, imbued with immense force, accompanied by the gale of energy erupting from Tong Hu, whipped Yi Ning's garments about wildly. However, at the very moment Tong Hu turned, Yi Ning had already raised his hand high. Slap! A downward strike landed squarely on Tong Hu's face, causing his robust body to lose balance as a searing pain radiated from his left cheek. He stumbled back 2 paces, a loud ringing echoing in his ears, followed by a brief bout of tinnitus. His earlier punch had been effortlessly neutralized by Yi Ning. Tong Hu swayed unsteadily before Yi Ning, resembling a drunken man, a comical sight akin to a clumsy dancing bear. Yet before he could regain his footing, Yi Ning swiftly reversed his palm and delivered another strike. Slap, slap, slap. Yi Ning advanced leisurely, his hands a flurry of motion, raining down slaps upon Tong Hu. The latter was utterly incapable of retaliating. All present stood frozen, having braced themselves for the worst, yet the situation had taken a staggering turn. Yi Ning, seemingly indifferent, continued his relentless assault on Tong Hu, who staggered back like a drunken fool, that in a matter of moments. Tong Hu's face had swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head that as Yi Ning ceased his strikes. Tong Hu wobbled dizzily in place for 2 rotations before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. I simply wish to dispense with idle chatter, yet you persist in believing I am amenable to conversation. Yi Ning scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Tong Hu before shifting his gaze forward. The warriors remained in a stupor, fixated on Yi Ning, the atmosphere thick with silence. Chapter 280. To act is better than to prattle. This is your first lesson. Before absolute power, all embellishments are futile. Yi Ning addressed Dong Xiaoye and Chen Jian, then added thoughtfully, moreover, from now on, let actions speak louder than words. Wow, master. You are so impressive. Dong Xiaoye, snapping back to reality, exclaimed, shattering the stillness of the crowd, that it was merely a lesson for a foolish pig. Yi Ning waved his hand dismissively, maintaining an air of tranquil composure, appearing not only unthreatening, but almost fragile. Yet it was this very youth who had rendered the battle-hardened Master Tong Hu unconscious with a mere flick of his wrist. Yi Ning's hands found their way into his pockets as he regarded Dong Jiangwo, whose expression was one of disbelief, parched with embarrassment. Dong Jiangwo had always underestimated this young man sent from above, viewing him as nothing more than a candle in the wind, come to gain experience, akin to his daughter Dong Xiaoye, merely a standout among her peers, unworthy of instructing her in her training. However, the slap of reality had come swiftly, catching him completely off guard. That I still hope that my daughter retains the right to make her own choices, he mused quietly. After a moment of silence, Yi Ning broke the quietude first. Yes, yes, yes. Dong Jiangwo nodded fervently, a dry smile on his face. Instructor Yi is absolutely correct. Henceforth, I will respect Xiaoye's choices and will not obstruct her from following you in her training. Good. Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Furthermore, I am my own person, and the Longhu camp is the Longhu camp. While I have indeed joined Kunlun, that does not mean a mere camp can dictate my actions. I hope you all can recognize your place. Yes, yes, yes. Dong Jiangwo nodded vigorously, not daring to defy him in the slightest. The likes of Yi Ning, a competitor of such caliber joining Kunlun, was something they could only dream of. In fact, Dong Jiangwo believed Yi Ning had already reached a level akin to that of an elder, that he had previously witnessed the clash between Tong Hu and an elder of Kunlun. Tong Hu, with his strength, was known for his domineering ways. And even among the hidden talents of Kunlun, there were scarcely a handful who could stand against him. The last time, an innate elder had been forced into a corner by Tong Hu. Yet, Yi Ning had, with seemingly effortless ease, toyed with Tong Hu, who had not even unleashed his full aura. If Yi Ning had truly relied solely on brute strength, Dong Jingwo could not possibly believe it. It was more likely that Yi Ning was at least of innate caliber, operating in a realm beyond his comprehension, employing methods unknown to him. Thus, Dong Jingwo's attitude grew ever more respectful after a moment of contemplation. Yi Ning added, "Also, the new student rewards seem overly vague. From now on, should I accept any tasks, feel free to come to me directly, and forget about any notions of priority." Several instructors, including Zhou Donglai, twitched their lips, their expressions peculiar. "With your prowess, who would dare to trouble you?" Feeling that matters had reached a satisfactory conclusion, Yi Ning intended to take his leave to his surprise. Dong Xiaoye rushed forward, seizing his arm with an expression brimming with admiration, and said, "Master, we are now your disciples. We have yet to enjoy a proper meal together. Tonight, we shall treat you to a feast. What do you say?" Dong Xiaoye's large eyes fixed intently on Yi Ning, her face alight with playful delight. The white Yi Ning was taken aback. This was a far cry from the aloof Dong Xiaoye, who had previously shown him indifference. After a moment's thought, he conceded, acknowledging the situation. "All right." Dong Xiaoye suddenly erupted in cheers, turning to Chen Jian, whose face still bore the marks of bruises, and exclaimed, "Chen Jian, what are you dawdling for? Let's go. Isn't there a mobilization meeting after the freshman competition?" Chen Jian, realizing belatedly, responded. Dong Xia rolled her eyes dramatically at him, exuding exasperation as she said, "Did you not hear what Master just said? From now on, the Longhu camp has no authority over him. Our current status is not that of ordinary disciples. We are disciples of Instructor Yi Ning. Naturally, we are not bound by these rules. Hurry up. Why are we wasting time here?" Chen Jian, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at Dong Jingwo and Zhou Donglai. Their expressions were exceedingly awkward, and they instantly adopted a posture of looking skyward. This so-called freshman mobilization meeting, since it was organized by the Longhu camp, was certainly different from the typical freshman orientation at ordinary schools. Dong Jingwo had already prepared the main content, which was to have a few warriors take the stage to showcase their skills, allowing the new recruits to experience what true experts are like. Once the atmosphere was suitably set, he would deliver a few simple remarks, and that would be that. However, after witnessing the earlier confrontation between Yi Ning and Tong Hu, which had showcased the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Longhu camp, Dong Jingwo felt that if Chen Jian had not reminded him, he might have outright canceled the mobilization meeting. Now, he could only force a laugh and nod, saying to Chen Jian, "You certainly don't need to attend this freshman mobilization meeting. Xiaoye is right, but the other freshmen cannot receive special treatment." With Dong Jingwo's approval, Chen Jian nodded earnestly and followed Dong Xiaoye and Yi Ning out. Ultimately, at the freshman mobilization meeting, the few warriors who had prepared to showcase their skills, feeling embarrassed, all withdrew from the stage. Dong Jingwo had no choice but to step onto the podium himself, delivering a few terse words under the eager gaze of a dozen new recruits, resulting in a rather anticlimactic conclusion to the mobilization meeting. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaoye, Chen Jian, and Yi Ning were already seated at the Old Tavern, indulging in a delightful hot pot meal. The Old Tavern, located on an ancient street in Kyoto, was a traditional establishment. Even Yi Ning could not help but exclaim how authentic the hot pot was. Despite his current ability to sustain himself solely by absorbing the natural energies of the world, he still relished the meal. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but these 2 bottles are my cherished daughter's red wine. Enjoy." A familiar middle-aged man entered, cheerfully addressing the trio. "Thank you, Uncle San," Dong Xiaoye replied with a beaming smile. The Yi Ning, in a notably good mood, did not hesitate to seize a bottle of daughter's red, deftly uncorking it with one hand. The server standing beside the owner, holding a bottle opener, was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle San, allow me to introduce you. This is my new instructor, Yi Ning, Instructor Yi," Dong Xiaoya promptly introduced. Her enthusiasm palpable that don't be fooled by his youth. His abilities are impressive. He can easily take on a dozen opponents. As she spoke, she playfully waved her fist. The middle-aged owner's eyes lit up upon hearing this. And he turned to Yi Ning with excitement, exclaiming, "So this is the renowned Yi Ning, Instructor Yi? My apologies, Instructor Yi. You are indeed a remarkable young talent. I've heard tales of your exploits in the White Tiger camp in the Ice Province, slaying countless enemies. I am thoroughly in awe." Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback by the owner's words, quickly understanding the amused expression on Dong Xiaoya's face. That it seemed that Dong Zhengwo's earlier maneuvers were no mere whim. He had long intended for Dong Xiaoya to apprentice under Tong Hu, and now the owner naturally regarded him as Tong Hu. However, Yi Ning chose not to point this out. The middle-aged owner promptly raised his glass, eager to share a drink with Yi Ning, who readily accepted that in truth, Yi Ning was not much of a drinker, and his encounters with liquor were few. Beer was bearable, but he was completely unfamiliar with spirits. Nonetheless, the owner's earnestness piqued his curiosity, prompting him to sample this fine wine. Seeing the owner so enthusiastic, Yi Ning poured 2 glasses. The sight of the full glasses made the owner's eyelids twitch. But having already committed, he lifted his glass and watched as Yi Ning downed his drink in one go. With a determined heart, the owner closed his eyes and followed suit, finishing his glass in one gulp. "Haha, Instructor Yi, enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know. I won't intrude." After downing a glass of spirits, the owner's face flushed, yet he maintained a friendly demeanor that Yi Ning smiled and nodded. Watching as the owner left the private room, the meal left them sated, and Yi Ning held a favorable impression of the middle-aged owner. Throughout the meal, Dong Xiaoya insisted on toasting, and after some persuasion, Yi Ning poured her half a glass. After drinking, he firmly refused to let her have any more. When Chen Jian attempted to toast, he choked and coughed, nearly losing his meal. After finishing their meal, as the trio exited the restaurant, Yi Ning suddenly stopped, frowning as he gazed at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. "Master, what is wrong?" Dong Xiaoya asked curiously. "I asked there's something you've noticed about my uncle's place." "Nothing," Yi Ning replied with a slight shake of his head. This restaurant must have the best business, right?" "Indeed." Dong Xiaoya nodded eagerly. "My uncle's hot pot restaurant is a time-honored establishment, well known among the locals. Indeed, the taste is remarkable. Let us go." Yi Ning smiled, deftly shifting the topic. Dong Xiaoya's uncle was no ordinary person. The restaurant's success was partly due to its flavor, but the establishment's feng shui was also exceptional. There was an unspoken suppression over the other stores on the street, concentrating all fortune into this one establishment, which explained Yi Ning's inquiry. However, what troubled Yi Ning was the faint aura of Yin emanating from the restaurant. This subtle energy seemed intentionally suppressed, yet still eluded detection by others. Nevertheless, Yi Ning chose not to meddle further and diverted the conversation, leading Dong Xiaoya away. The two made their way back to the Longhu camp, where the fledgling Eagle program was underway. The camp had prepared accommodations for them, marking the official start of their residence there. In truth, if Yi Ning wished, he could have also stayed at the Longhu camp. However, he preferred not to, feeling that it would hinder his freedom. Hence, he bid farewell to the two and rented a luxurious apartment nearby, the rent being negligible given Yi Ning's current financial standing. The apartment was just 2 streets away from the Longhu camp, boasting excellent conditions. That night, Yi Ning forewent sleep, entering a state of cultivation instead. The night passed quietly, and the following morning, Yi Ning went directly to the pharmacy to purchase several herbal ingredients. The herbs had been processed at the pharmacy and were in powder form by the time he returned to the apartment. Yi Ning ignited the stove, combining the powders in a specific ratio and boiling them into a paste, which he later dried into several pills. These pills were known as essence cleansing pills. primarily effective for cleansing the marrow and strengthening the sinews, significantly enhancing one's cultivation potential. Yining had no need for these pills himself. They were specifically prepared for Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian. In the afternoon, Yining arrived at the Longhu camp. From a distance, he spotted Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian. He watched as Dong Xiaoye swiftly moved in, executing a cloud-pulling technique that sent Chun Jian crashing to the ground. Dust covered Chun Jian, who appeared to have been bested numerous times during Yining's absence, with a grin on her face. Dong Xiaoye wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and taunted Chun Jian. "Ready for another round? Bring it on." Chun Jian grinned, panting heavily as he got back on his feet, ready to charge in again. Yining shook his head with a wry smile. Compared to Dong Xiaoye, Chun Jian was significantly lacking in both foundation and talent. Yet Yining had high hopes for him, but he saw in Chun Jian a resilient spirit. Despite being knocked down repeatedly, this young man still stood up with a smile, ready to try again. As Yining approached, Dong Xiaoye spotted him and immediately called out, "Master," rushing over to greet him. Yining returned her gesture with a cheerful nod, scanning the surroundings and inquiring, "Where are the others? Where did they go?" The students of the fledgling Eagle program typically resided together, with the dormitory conveniently located near the training grounds. However, today the training ground was utterly deserted. "They've gone to carry out missions," Dong Xiaoye replied with an exasperated look. "Master, don't you pay attention to the official website? This morning 5 missions were posted, and they've all been taken. A few instructors came over together and took the disciples away. They must be off executing their tasks. Yining, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and took out the washing marrow pill. "You all should take this pill first, and we will set off in the afternoon. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood." Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian immediately nodded enthusiastically, their eyes filled with excitement as they gazed at the pill Yining offered, their expressions brimming with delight. Chapter 282, Mission Initiation. They had all witnessed Yining's remarkable abilities. Tong, who had already transcended the mundane, and Yining could easily overpower him, so both of them cherished the pill he presented with immense gratitude. "All right, you two head back to your rooms and take the medicine," Yining said with a smile. "Since there is no one around, I'll wait for you outside. Remember to meditate for half an hour after taking it, and then have a good shower." The two were momentarily taken aback. While they understood the need to meditate, the suggestion of showering puzzled them. "Hurry up." Yining cheerfully waved his hand, offering no further explanation. Confused, they returned to their rooms. Half an hour later, 2 exclamations echoed from the freshman dormitory. After consuming the washing marrow pill and meditating, they had accumulated a thick layer of black filth on their bodies. This was due to the pill's cleansing effect, which had expelled all the impurities from within. Although they appeared decidedly dirty, their bodies felt as though they had been reborn, benefiting greatly from the experience. Chun Jian fared somewhat better, but Dong Xiaoye, being a girl, could hardly tolerate it for a second and dashed straight into the bathroom. After about 10 minutes, Chun Jian and Dong Xiaoye emerged from the freshman dormitory almost simultaneously. Both had changed into fresh clothes, their steps light and buoyant, feeling completely revitalized. "Master, this washing marrow pill is simply amazing. I feel as light as a feather now. If I were to face the Qinxing again, even if he took performance-enhancing drugs, I could knock him out effortlessly," Dong Xiaoye exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she brandished her small fists. Chun Jian stood beside her, grinning widely, his face radiating joy, although his increase in combat power was less pronounced than Dong Xiaoye's. He too could clearly feel the benefits of the washing marrow pill. Yining nodded with a chuckle, yet his gaze remained fixed on his phone as he spoke. "Have you seen the recently posted mission? It's a D-level task that I have already accepted, but we should head out now." "All right," Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian replied in unison, instantly filled with motivation. The 3 of them departed from the Longhu camp and hailed a taxi to their destination. As they followed Yining, both Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian pulled out their phones to check the mission Yining had selected. "Ugh," Dong Xiaoye couldn't help but gag as she read the task, nearly retching, while Chun Jian's face turned pale. The task's location was the old tavern hot pot, where earlier that morning, a customer had discovered a tooth in their meal. The customer had been horrified and immediately called the police, leading to the task being posted on Kunlun's internal network. Such tasks were typically handled by the police department, but their appearance on Kunlun's network was likely due to the implementation of the Eagle Plan. After all, if new recruits were assigned tasks with excessive difficulty, it could easily lead to casualties. Thus, some heinous cases under police jurisdiction also found their way onto Kunlun's network. Observing the distressed expressions of Chun Jian and Dong Xiaoye, Yi Ning sighed inwardly. After all, just days ago, they were merely ordinary university students. The transition in their identities signified a great deal, and they would require a period of adjustment to fully embrace their new roles. The trio soon arrived at the old tavern Hot Pot, only to find the establishment closed, with several plainclothes officers stationed at both the front and back entrances. Among them, Yi Ning recognized a familiar figure, Old Li, whom he had encountered at the police department a few days prior. Old Li was vigilantly surveying the scene, pacing back and forth in agitation, his cigarette nearly burnt down to the filter. Displaying signs of irritation, Yi Ning approached with Chun Jian and Dong Xiaoye. "What are you all doing here? Don't come any closer." Upon seeing Yi Ning, Old Li immediately became alert that he had been furious when Yi Ning had arrogantly left the police department, escorted away by the Yi family. However, not long after Yi Ning's departure, the Yi family had encountered a major upheaval. The family head, Yi Chun, had perished, and the perpetrator turned out to be Yi Chen's biological son, Yi Fuhai, who had gone mad on the spot. Moreover, Yi Fuhai's own son, Yi Qingnan, was also present and had succumbed to insanity. Old Li personally examined the two and confirmed they were utterly devoid of consciousness. At that moment, Old Li had felt a sense of vindication. The arrogant Yi Ning had seen the Yi family thrown into disarray, with both Yi Fuhai and Yi Qingnan meeting misfortune simultaneously, making the vast Yi family estate a target for the competing Yi family branches. Yet he had found no trace of Yi Ning in this matter, which struck Old Li as rather unusual. He had keenly initiated an investigation, closely monitoring the Yi family's movements. However, even within Kunlun's Longhu camp, no clues regarding Yi Ning could be uncovered. That's just a simple officer. What could Old Li uncover? Yi Ning and his companions exchanged no further words, simply producing their identification. Upon seeing this, Old Li furrowed his brow deeply. "You are actually from Kunlun. The murderer is one of Kunlun's own. Secure the scene. We need to proceed with our investigation." Yi Ning smiled slightly, not engaging in further dialogue with Old Li, and led Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian into the old tavern. The morning had seen little foot traffic, so there were not many witnesses to the incident. Due to this unexpected situation, the old tavern had no choice but to close its doors. The atmosphere inside was eerily quiet as Yi Ning guided Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian straight to the kitchen. As the door swung open, a strong scent of blood assaulted their senses, causing both Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian to turn pale. "Master, I just saw that the body has already been taken outside by the police. What are we doing here now?" Dong Xiaoye frowned slightly and turned to Yi Ning. Yi Ning pointed towards the cold storage in the kitchen and replied, "You two go in and bring out the suspect." Both Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian were momentarily taken aback, their gazes converging on the cold storage door. Nevertheless, they obediently approached the cold storage. The combat prowess of the cannibalistic tribe was somewhat superior to that of ordinary humans. But they were certainly no match for a body-refining realm warrior. So Yi Ning had no need to intervene. As they opened the cold storage door, a rush of cold air enveloped them. The moment they stepped inside, a shadow darted out. "Stop!" Dong Xiaoye exclaimed in shock, immediately taking action, her palms striking the shadow with lightning speed. The shadow stumbled, yet its feet did not falter as it dashed out of the cold storage, slamming the door shut behind it. "If I were you, I would surrender immediately." Just then, a calm voice echoed at the kitchen entrance as the shadow burst forth. The figure froze in place. It was a gaunt young man with vacant eyes. He noticed Yi Ning leaning against the kitchen doorframe, calm and even preparing to light a cigarette, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, grabbing a kitchen knife from the nearby cutting board. He charged at Yi Ning, Yi Ning scoffed, swiftly knocking the knife from the young man's hand and delivering a punch to his chest. The young man fell backward, landing on the floor, eyes wide with shock. A martial artist? You're a martial artist. Chapter 283. Interrogation. Kunlun, Yi Ning, you are under arrest. Yi Ning flashed his identification and declared that I am the next instant. The young man raised his hands in surrender. Yi Ning then stepped forward to release Dong Xiaoye and Chen Jian from the cold storage. Both looked at Yi Ning with expressions of shame. Yi Ning said nothing further, directly escorting the young man out of the old tavern. Captain, these Kunlun folks seem utterly unreliable. At the entrance of the old tavern, a plainclothes officer stood beside old Li, sneering dismissively and shaking his head. All the suspects have been taken back by us. What is he still doing at the scene? If there's an investigation, it should be done back at the police station. Old Li coldly chuckled, not responding verbally, but his gaze clearly conveyed a hint of disdain. As the two conversed, Yi Ning emerged, leading the gaunt young man out from inside. Both old Li and the plainclothes officer were taken aback. Who are you? What is happening here? Old Li exclaimed in shock. They had just thoroughly searched the entire establishment and taken everyone, including the owner, Dong Chongqing, back to the police station. Yet Yi Ning had walked in and brought out a stranger. He is the perpetrator behind this incident. Taken back, Yi Ning stated, standing behind the young man. Old Li furrowed his brow and nodded, sniffing the air. The young man reeked of blood and the distinctive stench of the cold storage. As an experienced detective, he was no fool. However, he had not expected that they had initially intended to assert dominance over Kunlun, only to find themselves schooled instead. Yi Ning, along with several officers, got into a vehicle and headed straight for the police station. Upon entering the police station, they immediately spotted Dong Chongqing sitting uneasily before several officers, seemingly recounting the events that had transpired. The officers wore grave expressions. Dong Chongqing, do you have any idea what we discovered in the base ingredients at your old tavern, aside from human flesh and corpses? A constable sneered as he fixed his gaze upon Dong Chongqing, speaking with a menacing tone. If this case of human flesh is merely an unfortunate incident, then your underlying motives are anything but. I advise you to confess honestly. Otherwise, the consequences will not be in your favor. Esteemed official, I have already disclosed everything I know, Dong Chongqing exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. The rest is truly beyond my knowledge. I am but a businessman. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Yi Ning and Lao Li as they entered. Yi Ning frowned slightly, while the other plainclothes officers wore bemused expressions. Following the morning's announcement of the case, Kunlun had promptly responded, dispatching personnel to handle IT. IT was entirely against protocol for the constables to conduct their own investigation in advance. Nevertheless, Lao Li maintained an impassive demeanor, acting as though nothing was amiss, and led Yi Ning directly toward the interrogation room. Xiaoye, what brings you here as well? An instructor Yi. At that moment, Dong Chongqing spotted Dong Xiaoye and Yi Ning, hastily rising in a state of anxiety. Esteemed officials, this matter has nothing to do with my niece. My business operates independently. Uncle, we are here to investigate this case, Dong Xiao interjected, reassuring Dong Chongqing. Moreover, do not worry. We have already apprehended the true culprit and will soon clear your name. Ah, is that so? Then that's a relief, truly a hassle for you, Instructor Yi. Dong Chongqing finally felt at ease. Nodding at Yi Ning with a smile, Yi Ning returned the gesture, offering no further words. The group arrived at the door of the interrogation room, escorting the man inside, and Yi Ning and Dong Xiaoye followed suit. Captain Li, you should remain here. Kunlun has taken over this case, and you ought to release those outside quickly. They will yield no useful information. Yi Ning frowned, stopping Lao Li from entering the interrogation room. Lao Li and the plainclothes officers behind him were taken aback. The officers immediately furrowed their brows, while Lao Li, expressionless, fixed his gaze on Yi Ning, pursing his lips before subtly nodding. "Release all those outside," he commanded his subordinates. The officers were visibly shocked by this order. It was well known that while Kunlun was a powerful and mysterious arm of the state, they were not authorized to interfere directly in the constabulary's affairs. Yet at Yi Ning's single word, the notoriously obstinate constables complied without a hint of protest. "Captain, even if the dismemberment case has no connection to them, I said, release them," Lao Li snapped, driving his subordinates away with his glare. But he then turned to Yi Ning with a smile, saying, "Well, Instructor Yi, while we are willing to cooperate with Kunlun's work, we have already been involved in this case, and I would still like to contribute." Lao Li's words were courteous, but his earlier reprimand of his subordinates was clearly intended for Yi Ning's observation, to why Yi Ning smirked and shook his head, knowing full well that Lao Li would not simply walk away. Casting a cool glance at Lao Li, Yi Ning spoke, "Captain Li, to be frank, your assistance will not be of any help in this matter, nor in our subsequent actions. If it comes to that, rest assured, Instructor Yi, even if I am unable to assist, I will certainly not be a burden." Lao Li quickly assured that Yi Ning nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He exchanged a glance with Chun Jian, who promptly closed the interrogation room door. Inside the room, Yi Ning sat opposite the young man, while Lao Li stood nearby, lighting a cigarette and observing with a detached demeanor. "Confess," that Yi Ning said, casting a calm glance at the young man, speaking directly to "Officer, is this tattoo even illegal?" the young man asked, his expression one of discomfort as he pointed to a scorpion tattoo peeking out from his wrist. "Tattooing is not illegal," Yi Ning replied, nodding impassively. "However, I would prefer that you provide a full and honest account, or else you may find your days numbered." "Officer, you truly have a knack for humor," the young man chuckled nervously. Yi Ning sneered, suddenly pointing a finger at the young man's forehead, a flash of light emanating from his fingertip. The young man was momentarily dazed, his eyes vacant, before his body shuddered violently at the same time. An elderly Taoist sat cross-legged on a rooftop, his previously squinted eyes snapping open, his expression shifting between dark and light as the young man regained his senses. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. And just as he was about to speak, a sudden sharp pain gripped his chest, causing him to collapse to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. The unexpected turn of events left Dong Xiaoye and Chun Jian in shock, while Lao Li furrowed his brow deeply. Yi Ning had merely touched the young man lightly, yet his reaction was extreme, as if he were poisoned. "Do we need to call a doctor?" Lao Li inquired gravely. "No need," Yi Ning replied calmly, observing the convulsing young man until he was on the brink of unconsciousness, at which point Yi Ning leaned down, pressing on several acupoints, allowing the young man to take a deep breath and finally relax. "What did you just do to me?" The young man gasped in terror, retreating on all fours to the corner of the interrogation room, trembling. "I was saving you. You are deeply poisoned. However, if you do not disclose the source of this poison, I cannot assist you," Yi Ning stated, having discerned that the young man was under the influence of a curse. This unfortunate man from the cannibal tribe had been manipulated all along, even after being captured and brought into the interrogation room. Yi Ning's goal was to uncover the puppet master behind it all. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, the young man's eyes flickered, as if a realization struck him. "I remember now. It must be." Suddenly, the young man's voice faltered, and despite his attempts to speak, no sound emerged. He clutched his throat tightly, his face turning an alarming shade of red. Yi Ning's brow furrowed deeply as he watched in shock as the young man suffocated before their very eyes. "He's dead." Lao Li rushed forward to check the young man's pulse, his face betraying his astonishment. Yi Ning lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes, his brow furrowed in silence. The presence of the curse and the silencing spell hinted at a sinister undercurrent to this case. If it were merely a silencing spell, Yi Ning could have saved the young man, but the simultaneous eruption of the poison made any intervention impossible. The atmosphere in the interrogation room grew eerily silent. Even Lao Li, usually quick to speak, fell silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Ning, awaiting his words. This case reeked of the uncanny. After decades in the constabulary, he had never encountered such a bizarre affair. Eventually, as the young man's life force faded and his soul departed, Yining looked upon the ethereal form and asked, "Tell me, who has harmed you?" The young man's soul appeared faint and vague. And as he lingered on the brink of fading, he uttered, "Jinding building, Wulong Daoist." With those words, the young man's essence began to dissolve. The Yining nodded slightly, while Lao Li and the others stood dumbfounded. They could not perceive the young man's soul, and thus heard nothing of his response. To them, it seemed Yining was merely speaking to himself, nodding as if in agreement. "Let us go." Yining rose and made his way toward the exit of the constabulary. Lao Li followed suit without hesitation, accompanying Yining and the others outside, wordlessly trailing behind, to the entrance of the constabulary. A white Mercedes was parked, and upon seeing Yining and his companions emerge, the car door swung open, revealing Dong Chongqing with a beaming smile. "Instructor Yi, Xiaoye, I truly appreciate your assistance," Dong Chongqing greeted warmly. "You should know, Dong Chongqing, your suspicions have not yet been cleared. Will you not wait patiently for the outcome, or do you wish to take a seat inside?" Lao Li interjected with a cold smirk. Fixing his gaze on Dong Chongqing, his instincts told him that this man was undoubtedly involved in something nefarious. Dong Chongqing shivered all over, lowering his head, his face a mask of distress. Yining patted Dong Chongqing on the shoulder and said, "Let's return and await further news." Dong Chongqing looked at Yining, his expression a mixture of hesitation and unspoken words. But Yining did not grant him the opportunity to speak, instead directly following Lao Li into a jeep. At the Golden Summit building, once inside the vehicle, Yining announced an address, and Lao Li pressed down on the accelerator, setting the car in motion. That on the way, Dong Xiaoye wore a complicated expression and addressed Yining, saying, "Master, regarding this matter, my uncle. Currently, it seems the situation is not severe." Yining replied calmly, "If it's not severe, it still indicates there are issues." Dong Xiaoye nodded, choosing not to elaborate, yet her countenance remained far from cheerful. Beside them, Lao Li chuckled coldly, stating, "Instructor Yi, I must admit I view you with newfound respect today, that I am quite curious about the truth behind this case." Yining smiled faintly, glancing at Lao Li. A seasoned officer with decades of experience, naturally possessing his own methods of investigation, in truth. Lao Li did not irk him. Rather, he exhibited a certain dedication and pursuit, and more importantly, he refrained from excessive chatter. Seemingly eager to broaden his horizons, as the jeep approached the Golden Summit building. The day had begun to wane, casting a dim light. The four alighted from the vehicle. The Golden Summit building was situated in a bustling area, with neon lights flickering and crowds bustling about. However, today, the shopping plaza on the lower 5 floors was closed, and the entire building was shrouded in darkness, appearing quite unusual amidst the throngs of people, akin to a haunted edifice. Both Chun Jian and Dong Xiaoye displayed solemn expressions, as if facing a formidable foe. Yet, Lao Li found amusement in the scene, laughing. "Instructor Yi, it seems they've set up a grand scheme waiting for us." "Well then, let us proceed," Yining replied with a faint smile, stepping forward into the building. Inside the usually vibrant Golden Summit building, an eerie silence prevailed, the surroundings engulfed in darkness. Dong Xiao led the way to the elevator, only to discover that the entire building had suffered a power outage, rendering the elevator inoperable. They had no choice but to ascend via the stairs that end the pitch-black stairwell. Lao Li took the lead, illuminating the path with his phone's flashlight, while Yining and Dong Xiaohong followed closely behind. Lao Li's stamina proved commendable as they climbed to the 19th floor of the 24-story building. Only slightly winded, youth truly has its advantages, Lao Li remarked, glancing back at the others, who appeared unfazed despite the exertion. That he then inquired, "Instructor Yi, how many floors must we ascend?" "The top floor," Yining replied. Stepping ahead of Lao L, they reached the 24th floor. Dong Xiaohong and the others felt a sense of confusion. It seemed as though nothing had transpired during their ascent, that in reality, unbeknownst to them, Yi Ning had already entered a state of innate mastery, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with a mere gesture. Had they truly encountered the formations of the Tianshi sect, they would possess the qualifications to earn Yi Ning's regard for the simplistic illusions within the Golden Summit building. Yi Ning had effortlessly dispelled them on his way up. Upon reaching the top floor, darkness still enveloped them, but a faint light flickered at the end of the corridor. Yi Ning and his companions made their way towards the light, which led to a door opening onto the rooftop. Standing before the door were two figures, and upon closer inspection, they discovered that the pair, a man and a woman, were clad in ancient garments resembling ceremonial attire, evoking an unsettling atmosphere, their faces smeared with white powder. The dim light emanated from the lanterns they carried. "Master, what is this?" Dong Xiaoya was visibly startled by the bizarre spectacle before her, tugging at Yi Ning's sleeve and whispering, "Whatever it is, I fear nothing." Lao Li's eyes gleamed with excitement as he patted the gun at his waist and strode towards the two figures. "You two will handle this shortly," Yi Ning smirked disdainfully, following Lao Li's lead. "Who dares to play tricks here? Police, raise your hands." Upon approaching, Lao Li snorted coldly, and the two figures slowly turned their heads, their gaze fixed on him without the slightest intention of surrendering. Lao Li sneered, leveling his gun at them. "Captain Li, don't rush. Let them handle this, that will go inside." Yi Ning interjected, gesturing towards the door behind the duo with a mocking smile. "All right then, as you say," Lao Li acquiesced. And Dong Xiaoya and Shen Jian wasted no time. Just days prior, they had been exemplary students at Kyoto University, but now they were ready to take matters into their own hands, advancing swiftly to engage in combat. The two lantern-bearing guardians exhibited remarkable agility, and in the blink of an eye, they were embroiled in a fierce struggle with Dong Xiaoya, and Shen Jian as they grappled with the guardians. Yi Ning kicked open the rooftop door and dashed out onto the terrace, and on the rooftop sat an elderly Taoist clad in a bright yellow robe, sporting a handlebar mustache, surrounded by an array of candles of varying heights. Facing the two newcomers upon their arrival, the old Taoist opened his eyes, a playful smile curling his lips as he nodded, saying, "Impressive, impressive. At such a young age, you possess considerable skill. It seems I underestimated you. You must be the Wulong Taoist." Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the old man, and spoke coldly, "Come with me let us not be hasty." The Wulong Taoist smiled slightly, his expression cunning, illuminated further by the flickering candlelight. "Since you have come, why not engage in a discussion? And what do you wish to discuss?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, regarding the Wulong Taoist with intrigue. "Since we are both practitioners of the Tao, why not collaborate?" With a flourish of his left hand, the Wulong Taoist slid a teacup towards Yi Ning, and to his astonishment, steaming tea appeared within the previously empty vessel as if by magic. "Collaborate? How so?" Yi Ning gestured to Lao Li, signaling him to take a seat beside the Wulong Taoist. Lao Li, donning a sly grin, joined Yi Ning, eager to hear the enigmatic Taoist's explanation, as the case they were unraveling today was indeed perplexing, and he was yet to grasp its intricacies. "Quite simply, we collaborate and share the profits. Those of us well-versed in feng shui and fortune are destined to rise above others, with a mere wave. The wealthy will come knocking. How could one not seize such an opportunity?" The Wulong Taoist expounded with a smile, "You and I have no grievances or enmities. Why sever my means of income?" "Indeed, you make a valid point." Yi Ning nodded, coldly laughing. "A modicum of understanding in the arts of feng shui and fortune grants one clarity beyond the ordinary. Yet your methods are rather unsightly. Are they not? The feng shui formations of the old wine shop were set by you, correct?" "Alas," the Wulong Taoist sighed, shaking his head repeatedly, "My friend, the Tao is vast, and we each tread our own path. Why must you cut off my means of livelihood? If we were to collaborate, the prospects would be boundless. You are not worthy of my partnership." Yining scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. So, you refuse my offer? The Wulong Daoist snickered, producing a piece of black jade from his right hand, which emanated a swirling dark mist, lunging towards Yining and Lao Li with a menacing presence. Lao Li gasped in shock, raising his gun to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The phantom did not possess a corporeal form, and the bullets passed through it harmlessly. Lao Li's eyes widened, sweat trickling down his back, yet he quickly regained his composure. Hastily redirecting his gun towards the Wulong Daoist. Bang, 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 several shots rang out. The Daoist's robe bore several new holes, yet no blood flowed, remaining unmoving, merely regarding Lao Li and Yining with a sinister smile. Childish tricks, Yining scoffed coldly, and as the dark phantom drew near, he raised his hand, summoning forth a crackling bolt of lightning. The two phantoms emitted a sound that was anything but human as they collided with the lightning. Instantly disintegrating into nothingness, with a flick of his wrist, the Wulong Daoist was caught off guard, being yanked towards Yining as if by an unseen force. That why Yining raised his hand and struck down upon the top of his head. The Wulong Daoist cried out, his complexion paling to that of parchment. What have you done to me? Nothing much, merely sealed your powers. Yining replied with a cold smirk, that I advise you to return with me willingly, lest you force my hand. As Yining's words echoed, the rooftop door burst open once more. Dong Xiaoye and Shan Jin charged onto the rooftop. The Wulong Daoist powers were bound, and the two peculiar guardians had collapsed to the ground. All right, I'll tell you everything. Finally, the Wulong Daoist sank to the ground, surrendering with a look of defeat. Had you cooperated sooner, it would have been much easier. Old Li chuckled softly and said, Confess your entire modus operandi. In his heart, Old Li was as clear as daylight. Yining had maintained an air of calmness since morning, as if he could see through everything, leaving only himself in a state of confusion. The reason Yining was still engaging in idle chatter with the person before him, the master of the hidden dragon, was solely due to him that I didn't commit any crime. What is there to confess? The master of the hidden dragon's face turned ashen, losing the previous air of superiority, his entire being now fraught with tension. Are you going to talk or not? Old Li sneered coldly, pressing the dark muzzle of his gun directly against the master of the hidden dragon's forehead. The already panicked figure of the master of the hidden dragon instantly went limp, dropping to his knees. Before long, Old Li and Yining brought up the rear, while Dong Xiaoye and Chen Jin in the front forcefully guided the master of the hidden dragon out of the Golden Ding building. Just moments ago, the master had spilled all the beans, including his use of poison and sorcery to control a young cannibalistic man and employing a silencing spell to commit murder. Naturally, Old Li found this hard to believe. It was only after the master of the hidden dragon personally manipulated two unconscious doormen to rise and perform a series of bizarre actions in front of him that he finally accepted the truth. However, while Old Li remained relatively unfazed, Dong Xiaoye and Shun Jin were genuinely startled. Even as they descended the stairs, Dong Xiaoye's expression remained somewhat unnatural. They had just witnessed, without any external force, the arms of the two doormen break and then slowly restore. Moving freely afterward at IT was an unprecedented sight, especially considering the context of murder control that I in front of the Jeep. Old Li halted, pushed the master of the hidden dragon into the vehicle, lit a cigarette, and handed one to Yining. Yining accepted it and took a deep drag. Captain Li, if you have something to say, just say it. Upon hearing this, Old Li chuckled awkwardly and said, Instructor Yi, may I take this master of the hidden dragon back to the precinct? Yining frowned slightly. Captain Li, although I have sealed the master of the hidden dragon's abilities, he still possesses substantial knowledge of illicit arts, such as poison, which require minimal cultivation and are exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, even if you bring him back, normal procedures will yield no evidence for conviction. Indeed, Old Li was somewhat taken aback, Yet he persisted. However, the individuals and matters involving this master of the hidden dragon are exceedingly intricate and relate to several cases I am investigating. If he could cooperate fully, it would greatly aid my progress in solving these cases. Captain Lee, you must understand the inherent dangers. Yi Ning inhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating his words that you mentioned. This matter is far too convoluted, and if there are formidable figures backing the cases handled by this master of the hidden dragon, I am not afraid of that. Old Lee shook his head vehemently. Sneering, I have never feared this line of work. If I were afraid, I would have long since switched to a desk job. Gazing into Old Lee's resolute eyes, Yi Ning fell silent after a moment. He asked, Why are you so determined? For justice. Old Lee's eyes locked onto Yi Ning's, speaking with unwavering conviction. His gaze reminded Yi Ning of Chen Shui. Very well. Ultimately, Yi Ning nodded, but he still provided Old Lee with his personal phone number, advising him to call promptly if he encountered insurmountable issues. That a glimmer of light flashed in Old Lee's eyes as he nodded earnestly. The so-called master of the hidden dragon had already been rendered a half-invalid by Yi Ning's sealing of his powers. And Yi Ning harbored no further concerns, departing with Dong Xiaoye and Shan Jian, that Yi Ning escorted his two disciples back to the Longhu camp, only retracting his gaze once they had entered. Throughout the journey, the two maintained an unusual silence, clearly still processing the astonishing event of the day. Yi Ning chose not to disturb them. If they wished to achieve greatness and possess transcendent abilities beyond the mundane, their mindset must also transcend the ordinary, allowing them to comprehend this world governed by the survival of the fittest. Today's mission could be considered their first lesson. That night, the master of the hidden dragon was brought back to the precinct by Old Lee, promptly ushered into the interrogation room for questioning. Seated in the IC interrogation chamber, the master of the hidden dragon confessed everything. Old Lee was elated, while his subordinates quickly produced paper and pens, eagerly recording the master's admissions verbatim. You claim that the Fire Dance Bar, Jean Kale KTV, and Shanshan Club are all in collusion with you. Old Lee fixed a penetrating gaze on the master of the hidden dragon, asking in a low voice. Yes, the master of the hidden dragon nodded, looking at Old Lee with eager eyes. That I say, it's not collusion, it's merely cooperation. I want to provide them with feng shui advice. And if they needed assistance with any significant or trivial matters, I would lend my hand. Naturally, these proprietors would allocate me a 30% share of their profits as gratitude each month. So you, master of the hidden dragon, have connections to all the leads I wish to investigate. Good. I will question you one by one. Old Lee nodded repeatedly, rising swiftly to leave. When he returned, he bore a thick folder of documents. The interrogation lasted the entire night. By the end, the master of the hidden dragon was yawning repeatedly, struggling to keep his eyes open, while Old Lee remained wide awake, his eyes sharp and alert. Captain Lee, you should take a break. One of the fatigued subordinates, who had been documenting throughout the night, couldn't help but advise him. Rest? Who has time to rest? Old Lee shot back, sneering. Immediately compile the list for me. We'll go apprehend everyone today. We finally have evidence for these cases, and there are even unexpected gains. This is truly heartening. His subordinate nodded, albeit with a worried expression, hastening to double-check the records. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Yi Ning ceased his training, slowly opening his eyes. He picked up his phone and glanced at a message from the Kunlun internal network. The mission from yesterday had been successfully completed, and both Dong Xiaoye and Xin Jian had earned 1 task point. Task completion operated on a point system. Yesterday's task was classified as a C-grade mission, yielding only 1 point. The task levels range from C to S, with C being the lowest, granting a single point per task. B-level missions awarding 5 points, A-level missions granting 25 points, and S-level missions providing 100 points for completion. Accumulating 100 points was necessary for graduation, but it seemed a daunting task at present. There were also instructor points, which could be traded on an internal Kunlun website. Yi Ning casually opened the Kunlun internal network. The trading site featured numerous products tailored for martial artists, including low-level talismans and jade stones, none of which piqued Yi Ning's interest, while some heavenly materials were only marginally appealing. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. However, the next moment, an idea struck him, and he quickly navigated his phone, stopping at an announcement. This announcement was directed at all Kunlun martial artists. At the end of each year, the top 10 martial artists in terms of points would have the chance to spend a day in the Kunlun Yaoqi, contemplating the mysteries of creation. This announcement served to motivate Kunlun martial artists to toil diligently. Yet Kunlun was the most enigmatic mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, with the Yaoqi being a legendary paradise. Such an opportunity was enough to make even Yi Ning's heart race, curious about what truly existed within that celestial realm. Moreover, a perfect plan began to take shape in Yi Ning's mind. First, he recognized a tremendous business opportunity, the potential to manufacture talismans to earn points that if he were to rely solely on arduous missions to accumulate points, he would never rank among the top 10. Yet, if he could generate talismans to collect points, it would be within his grasp. When the time came, entering the Yaoqi to explore would be effortless. According to the announcement, the Yaoqi was likely under strict Kunlun control. Forcibly breaking in would be challenging given Yi Ning's current capabilities. However, this method was rather straightforward. To execute this plan, the first hurdle to overcome was his identity. Conducting transactions under his own account or a widely recognized one would undoubtedly attract attention. He needed a new ID. After pondering for a moment while fiddling with his phone, Yi Ning's eyes suddenly lit up, and he promptly dialed a number. In Yunnan, Haicheng, on the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Two factions were in a standoff. Among them were 3 innate-level masters, their bodies hovering less than half a meter above the ground, defiantly floating as if to proclaim their status as innate martial artists. Upon reaching the innate realm, martial artists gain a stronger control over the surrounding spiritual energy and the natural forces, with a few capable of simple levitation. However, it was evident that these 3 individuals were merely indulging in their own pretentiousness. Opposite them stood a diverse assembly of individuals, varying greatly in both capability and attire. Among them were flamboyant Westerners adorned in floral shirts and sunglasses, alongside the dark-skinned indigenous locals. Among this eclectic group, only one was a formidable innate master, flanked by 2 other masters of the same caliber. The gathering appeared tense, unlike the 3 innate experts who exuded an air of calm and composure. One side loomed high and steady as a mountain, comprising merely 3 individuals, while the other was fraught with trepidation, resembling a fragile edifice on the brink of collapse, vastly outnumbered. Yet, neither faction showed any inclination to retreat, standing resolutely at the border of the Dragon Kingdom in a standoff. The atmosphere was charged with an intensity that could be cut with a knife. Negotiations had reached an impasse, and tensions were palpable. As if an arrow was drawn, ready to be loosed, at that moment, a crisp voice emerged from the ranks of this motley crew, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a default ringtone. The muscles at the corner of a master's mouth twitched involuntarily. Upon hearing the sudden sound, he instinctively feared that an ambush was underway, nearly causing him to lose control. Unable to contain his indignation, he whirled around to investigate. His piercing gaze scoured the crowd, finally landing on a figure clad in a black trench coat. This person, shrouded in darkness, stood with their back turned, obscured from view, save for a vague silhouette enveloped in the long coat. The master's eyelids twitched as he noted that despite the sweltering summer heat in Haicheng, this individual was dressed in a long black overcoat, their lower legs shrouded in long pants, a stark contrast to the light and breezy attire of those around them, exuding an air of peculiarity. "Hello. Yes. All right, boss, I understand, but I am currently preoccupied. I'm out and about, so it's not very convenient. Can we discuss this later?" I'm not being unproductive. I was just contemplating what to have for lunch. I had planned to indulge in a lavish meal, but I still need to adjust the seasoning that I can't decide if a sprinkle of salt and pepper would suffice, or if perhaps a hint of cumin would be more fitting. Perhaps I should add a bit more chili for a punch of flavor. Enough, I must go. I'm about to eat. See you later, I'll call back soon. The man in the trench coat ended the call and looked up to find everyone staring at him with a mixture of suspicion and hostility. Beside him, a Western mercenary named Jack, clad in a floral shirt, shorts, slick back hair, and sunglasses, suddenly interjected in English. I understand Chinese perfectly well. I heard every word he just uttered. He is signaling to the enemy. In an instant, shock rippled through the crowd, their glares intensifying with malice as they took a step forward, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. The trench-coated man gaped at the mercenary who was brandishing a rocket launcher, seemingly bewildered, as he confirmed to himself that he had never encountered this individual before. Why, then, was this person so brazenly attempting to implicate him? At that moment, a cold smirk appeared on the mercenary's face as he switched to impeccable Mandarin, declaring, "Dear friend from the East, you really shouldn't have come here." The trench-coated man, wearing an expression of confusion, replied, "I don't believe I know you. Why are you trying to frame me? Does there need to be a reason?" The mercenary responded, feigning ignorance while continuing in Mandarin, "Don't you think, on such a sweltering day, we should seek out some amusement? Chapter 288. Is he a devil? How intriguing." The trench-coated man's eyes brightened, and rather than displaying any anger, he appeared pleasantly surprised, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, that he pulled back his hood, revealing a somewhat pale, yet endearing face. It was Mad Dog. At that moment, several scruffy mercenaries donned in eternally unwashed olive-green uniforms began to emerge from the crowd, lunging toward Mad Dog with sudden ferocity. In midair, their hands trembled as they brandished glinting daggers, sharp as serpents lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at Mad Dog's vital points. Mad Dog wore a strange smile as the surrounding space seemed to freeze. The mercenaries who had charged at him suddenly found themselves immobilized. Their eyes widened in shock as their muscles tensed, straining against an invisible force that rendered them utterly powerless. Long live Kunlun! With that, Mad Dog unleashed a frenzied shout, disregarding everything as he charged at the very Western man who had just attempted to betray him. The Western man was left stupefied, unable to react in time as Mad Dog's fist collided with his face. The crowd erupted into chaos, and the master who had approached to investigate was struck dumb upon hearing the phrase, "Long live Kunlun." Could it be that this individual was a traitor within their ranks? "Everyone attack! Kill him!" roared the master in fury. The three innate masters from Kunlun shared a glance of shock, realizing they had an informant among them. How had they remained oblivious to this fact? Furthermore, the aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a master-level warrior. However, there was no time to ponder these matters, since he was indeed a traitor. They had to do everything in their power to ensure his survival. Boss is right. If we can rescue that informant alive, the rewards will be substantial. After a brief exchange, the three made a decisive move, charging toward the ragtag assembly before them. One engaged with the opposing innate warrior, while the other two tore through the throngs like a tiger among sheep, dispatching several foes with ease. They plunged into the fray, determined to claim victory. At this point, the Western man was left bruised and battered, akin to a lifeless dog, as Mad Dog hoisted him up. Sensing the impending arrival of the Kunlun innate masters, Mad Dog wasted no time and turned to flee, dragging the Western man behind him. The two Kunlun masters, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, found themselves swarmed by relentless enemies. They were momentarily bewildered, forced to suppress their confusion as they struggled against the onslaught of adversaries. As the melee continued, a cloud of black smoke materialized on a nearby hill, and Mad Dog reappeared, casually tossing the Western man onto the ground as if he were a mere ragdoll, that he then sat upon him as if he were a cushion. Mad Dog lit a cigarette, squinting at the chaotic scene before him, turning to the Western man beneath him with a grin. "Look at this splendid carnage. It seems I will feast well today. Devil. Are you a devil?" The Western mercenary's face was a mask of terror, his body frozen in place, Yet his senses were acutely aware. He could clearly hear the powerful Eastern man's soliloquy, and his heart raced with dread. "Please, esteemed devil, spare me. I apologize for my earlier rashness and insolence." If apologies mean anything, why do we even need law enforcement? If apologies held any weight, why would there be such slaughter? As Mad Dog spoke, a devilish smile crept across his face, his cherubic features now tinged with a hint of malice. The battle raged on for a mere quarter of an hour, with Kunlun dispatching 3 innate-level masters, achieving a decisive victory through overwhelming strength. Yet, rather than rejoicing, the 3 masters surveyed their surroundings with furrowed brows. "Boss, that informant vanished while we were engaged in battle. We cannot trace his whereabouts," one of the masters stated gravely, turning to his leader. "Strange. Where could he have fled? Why would he hide from us?" "Look, it's him. That's the one." A gasp echoed as the 3 shifted their gazes to see the enigmatic figure in the black trench coat, strolling toward them with deliberate calm. "Who are you?" The leader inched forward, his posture tense and wary to me. Mad Dog chuckled. "You needn't concern yourselves with my identity. However, your performance today has been commendable. Since fate has favored you, I shall grant you a reprieve. Hurry back and report. I am about to dine." "Dine?" The 3 looked aghast. Could it be that this trench-coated man intended to feast upon corpses? For a moment, they momentarily forgot to inquire about his identity. "Humph! Regardless, this fellow is suspicious. And given that he instigated our conflict, if he truly possessed such strength, he would have acted himself long ago. At present, it is merely a display of bravado. Let us unite our strength to subdue him and escort him back to Kunlun for the headquarters to decide his fate." "Very well," one suggested, and the other 2 nodded in agreement without hesitation. The Mad Dog overheard their exchange, a cold smirk forming within him as he continued his approach, now standing beside the innate powerhouse of the opposing faction. In that moment, the innate master appeared utterly wretched, having lost all capacity for movement, his face ashen and limp upon the ground. The Mad Dog raised his hand, pressing it directly upon the other's crown. "Ah!" The innate master let out a dreadful scream, feeling as though all his vital energy, even his very life force, was being inexorably siphoned away by this terrifying man before him. In just a few breaths, the once exalted innate master, who had towered above the mundane world, was reduced to a mere dried corpse. Witnessing this scene, the 3 Kunlun warriors were left in sheer astonishment. How could a dignified innate master be so swiftly drained of all his life essence, becoming a lifeless husk, a wicked cultivator, without a doubt, and one of formidable strength? Chapter 289. The Wicked Cultivator. As the 3 remained in shock, the Mad Dog slowly spread his arms, a detached voice escaping his lips. "Devour the heavens and the earth." An ominous wind surged forth as the Mad Dog's figure gradually levitated, ensconced within the eye of the storm, with the surrounding life force rushing toward him like rivers converging into the sea. "No more waiting. Let us finish him off." At last, the 3 could no longer remain idle. The corpses beneath their feet withered away, and they sensed a palpable threat, as if their own vital energy was being relentlessly absorbed by this tempest. In a state of desperation, they struck simultaneously, their oars swelling in an instant, 3 figures soaring towards the Mad Dog. The trio, enveloped in a swirling aura, formed a vacuum barrier around themselves, completely isolating the devouring force of the ominous wind. 3 beams of diverse brilliance erupted from their hands, hurtling straight towards the Mad Dog. The Mad Dog frowned, sighed, and murmured, "I have stated that heaven possesses the virtue of preserving life. I allowed you to leave. Yet you refuse to depart. Then you shall remain." As his words fell, the Mad Dog's form suddenly distorted, as though transforming into a wisp of black vapor, consumed by the swirling ominous wind behind him. Simultaneously, the fierce attacks from the 3 innate masters were also devoured by the vortex. The expressions of the trio shifted dramatically. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it employs its full strength. They had just unleashed their utmost power, only to see it entirely swallowed by the eerie vortex, which resembled an insatiable black hole devouring all that existed. Retreat. Flee quickly, and report the wicked cultivator's whereabouts. The leader bellowed, and in an instant, the devouring force of the surrounding ominous wind surged several-fold, rendering their protective auras utterly ineffective. In the midst of their cries, the leader felt his life force rapidly draining away, his body weakening. The other two also sensed the impending danger and had already halted in their tracks, contemplating retreat. Now you wish to flee. It is too late. The mad dog's voice rang out suddenly, reverberating through the heavens and the earth, rendering the trio unable to discern his figure. Flee! In this dire moment, the elder at the forefront shouted in anger, and all the remaining vital energy within him surged forth, directed towards his two subordinates. The two coughed up blood, hurtling backward. They dared not look back, immediately retreating in disarray. A half-hour later, the mad dog stretched lazily, standing over a nearly lifeless innate master from Kunlun. It was one of the two who had just fled. The mad dog looked up, frowning at the sight ahead. Not far off was a hidden outpost, and less than 2 kilometers away lay the Kunlun headquarters in Yunnan. Alas, one has still escaped. The mad dog clicked his tongue, his face a mask of frustration. Should he manage to relay my information back, my days ahead could become quite troublesome. As he was lost in thought, his phone rang once more. Picking it up, he noted it was yet another call from Yi Ning, and he answered without hesitation to, "I say, boss, what do you need from me?" "Speak," the mad dog inquired, and upon hearing Yi Ning's words, his brows arched, his eyes gradually alight with excitement that a splendid idea. The mad dog beamed with joy, raising his hand to weave several hand seals, causing the body of the deceased elder to levitate effortlessly into his palm. A tremendous force of attraction emanated from the mad dog's grasp, as the elder's body slowly contorted, vanishing completely from sight. "Haha, boss. Thank you for the guidance. This truly is an excellent plan." The mad dog grinned, his voice laced with amusement, suddenly adopting the raspy tone of the deceased elder, as his form began to transform, ultimately resembling the recently departed elder entirely. That I now possess a new identity. Kunlun Guardian, El Shuechin. Boss, what do you think of this identity? Is it suitable for executing your plan? Quite good, indeed. Come to Kyoto in a few days. I have matters to discuss with you. Yi Ning concluded, abruptly hanging up the call, a strange expression on his face. It seemed the mad dog had infiltrated the ranks of Kunlun, and he now understood that the mad dog had been hunting powerful individuals. With this Kunlun guardian likely being among his targets, Yi Ning waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the mad dog further. He himself harbored little fondness for Kunlun, and now that the mad dog had assumed a new identity, he could indeed act with greater freedom. Departing the apartment, Yi Ning strolled through the streets of Kyoto, intending to procure materials and commence the creation of talismans and similar items, envisioning a booming business in selling them online within the Kunlun network. As he contemplated this, excitement welled within him. That moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Qinjian. Remembering his new role as an instructor and the 2 burdens he now carried, Yi Ning felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples before answering. "Qinjian, what do you need?" "Master, Xiaoyu just left alone and asked me to request a leave of absence for you." Qinjian's voice came through the line. Yi Ning was taken aback and casually inquired, "What happened?" "It seems there was some trouble at Xiaoyu's home." She didn't disclose the details, but when she departed, she appeared quite flustered. Qinjian hesitated for a moment before adding, "I was wondering if you could accompany me to see if something has occurred at her home." "Very well. We shall visit shortly," Yi Ning responded before hanging up the call, making his way to the bustling Taba Street in Kyoto. Taba Street primarily sold antiques, jade, and various items such as yellow paper and vermilion ink. Yi Ning's purpose was to acquire jade and yellow paper for his talisman-making endeavors. Upon arriving at Taba Street, he found himself scratching his head. The street was already crowded with people. He had anticipated a quieter morning, but he had clearly underestimated Kyoto's popularity. Since Taba Street had become a tourist attraction, it was consistently bustling with foot traffic. Mornings were manageable, but afternoons would only see an increase in the throngs. As Yi Ning ambled along the street, he scarcely glanced at the small vendors, heading straight for the shops deeper within. Just then, a middle-aged woman caught his attention. Dressed in ordinary attire, she carried a leather suitcase. What piqued Yi Ning's interest was the suitcase itself. With his keen hearing, he discerned the unmistakable sound of porcelain clashing within. Chapter 290. The porcelain scam. That sound is peculiar. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. And upon listening intently, an odd expression crossed his face. Porcelain is particularly fragile, hence the term porcelain scam. Yet the sounds emanating from the woman's suitcase clearly suggested the presence of clashing porcelain. And the noise was decidedly unusual. Just as Yi Ning pondered the situation, the woman collided with a passerby. The woman let out an exaggerated shriek, tumbling to the ground, her suitcase spilling open. The old, reddish-brown leather suitcase fell, revealing a shattered piece of blue and white porcelain. Yi Ning was taken aback, finally grasping the scheme at play. This was indeed a porcelain scam. The porcelain within the suitcase had been broken beforehand. And now the woman had staged an accident by colliding with a passerby, intentionally falling and dropping the suitcase to reveal the shattered porcelain within. You weren't watching where you were going, were you? You've now broken our family's heirloom blue and white porcelain. You must compensate me. The woman immediately accused the victim of the scam, her tone aggressive. The girl she had collided with appeared to be in her early 20s. Dressed in seemingly ordinary attire but clearly adorned with luxury brands, indicative of her affluent background. The woman had evidently honed her craft over time. The victim stood there, stunned, gazing at the shattered blue and white porcelain on the ground. Bewildered and softly protested. I merely brushed against you, surely. It shouldn't have led to such a fall. Are you trying to deny responsibility? The woman rallied indignantly, rising and pointing at the shattered porcelain, exclaiming, "Just take a good look. This is exquisite blue and white porcelain, worth tens of thousands. You've shattered it. What do you intend to do about it today? You shall not simply walk away without providing me an explanation." The woman exclaimed, seizing the girl's arm with force, "That you're hurting me. Stop manhandling me. I shall compensate you." The girl's brow furrowed deeply as she attempted to shake free from the woman's grip. But the woman's hold was too strong, leaving her unable to escape. "Humph." The woman sneered, addressing the onlookers. "Today, whether you like it or not, you will pay. Is there anyone here who can provide an expert opinion? I need an appraisal." At that moment, a crowd had gathered, murmuring and pointing as they observed the unfolding drama. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the throng. Approaching with a cheerful demeanor, "I possess some knowledge of antiques. Allow me to lend my expertise," he said with a grin. "That if you wrong this young lady today, we are not blind. This imperial blue and white porcelain from the Qianlong era is not something one finds on every street corner. I dare say this is most likely a counterfeit and holds no real value." Upon hearing this, a chorus of nodding heads echoed around the crowd. "Thank you, kind sir. I truly appreciate your help. I was simply going about my business when she collided with me." The girl seemed to have found her ally, urgently appealing to the man. The middle-aged man waved his hand, interrupting her, and replied with a chuckle, "Little girl, there are no cameras on this street. Today, you have crashed into her, and her porcelain is shattered. You must take responsibility, and compensation is unavoidable. But fret not. If it is indeed a counterfeit, I will ensure she does not extort a single penny from you. It could be settled for merely a few hundred." His words prompted a chorus of agreement from the onlookers. "Good sir, I am truly grateful. Please, restore justice for me," the girl pleaded, her large, watery eyes fixed on him with hope. Open your eyes and examine closely. The woman snapped at the middle-aged man, her tone dripping with disdain. This is authentic imperial blue and white porcelain from the Qianlong era, at an auction in the metropolis last year. A piece fetched over 800,000. You ignorant bumpkin. The middle-aged man responded with a scoff, adopting a righteous demeanor as he stated, I can discern truth from falsehood with a mere glance. With that, he crouched down to inspect the shattered pieces of porcelain. The crowd watched intently, while Yi Ning harbored a secret smirk. The middle-aged man, though appearing to advocate for justice, was clearly in cahoots with the woman. The porcelain was indeed genuine, merely broken, and they were out to find a naive victim to exploit. This scam was particularly cunning, with no apparent flaws that AS expected. After a thorough examination, the man shook his head repeatedly. Sighing, Sir, have you discerned whether this porcelain is counterfeit? The girl inquired eagerly. The IT is authentic. The middle-aged man sighed, shaking his head. Child, accept your fate. This porcelain is indeed genuine, valued at no less than 500,000. They would not use a genuine piece to ensnare you, would they? You should prepare to compensate. The girl's face paled at the realization that it was indeed authentic. Little girl, you may seek validation from anyone, but you have shattered my porcelain today, and we must settle this matter, the woman declared, her grip on the girl's arm unyielding, a victorious smirk on her face. The girl's complexion grew even paler. At this moment, Yi Ning could no longer remain a passive observer. He stepped forward, asking, How much do you want? 500,000. Not a penny less. The woman's eyes flickered, clearly taken aback by the unexpected intervention. Yet she maintained her aggressive stance. What an outrageous demand. Yi Ning retorted with a cold smile. If such a valuable item has been damaged, this is no trivial matter. Let us involve the authorities. The police station is nearby, and they will arrive shortly. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, feigning readiness to call for help. Oh dear. Young man, please don't call the police. Let us discuss this amicably. Since it is genuine, why not settle for 10 or 8,000? The woman hastily implored, desperate to thwart Yi Ning's call. Yi Ning, however, was undeterred, insisting the amount must be determined by the police. They will clarify the facts. Panic washed over the woman as she hastily grabbed her belongings and shot Yi Ning a furious glare before hastily retreating into the crowd. The couple, both locals from the capital, had indeed inherited the porcelain, which had been accidentally shattered by their child. They had been distraught, yet a nefarious scheme had sparked in their minds, an opportunity to exploit. Chapter 291. Discovery of clues. They had attempted this scam 3 times, with the first 2 yielding easy profits of several tens of thousands. Gradually, their audacity grew, leading them to demand more. In their last attempt, their greed had backfired, resulting in a confrontation at the police station. Nonetheless, they had still received compensation, amounting to over 300,000. The greed had emboldened them, and they planned to continue their deceitful exploits. However, with a criminal record, they could no longer act brazenly. Another run-in with the police would undoubtedly brand them as troublemakers, leaving them with no hope of compensation and risking imprisonment. Thus, upon seeing Yi Ning's naive determination to involve the police, they had no choice but to flee. Thank you. They are gone now. There's no need to call the police. The girl smiled gratefully at Yi Ning. I merely intended to intimidate them, Yi Ning replied, pocketing his phone, having only pretended to call the authorities. I can't fathom why. The girl frowned, pondering aloud. The porcelain didn't seem counterfeit. Why did they flee? Because prior to colliding with you, the blue and white porcelain was already broken. Yi Ning explained with a smile that it was genuine, which gave them a semblance of justification. But it seems this wasn't their first attempt at such a scheme. They are already in the shadows. If this escalated, they would face the consequences of their actions. I see. The girl exhaled in relief, her chest rising and falling as she relaxed. So, had this been their first offense, I would indeed have been liable for compensation even if it had gone to the police. Indeed. Yi Ning nodded slightly, that if today had been their first attempt, their methods, while somewhat crude, would have been difficult for the average person to discern. Then I must express my gratitude. The girl beamed, pulling out her phone. Are you from out of town? What brings you to Kyoto? How long will you be here? Let us exchange contact information. That is unnecessary. Yining hesitated, saying, I'm merely a businessman here for some minor dealings. Just a small act of kindness. No need to make a fuss, and no way. The girl firmly shook her head. Regardless, you helped me today. I insist on treating you to a meal another time. Quickly, share your WeChat with me. With a resigned sigh, Yining retrieved his phone and shared his WeChat ID. What is your name? I'll save it. The girl, her large eyes sparkling, watched as Yining provided his name. She quickly noted it down on her phone, then sighed in relief as she returned her phone to her bag. I happen to have some matters to attend to today, so I can't treat you to a meal right now. Let us do it another day, but rest assured Jean Meow Meow, always honor my words. All right then, Yining scratched his head, awkwardly responding. The girl scrutinized him, then shook her head repeatedly. You're not being honest. You don't seem like a businessman at all. You must be here as a tourist. All right, I'll remember you, Yining. With that, Jean Meow Meow departed with a light-hearted skip. Yining shook his head slightly and continued on his way, undeterred by the brief encounter. The items Yining sought were not difficult to find in the bustling marketplace, yet he chose the largest store on the street, Wulong Hall. The sign of Wulong Hall was elegantly inscribed, immediately revealing its exquisite craftsmanship. Upon entering, a young man in uniform approached him promptly. What can I assist you with today, sir? The service staff, with a bright smile and agile movements, appeared well-trained. Vermilion, yellow paper, and jade. Yining stated directly, sir, you must be quite knowledgeable. You've come to the right place for vermilion and yellow paper. The young man beamed, leading Yining deeper into the store, soon returning with the requested items. Transactions were made swiftly, followed by the jade. Jade and vermilion paper differ significantly. Both vermilion and yellow paper are merely tools, akin to the four treasures of the study, affordable and widely circulated. However, jade commands a considerably higher price, its quality varying greatly. Consequently, the attendant promptly led Yining to the second floor, offering a courteous introduction to the various types of jade along the way in the jade-selling area of the second floor of Wulong Hall. Yining casually selected several pieces of jade that were aesthetically pleasing, and naturally, their prices were quite commendable. Yet, he was not short on funds. Moreover, once these jades were polished by him and transformed into spiritual treasures, their value would multiply. Thus, when it came time to pay, he experienced no hesitation, swiping his card for over 200,000 boss. Here are your jades. Please keep them safe. Should you require anything in the future, do come to Wulong Hall. I will be at your service. The attendant beamed with joy, knowing his commission from these jades would be substantial, but he was astonished that such a young man, dressed modestly, could nonchalantly produce such a sum without batting an eye. The attendant's address for Yining swiftly elevated from sir to boss. As Yining prepared to depart with the jades, he suddenly paused, furrowing his brow as he cast his gaze towards a room within Wulong Hall. What is sold in that room? He inquired. That room is our boss's lounge. The attendant quickly replied with a smile. That a lounge? Yining raised an eyebrow, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a whiff of a faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from the room. While the scent was too subtle to affect adults significantly, it was clear that the allure originated from within. Were one to be ensconced in that room, the fragrance might render them utterly entranced. There indeed incense burning in the boss's lounge. Yining merely nodded, suppressing his curiosity. He was not one to be overly virtuous, simply following his whims. However, just as he was about to exit, the sound of shattering glass echoed from within the room, prompting Yining to furrow his brow and listen intently. Inside the room, Jean Meow Meow had retreated to a corner, waving her hands in terror as she exclaimed, "You don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream. Grandpolly, I beg you, Please don't approach. Opposite her stood an elderly man in traditional attire, his beard and hair as white as snow. Wearing a sinister grin upon his wrinkled visage, which was unusually flushed. Go ahead, scream. My office is soundproof. Even if you were to scream your lungs out, no one would hear you. The old man chuckled wickedly, standing still as he awaited the effects of the incense. Terrified, Jean Meow Meow felt her eyelids grow heavy, and a wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over her. Chapter 292. The escape plan. As Li Quanming advanced towards her step by step, despair filled Jean Meow Meow's eyes. Was she truly destined to be violated by this old man today? Li Quanming approached her with brazen confidence. Jean Meow Meow longed to struggle, to push this loathsome old man away. But her body had grown weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just then, a loud thud resounded as the office door was violently kicked open from the outside, and Yi Ning's figure appeared in the doorway. Get out of here! Li Quanming's fury erupted instantly. He was on the verge of success, and now someone dared to thwart him. Old man, are you referring to me? Yi Ning's voice rang out playfully from the entrance as he pulled out his phone, aiming the camera at Li Quanming with a smirk. You truly are aging gracefully. Should I document this memorable moment? Li Quanming snapped back to reality, turning to scrutinize the unfamiliar young man, his brows furrowing deeply as he pointed at the attendant beside Yi Ning, coldly commanding, "What the hell are you doing? Get this kid out of here now." The attendant, caught in an awkward predicament, awkwardly chuckled at Yi Ning, but did not take action. Jean Meow Meow, her vision blurring, faintly heard the words exchanged between them as she summoned her last bit of strength to lurch towards Yi Ning. However, before she could reach him, her body succumbed, and she fell into unconsciousness. Yi Ning rushed forward, catching her as she fell limp in his arms. You needn't worry. I can handle this myself. He cast a lingering glance at Li Quanming, cradling the unconscious Jean Meow Meow as he turned to leave. Hey, you stop right there! Li Quanming bellowed, unwilling to let Yi Ning escape. You can leave, but you must leave her behind. Old man, do you still harbor ill intentions? Yi Ning arched an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. Li Quanming's mouth twitched with anger as he waved his hand menacingly, stating in a low voice, Seize him. Take him down, at Li Quanming's command. A group of individuals surged forth from Wulong Hall, their movements swift and decisive as they charged at Yi Ning. Yi Ning remained expressionless. As the leader advanced, he swiftly retaliated with a backhand slap. In an instant, the man was sent flying, crashing through several cabinets, antiquities scattering across the floor. The remaining individuals stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Such remarkable strength. A martial artist. You are indeed a martial artist. Li Quanming's eyes widened in disbelief. And what of it? Yi Ning retorted coldly. Li Quanming chuckled darkly, stating gravely, Fine, as long as you recognize it. Everyone, clear the way. You may leave. Yi Ning furrowed his brow, surprised by Li Quanming's reaction. However, a group of ordinary individuals could not impede him. So he hoisted Jean Meow Meow into his arms and strode out of Wulong Hall. Jean Meow Meow's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly still unconscious, yet her hand clung firmly to Yi Ning's clothing. Unwilling to let go, as Yi Ning gradually channeled his internal energy into her, she finally began to regain consciousness. Upon awakening, Jean Meow Meow gazed at Yi Ning's handsome face, momentarily entranced. Cough, cough, Miss Jean, it's all right now. Let us return home, Yi Ning said gently to Yi Ning. You must leave Kyoto quickly. Jean Meow Meow urged anxiously that you've made a move in Wulong Hall. Li Quanming will surely not let you off easily. The enforcement team might already be on their way. The enforcement team? Yi Ning was taken aback, unfamiliar with this term, but surmised it referred to someone from Kunlun. Observing Jean Meow Meow's anxious demeanor, he realized that as a native of Kyoto, she would undoubtedly be more familiar with the local intricacies. Miss Jean, what is this enforcement team? Yi Ning inquired. Since arriving in Kyoto, I've noticed that none of the prominent families seem to have masters in residence. What is the reason for that? The enforcement team is directly under Kunlun, a specialized unit dedicated to maintaining strict regulations in Kyoto, Jean Miao Miao sighed before explaining. The target of these regulations is martial artists. No master or above-level martial artist is permitted to act freely in Kyoto, that if discovered, the enforcement team will swiftly arrive to impose severe penalties that as for the families, they undoubtedly have powerful individuals securing their interests. However, these strong figures are currently stationed in Kunlun's government and seldom emerge unless absolutely necessary. Yining nodded in understanding that you must leave promptly. Otherwise, you may encounter trouble. I Quanming has some connections within Kunlun. And if he seeks to target you, Jean Miao Miao continued to advise him with concern painted across her features. Yet, Yining waved his hand lightly, smiling. Miss Jean, there's no need for you to worry. I am well aware of my situation. Without further ado, Yining turned on his heel, showing no signs of hesitation. Jean Miao Miao stood dazedly, watching his retreating figure, her expression complex. Finally, just as Yining was about to round a corner, Jean Miao Miao suddenly cried out, "Wait!" She hurried towards him, and Yining turned back, confusion evident in his eyes as he wondered what she meant. In the next moment, Jean Miao Miao dashed into his embrace, burying her face against his chest and bursting into tears. Yining frowned, realizing that the earlier incident had profoundly impacted this young girl, leading to her current state. We must leave. Yining, please don't let them capture you. Take me with you. Let us go together to a secluded place. Just the two of us, please. Jean Miao Miao pleaded, her voice muffled against his chest. Yining, taken aback, supported her shoulders, lifting her up as he regarded the now tear-streaked Jean Miao Miao with confusion. Miss Jean, life is beautiful. Why must you feel so despondent? Please, I beg you, let us leave together. Jean Miao Miao babbled, her tears cascading like pearls off a broken string. Yining regarded her with skepticism, unable to fathom how. Just an hour prior, she had been a lively, cheerful girl, and now she had transformed into this distraught being. Especially as his clothing was now soaked with her tears, the situation felt quite awkward. At that moment, commotion erupted in the distance, cries of alarm ringing out as a black van barreled into the crowd. Chapter 293. The pursuers amidst the crowd, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted, only to swiftly transform into gasps of astonishment, for the black van, having surged into the throng, showed no intention of slowing down, barreling ahead with reckless abandon. It was not until it reached the vicinity of Yining and Jean Miao Miao that it screeched to an abrupt halt. Its doors flung open and several figures stepped out. Law enforcement team, step aside, commanded the foremost man as he brandished his credentials, his voice booming at those around him. The crowd, upon witnessing this, exhibited expressions of sheer terror, having never anticipated that the arrival would be from the law enforcement team. In Kyoto, the law enforcement team operates directly under the Longhu camp, holding a status even more esteemed than that of the police department. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in fitted attire, stood tall with a slight tilt of his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly satisfied by the fearful visages surrounding him. His gaze swept across the gathered onlookers before he nodded slightly, hands clasped behind his back, striding forward with an air of accomplishment. "Kid, do you dare to act violently in Kyoto?" he began, but upon seeing Yining standing beside Jean Miao Miao, he froze in place. "Instructor Yi, what brings you here?" The straight-backed man suddenly slumped, his previous composure dissolving into an overt display of sycophancy. Not long ago, Yining had made quite an impression at the Longhu camp by decisively defeating Tonghu. Now his reputation preceded him, with rumors suggesting he was the strongest force within the camp. Although Yining had not paid heed to this man, the latter was certainly aware of Yining's identity. The abrupt change in demeanor startled everyone, and Jean Miao Miao, standing beside Yining, was rendered speechless, utterly taken aback by the unexpected reverence shown by such a high-ranking member of the law enforcement team. "Yes, it was I who acted in the Wulong Hall," Yining replied calmly, regarding the law enforcement team members with a furrowed brow. "Did I ask their problem?" "No problem. Absolutely none," the man hastily declared, adopting a righteous demeanor. There must be a reason for Instructor Ye's direct involvement. Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. That would be best. Yi Ning nodded placidly, then waved his hand, adding, moreover, this is a pedestrian street. What is the meaning of driving in here? This, Instructor Yi, we were merely concerned that delay might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Since you are new to Kyoto, you may not be aware that this is our usual protocol. Given that we often face dangerous and cunning adversaries, such as myself, Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, a hint of a cold smile curving his lips that no, Instructor Yi today. Enough, Yi Ning interjected, cutting off the man's words. As he had mentioned, they did indeed confront the most perilous entities in Kyoto, and Yi Ning was no fool that if the law enforcement team disregarded the rules, it would be foolish for his side to adhere strictly to them. Yet, the individuals before him were all masters in the realm of chi cultivation, and their brazen entrance into the pedestrian street was nothing short of bullying. That it was clear that with their prowess, they could have moved swiftly if they had chosen to. With this thought, Yi Ning snorted coldly and stated, "You all may have entered without issue, but you are not permitted to leave in a vehicle. If the enforcers of the law disregard it, what reason do the citizens have to comply?" Understood. A young man from the crowd, nearly knocked over, could not help but voice his approval of Yi Ning's words. Soon, others joined in, gesturing and criticizing the law enforcement team members. The expressions of the latter turned ashen, yet the leader still bowed his head respectfully to Yi Ning, gravely acknowledging, "Instructor Yi, you have a point." With that, the law enforcement officer, in full view of the spectators, led his subordinates to begin pushing the vehicle. The crowd buzzed with conversation, though none dared to mock openly, yet they felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them. The once imposing law enforcement team left in a disheveled state. Jean Miao Miao, astonished, stood with her mouth agape, unable to articulate her thoughts as she witnessed the unfolding scene. Yi Ning then turned to her with a playful smile, asking, "What is it? Why do you stare? You should head home. They won't trouble you any longer. Or do you wish to offer yourself to accompany me on a journey far away? If you don't mind." "I have no objections," Jean Miao Miao blurted out, her voice dwindling to a near whisper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In a moment of despair, she had contemplated following Yi Ning into the unknown, believing they were both at a dead end. However, she never imagined Yi Ning was a respected instructor at Kunlun. Moreover, the way the previously arrogant law enforcement team treated him left her utterly astonished. "Alas, I have no time," Yi Ning replied with a subtle smile. Turning to leave, "I will definitely treat you to a meal next time." Jean Miao Miao called out loudly to his retreating figure after a few seconds of stunned silence. Yi Ning merely chuckled, not bothering to look back. Exiting the bustling street, he returned to his modest apartment, where he had gathered jade, cinnabar, and yellow paper, all ready for his talisman crafting. Upon entering the apartment, Yi Ning placed the items on his desk, but did not immediately begin his work. Instead, he furrowed his brow and spoke aloud. "You have followed me this far. Why do you not reveal yourself?" From the shadows, a figure slowly emerged, a gray-haired elder clad in a black cloak, exuding an aura of ominousness as if he were a part of the darkness itself. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the newcomer, and spoke in a low voice. "Are you one of Kunlun's people? Since you have already discovered me, why allow me to follow you to your hiding place? Are you that confident you can deal with me?" The elder's lips curled into a cold smile as he advanced toward Yi Ning, his footsteps soundless. Yi Ning's expression hardened as he scrutinized the elder. The latter exuded an eerie energy that felt unsettlingly familiar, yet Yi Ning could also sense the palpable threat emanating from him. He spoke firmly. "Who are you? Take another step forward, and I shall show no mercy." Unperturbed by Yi Ning's threat, the elder maintained his faint smile, continuing his approach. Yi Ning's demeanor turned icy as he raised his hand, swiftly forming a seal, lightning crackling at his palm. Palm thunder. Having stepped into the innate realm, Yi Ning had acquired mastery over numerous esoteric techniques from the medical immortal's legacy, and palm thunder was among them. The power, while not overwhelmingly impressive, was remarkable for its rapid execution, manifesting with a mere gesture. And it was particularly effective against sinister beings. Thunder technique. The elder's eyes flashed with shock before he sneered, "You must first manage to touch me." As his words fell, the elder's form flickered, attempting to dissolve into a cloud of black smoke to escape into the shadows. However, the next moment, he was stunned to realize that his technique had utterly failed, and he remained rooted in place. Seeing the lightning in Yi Ning's palm drawing near, the elder cried out, "Boss, it's me." "You can't be serious." His voice morphed into that of a frantic dog, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Ning had no time to retract his strike, firmly landing his palm on the elder's abdomen. "Ah!" The elder howled, his body hurtling backward, crashing violently against the concrete wall, arcs of electricity still sparking around him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. "Boss, you really hit hard." The elder's face turned pale as he clutched his midsection, revealing a gaping wound from which no blood flowed, an exceedingly bizarre sight. "Humph," Yi Ning scoffed, furrowing his brow. "This body of yours is merely a shell. Do you still feel pain? If you dare to joke with me again, I shall ensure your soul is scattered." Boss, it was just a jest, nothing serious." The elder chuckled awkwardly, yet his appearance and voice still echoed that of the previous elder, leaving Yi Ning feeling quite disoriented. "Isn't it you who asked me to find you?" The elder continued, winking at Yi Ning. "Did I ask this the new identity you mentioned over the phone? A Kunlun elder?" Yi Ning inquired, glancing at the elder's current form. "Indeed," the elder nodded, grinning. "Boss, if it weren't for your suggestion, I would never have thought of such a brilliant idea. It's like a revelation. Infiltrating Kunlun will make finding sustenance all the more intriguing." Yi Ning's heart stirred at his words. After the malevolent spirit had possessed him, the elder had gained the ability to utilize certain dark arts, siphoning the powers of others to forcibly augment his own strength. Now that the malevolent spirit fully controlled this body, his behavior had become even more erratic. However, relying on the powers of others is detrimental to your future cultivation, Yi Ning advised after a moment of contemplation. "Boss, could it be?" The elder's expression shifted as he stared at Yi Ning, speaking in a hushed tone, only to be interrupted as Yi Ning waved his hand dismissively. "I harbor no fondness for Kunlun. If necessary, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. However, such actions will hinder your own path of cultivation." Upon hearing these words, the mad dog relaxed his expression and chuckled. "Thank you for your concern, boss, that I know my limits." Seeing the mad dog respond in such a manner, Yi Ning chose not to say more and simply took a seat at the table, lighting up some vermilion powder to begin drawing talismans. The Exorcism Talisman, Spirit Gathering Talisman, and Primordial Return Talisman. One by one, these mystical symbols were inscribed onto the talisman paper by Yi Ning. Initially, the mad dog was somewhat restless, glancing around, as he sensed an air of mystery within Yi Ning's villa that had previously eluded him. However, as Yi Ning continued to release one talisman after another, the mad dog's demeanor gradually shifted to one of solemnity. At this moment, Yi Ning was inscribing attack talismans, etching several fundamental spell seals onto the talisman paper. Thunderlight, electric fire, wind, and thunder. Finally, as Yi Ning completed the last talisman and began carving on jade, the mad dog could no longer maintain his composure. The spiritual energy contained within the jade was far more potent, allowing for the inscription of more profound mystical arts. The mad dog's eyes flickered as he observed the jade pieces transform into radiant artifacts under Yi Ning's skilled hands. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In his past life, he was the demon sovereign of the Nine Abyss, reigning supreme both above and below. Countless prodigies, saints, and celestial beings had perished at his hands, their primordial essence drained. Yet he regretted killing the wife of a talisman master. At that time, the talisman master had utilized every talisman at his disposal, almost escaping his grasp that he had thought the other to be a coward. As the talisman master showed no inclination to fight back, only intent on fleeing. Watching his wife die at his hands, he displayed no trace of valor. Little did he expect that a decade later, The Talisman Master would find him again, that he had scoffed. But with a mere wave of the Talisman Master's hand, hundreds of Thunder Talismans were unleashed, sealing his movements. What followed was a torrential onslaught that left him utterly defenseless. Ultimately, he was sealed within a black coffin, enduring countless millennia of solitude, while the Talisman Master, in a bid to suppress him, had overexerted his spiritual power, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. "Boss, do you think I could become a Talisman Master? Perhaps you could take me as your disciple." As this thought crossed his mind, the mad dog could not help but voice his inquiry. Yi Ning turned to him, a perplexed expression on his face, and replied flatly, "Of course. However, you must first forfeit your cultivation and enter the innate realm through the righteous path. Given your aptitude, drawing talismans of this caliber should pose no challenge." The mad dog's previously ignited enthusiasm was swiftly extinguished by the latter part of Yi Ning's statement, leaving him with no choice but to sheepishly smile and wave it off that as Yi Ning inscribed the final 9 Thunder Talisman onto the last piece of jade. It suddenly shattered with a sharp crack. The mad dog's lips twitched at the sight. What a pity! If it had been a spirit stone, this talisman would have been enough to slay a Ghost King-level powerhouse. "Haha, no matter," Yi Ning replied, shaking his head slightly, devoid of any expression of regret, that in truth, he had sensed the jade's limited endurance during the previous inscription of the Burning Heaven technique, which is why he had deliberately moderated his force. This time, he merely sought to test the jade's limits, and now he had obtained his answer, that Yi Ning pushed the talismans in jade towards the mad dog and instructed, "Sell these talismans on the Kunlun internet to earn points." The mad dog stared in astonishment, his eyes wide as he gazed at Yi Ning for a long moment before finally speaking. "I mean, boss, points are merely a tool devised by the authorities to keep their subordinates working hard. You're just going to give away so many valuable items?" Although he felt unworthy of such treasures, he could not condone such wastefulness. Yi Ning languidly stretched, for the primary expenditure in inscribing talismans was mental energy, while the powerful spiritual fluctuations embedded within the talismans were largely due to his direct manipulation of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Thus, at that moment, Yi Ning felt somewhat fatigued. Chapter 295. Crafting Talismans 2. With a snap, Yi Ning lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before continuing. "Such trifles are abundant. They are hardly treasures. You just witnessed that the 9 Thunder Talisman was the jade's limit. They are merely insignificant mystical talismans. Moreover, when I instructed you to earn points, I certainly had my own intentions." The mad dog tilted his head, contemplating for a moment before finally speaking. "It's the Kunlun Jade Pool, right? Boss, if you wish to enter. Can't we find a way to sneak in?" Yi Ning shot the mad dog an exasperated glance and shook his head. "What are your chances against Yang Jing at this point? Not to mention the powerful figures backing him. To enter the Kunlun Jade Pool, we must do so openly." Indeed, upon hearing Yang Jing's name, the mad dog's expression changed, and he nodded, obediently gathering all the talismans Yi Ning had just inscribed. Yi Ning then nodded in approval. The mad dog's new identity would be Li Chunfeng, a Kunlun elder, a title befitting a master of Taoist arts. The mad dog's arrival was swift, and his departure was equally so. Feeling somewhat weary, Yi Ning finished his cigarette and lay down on the bed for a brief rest. When he awoke, the sky had darkened, and he picked up the phone to call Chen Jian, not having forgotten their morning agreement. He had intended to investigate what issue had arisen with Dong Xiaoye, only to learn that she had already returned to the Longhu camp. Yi Ning did not press further, merely offering a few words of encouragement for her to focus on her cultivation before hanging up. Within the Longhu camp, Chen Jian hung up the phone with a worried expression, his gaze drifting towards Dong Xiaoye in the training area. She was moving her hands rapidly, having undergone a marrow cleansing process. And both of their speeds and agility had significantly improved at this moment. Her swift movements appeared almost as shadows to Chen Jian, accompanied by the sound of several sandbags being struck with a resounding thud. The sandbags swung back and forth under her relentless onslaught, never once touching her body, as she effortlessly sent them flying with her short, powerful strikes that in the distance. Dong Jiangwo and Elder Chen stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, watching in astonishment as Dong Xia fiercely attacked the sandbags. This instructor Yi is indeed formidable. In just 2 days, this girl's strength has improved so dramatically, Elder Chen remarked, his eyes glinting with disbelief. Dong Jiangwo nodded beside him, though his expression was noticeably glum. How are matters at home being handled? Elder Chen glanced at Dong Jiangwo and continued to inquire. Thank you for your concern, Elder Chen. It's just a minor issue. After all, we are all here for business, Dong Jiangwo replied, a forced smile on his face, lowering his head slightly. It's best you think this way. After all, the greater good is paramount. Elder Chen nodded with a smile. However, Elder Chen, isn't this matter best kept under wraps? After all, as you said, the greater good is paramount. It would be best to minimize the issue. Dong Jiangwo hesitated but ultimately pleaded. Jiangwo, I have already dispatched someone to negotiate. Results should come soon. However, the officer handling this matter is quite naive and may not relent easily. Although we stand above the mundane world, there are many matters that cannot be forced. We represent the stance of Longhua, and I hope you can understand this. Elder Chen spoke slowly. Yes. Dong Jiangwo could only nod in agreement, though his expression remained one of deep concern. Bang! In the training area, Dong Xiaoye finally exhausted all her strength, collapsing to the ground like a fallen leaf, staring blankly at the sky, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. That afternoon, she had been summoned to the precinct, where she unexpectedly encountered her uncle, Dong Chongxing. It turned out that the Wulong Taoist had confessed to his crimes at the precinct and even reported others, with her uncle, Dong Chongxing, being the first on the list. In the base of the old hot pot restaurant, a substantial amount of harmful poison had been discovered in both the establishment and Dong Chongxing's home, leading to the sudden death of his wife and daughter due to excessive consumption. Dong Chongxing was sentenced to death. When Dong Xiaoye saw her uncle again, the once jovial middle-aged man, often adorned with a smile, now appeared lifeless, his small eyes devoid of any spark. Only upon seeing Dong Xiaoye and Dong Jiangwo did a strange smile cross his face. Chongxing, you've been doing well in business all these years. Why did you resort to this? Do you not realize that even I cannot save you now? Dong Jiangwo looked at him with a heart full of sorrow. Dong Chongxing's smile turned increasingly bitter, eventually resting his gaze on Dong Xiaoye, beckoning her over. Dong Xiaoye hurriedly approached, and Dong Chongxing, with a pained smile, said, Xiaoye, you are still young. Take care of yourself and stay far away from that Yining. I hope this matter can come to an end, and may our Dong family escape this calamity. After saying this, Dong Chongxing fell silent, regardless of Dong Xiaoye's inquiries. Lost in despair, Dong Xiaoye was unaware of how she exited the precinct and encountered Old Li just outside the door. Lao Li was momentarily stunned upon seeing Dong Xiaoye, his smile taking on a hint of awkwardness. Yet he managed to speak. My dear girl, I truly apologize that I never anticipated that matters would unfold in this manner. However, rest assured, I will undoubtedly uncover the truth behind this incident. Though he uttered these words, in reality, the truth was painfully evident. After the revelation by the Wulong Taoist, Lao Li, accompanied by a contingent of constables, rushed to the scene, where they found both the perpetrator and the evidence in plain sight. Moreover, tomorrow marked the day of Dong Chongxing's execution, and even Lao Li felt a sense of helplessness in his own proclamation. Release my uncle. He would never commit such an act. If he were truly an addict, how could I have been completely oblivious to it? Dong Xiaoye's eyes brimmed with tears, her demeanor resembling that of a cornered beast. As the suppressed emotions surged forth, this is nothing but a frame-up. She continued, this process is entirely improper. Lao Li forced a laugh and was about to respond when Dong Xiaoye's words cut him off. I am a new guard from the Kunlun Dragon Tiger camp. I now suspect there are clues to this matter, and I command you to release him immediately. Do not act recklessly. Dong Jiangwo interrupted Dong Xiaoye's fervent plea. turning his gaze toward Lao Li and stating firmly, "Officer Li, you speak of justice and truth. I hope you will handle this matter with fairness and impartiality." After Dong Jiangwo's words, he forcibly pulled the nearly frenzied Dong Xiaoye away, and they exited the constabulary. Chapter 296. Investigation. Dong Xiaoye collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes wide open, fixed on the starless night sky, afraid to close them. Each time she shut her eyes, she was haunted by the hollow, vacant gaze of Dong Changxing. She could not fathom how her kind-hearted uncle, merely a businessman, could possibly be a drug addict. His cunning and calculative nature, as typical of some businessmen, was all she could comprehend. He could never be a junkie. At that moment, Lao Li sat alone in the desolate office of the constabulary, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. In truth, he had withheld a more brutal reality from Dong Xiaoye. Following the series of reports from the Wulong Daoist, Lao Li had swiftly organized a team and stormed into Dong Changxing's residence. However, the sight that greeted him upon entry left him utterly shocked. Dong Changxing stood alone in the living room, clutching a belt, while before him his wife and daughter lay naked, covered in blood, frothing at the mouth, convulsing, their eyes rolled back in their heads. After furiously extinguishing his cigarette, Lao Li seized the documents on the table and tore them to shreds. These documents detailed Dong Changxing's life, who, by all accounts, was a mild-mannered, timid businessman. But why would he commit such an atrocity? Everything appeared too coincidental. As an experienced officer, Lao Li's mind swirled with suspicions, contemplating numerous possibilities. Yet no matter how many there were, they remained mere conjectures, while the gruesome truth loomed before him, unrelenting. The following morning, after a night of rest, Yining awoke feeling refreshed and headed to the Dragon Tiger camp. Dong Xiaohong lay on the training ground, her eyes still wide open, staring blankly at the sky. Beside her, Chun Jian sat vigilantly. "What has happened?" Upon witnessing this scene, Yining furrowed his brow and inquired. "Master," Chun Jian exclaimed with delight upon seeing Yining, rushing over to whisper something in his ear. Only then did Yining realize that Dong Xiaoye had spent the entire night lying on the training field. "Stand up. What is going on?" Yining pressed forward, nudging Dong Xiaoye's ankle with his foot. Dong Xiaoye struggled to rise, a bitter smile gracing her lips, but she remained silent. "Speak," Yining reiterated, his tone brooking no argument. Finally, Dong Xiaoye lowered her head and murmured, "It's nothing. My uncle has committed a crime. A capital offense, and today it will be executed." "Where?" "In the constabulary?" Yining inquired with a frown. Dong Xiaoye nodded slightly. She had anticipated that Yining's response would mirror that of her father. Despite Yining's formidable strength, even capable of sending Tong, Hu flying with a single slap, he was still a member of Kunlun and must adhere to the laws of Longhua. Yet, without uttering a single word, Yining turned and made a beeline for the constabulary. Dong Xiaoye stared blankly at Yining's retreating figure, while Chun Jian hurriedly pulled her along, keeping pace with Yining. Lao Li, too, had spent the night awake, his disheveled hair glistening with oil, his once bright eyes now devoid of spirit. Yining led Dong Xiaoye and the others directly to Lao Li's office, asking in a low voice what transpired with Dong Changxing. Lao Li glanced up at Yining, casually tossing a document onto the table before him. After reading the contents, Yining's expression turned icily grave. It was clear that the matter was aimed directly at Dong Changxing and the Dong family. "You cannot intervene in this matter. Release him immediately, for I intend to take him with me," Yining stated emphatically. "You cannot intervene?" Lao Li scoffed, shaking his head. "Even if I am unable, I must take charge." Dong Changxing was caught red-handed. "Today, I must provide the public with an explanation. Otherwise, where is the justice? Are you certain?" Yining narrowed his eyes, already simmering with anger. The case of Dong Changxing was too peculiar. There was undoubtedly something amiss. He was incensed not only by the cruelty of the situation, but also by the vile cunning of those involved, who had compelled Dong Changxing to extinguish the lives of his own wife and daughter, leading him to despair and acceptance of his fate before his public execution. And Lao Li, whether intentionally or otherwise, played a role in this sinister scheme that I am certain. Lao Li glared defiantly at Yi Ning, unwavering that Yi Ning frowned. Humph. Do not presume that you Kunlun are untouchable, that I fear not death. So what do I have to fear from you? Today, no one can save Dong Changxing. He must face the consequences he deserves. Lao Li snorted coldly. Just then, the office door burst open, and a constable rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "It's bad. Team Leader Li is in trouble. Dong Changxing is in trouble." What? Lao Li slammed his hand on the table, and the three of them sprang to their feet, hastily making their way to the jail. There, they found Dong Changxing hanging lifelessly, the noose fashioned from his suit pants and belt, devoid of breath. "What the hell have you all been doing?" Lao Li roared in fury, while Dong Xiaoye's tears streamed down her cheeks, nearly causing her to collapse. Chun Jin rushed forward to support her. "Ditto. How did he die so soon?" "Fortunately, he got what he deserved. Avoiding execution is a small mercy." At that moment, a nonchalant voice echoed from the hallway as three figures emerged from around the corner. The speaker being Tong Hu. Following him were the chief constable Chao Ming and the Wulong Daoist. The Wulong Daoist stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "What Instructor Tong said is indeed correct." Meanwhile, Chao Ming wore a fawning smile as he trailed behind them. "You bastards! Did you cause my uncle's death?" Dong Xiaoye's eyes flared with rage as she lunged forward, intent on attacking, but was restrained by Yi Ning's firm grip on her shoulder. Dong Xiaoye felt as though Yi Ning's hand held an immense weight, rendering her struggles futile. "Da-da. Is this not Dong Xia? Recently, I considered taking you as my disciple, yet you failed to recognize the opportunity. The do you now regret it? Alas, it is too late." Tong Hu grinned with amusement. Addressing her, Yi Ning's expression darkened as he glared at Tong Hu and his companions, then turned his gaze to the lifeless Dong Changxing. He extended his hand, releasing a surge of energy that caused Dong Changxing's body to fall, revealing a peculiar hole the size of a finger on his thinning scalp. "Do you see the hole on Dong Changxing's head?" Yi Ning pointed out. "This is an ice talisman. Someone used a spell to control him beforehand." Lao Li paused, realizing that Yi Ning's words were directed at him, and the strange hole in Dong Changxing's head was indeed suspicious. Lao Li looked up at Yi Ning, whose expression remained impassive, and suddenly understood. "Stop. You cannot leave, especially you thieving Taoist. I now suspect you are the one who cast the spell on Dong Changxing. Until the matter is clarified, you are not permitted to depart." Lao Li's cold gaze fixed on the Wulong Daoist, his voice resolute. "You are being unreasonable." Chao Ming interjected, his voice rising in pitch, that Mr. Wulong is a senior advisor of Kunlun. The matter has now been taken over by Kunlun. Lao Li, step aside. Chapter 297. The truth. Even if I lack direct evidence regarding Dong Changxing's case, you have already admitted to 3 homicides you committed, Lao Li declared, ignoring Chao Ming's protests, his eyes locked onto the Wulong Daoist, his tone unwavering, showing no sign of yielding. "Lao Li." Chao Ming's voice escalated in anger, glaring at Lao Li. Yet Lao Li remained unfazed. Beside them, Tong Hu chuckled, shaking his head. "Little Constable, I hope you understand your position clearly. The Wulong Daoist is an advisor of Kunlun. Even if you possess direct evidence, this matter must be handled by us. Step aside at once, or I shall not be merciful." Lao Li sneered, "Not merciful? I am quite eager to see how you intend to show me no mercy today. If you wish to exit this door, you must first step over my dead body." Seeking death, Tong Hu narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening, while Chao Ming's face turned pale with fright. "Heh, Instructor Tong, there's no need for you to sully your hands with such a mere foot soldier. Let us take our leave. How could a mere patrolman hope to stop us?" At that moment, Master Wulong spoke up. Tong Hu squinted, fixating his gaze on Old Li for a moment before finally nodding, a playful smile gracing his lips. "What Master Wulong says holds merit. With those words, the group indeed disregarded old Li, brazenly striding towards the exit that no, they must not be allowed to leave. I shall kill you, you ruthless murderer. I demand blood for blood. Dong Xiaoye screamed in fury. Yet she could not free herself from Yi Ning's grasp, who merely regarded her with an impassive expression. Halt! Old Li shouted in anger, but the three paid him no heed. Finally, Old Li made his move. Propelled by rage, a veteran patrolman of many years, he possessed some skill. However, before Tong Hu, such feeble prowess was utterly insignificant. With a casual slap, Tong Hu sent Old Li soaring, crashing against the concrete wall beside him. The hard concrete wall yielded to Old Li's impact, creating a noticeable dent. Gasping, Old Li spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, only to find numerous fractures throughout his body, collapsing once more. Gritting his teeth, he reached for his waist, drawing a pistol and aiming it at the retreating figures of Tong Hu and the others, shouting furiously, "Stop!" The trio continued onward. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted within the confines of the patrol room, the sound deafening in the cramped space. Tong Hu swiftly positioned himself in front of Chao Ming and Master Wulong, raising his hand in the air, allowing 3 bullets to drop slowly from his palm. A worthless life. I had no desire to kill you, yet you dare to shoot at me, truly seeking your own demise. Tong Hu coldly chuckled, his expression darkening as he moved deliberately toward Old Li. Bang, 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 bang. Without hesitation, Old Li emptied his firearm. Yet a fierce wind enveloped Tong Hu, forming a transparent vacuum shield that effortlessly deflected all the bullets. That a momentary flicker of astonishment crossed Old Li's face as he caught sight of Yi Ning, who stood nearby with an expressionless demeanor, ultimately settling into a bitter smile. Did I end the past? He believed that the brave feared nothing. What was there to fear when one was unafraid of death? He was certain he could press forward, uncovering the truth and delivering justice to the people. But it was only at this moment that he truly understood. He was not fearless, but rather ignorant. Foolish, this so-called fearlessness was utterly worthless. Dr. Yi. Perhaps I was mistaken. Old Li finally lowered his head, struggling to rise once more, only to collapse feebly to the ground, muttering in a voice only he could hear. Halt! Yi Ning's calm voice finally resonated at that moment. The expressions of Tong Hu and Master Wulong changed dramatically. Could it be that Yi Ning intended to meddle at this juncture? Tong Hu let out a cold laugh, turning to face Yi Ning, pulling a document from his pocket, stating, "Yi Ning, take a good look. This is a directive from Kunlun that I am here to escort Master Wulong as mandated, and he fired at me first. Are you truly intending to interfere? Xiaoye is my disciple. Now that her uncle has died, this matter is my concern." Yi Ning regarded Tong Hu with a steady gaze and replied. Had Tong Hu scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully as he looked at Yi Ning, saying, "Who is Dong Chongxing? I don't know him, and this matter has nothing to do with me. Do you have evidence if you wish to trouble me? Do I need a reason to kill?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, his previously calm face suddenly adorned with an enigmatic smile. The agitated Dong Xiaoye shivered, finally turning to look at Yi Ning. Her wide eyes filled with shock. Tong Hu, too, was taken aback, attempting to flee, only to discover his body had become frozen in place, utterly immobile. "Old Li, did you not say there was no evidence? Did you not claim that the truth of this case was evident?" Yi Ning maintained his peculiar smile, gazing at the prostrate Old Li, suddenly exclaiming, "I will now show you what you call the truth." Struggling, Old Li lifted his head to meet Yi Ning's gaze. "Instructor Tong, stop hesitating. We must leave." Master Wulong finally sensed a twinge of panic, urgently urging Tong Hu to escort him out of the patrol room. After all, Yi Ning was a Kunlun instructor, possessing formidable abilities. He was no match. Now he could only place his hopes in Tong Hu. Yet, at that moment, beads of sweat had begun to form on Tong Hu's forehead, his muscles tense. He longed to move even a finger, but found his body entirely immobilized. Yi Ning, unhurried, slowly raised his hand, and to his astonishment, Droplets of vapor began to coalesce in his palm, crystallizing into a conical shard of ice. Master Wulong gasped at this sight, exclaiming in alarm, "Instructor Tong, what has happened to you? We must go, quickly." With those words, Master Wulong hastily dashed towards the patrol room's exit, which was now within reach. However, the ice crystal in Yi Ning's hand shot forth, striking Master Wulong at the back of his head. Master Wulong's eyes widened, his body instantly freezing in place. He then slowly turned around, step by step, returning. Yet his face was unmistakably marked with terror and unwillingness. His body, however, was no longer under his control, and he approached Yi Ning step by step. "Please, I beg you. I will tell you everything. I will reveal all. I implore you to spare me. No, I beg you for a swift death. Let me die painlessly." Master Wulong cried out in terror.